What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. Brian and I holding it down out in Ashburn, VA, as the Commanders look to turn things around with a Week 2 matchup coming against the New York Football Giants.
Yeah.
Good morning, B. How you
What
doing?
up, bro? I'm chilling, man. How you doing?
Doing well, man. Doing well.
Got to work out something lively today.
Uh-oh, that's just what we need is a lively B mention.
Oh, yeah.
That's always dangerous.
Yep.
So it's going to be it's going to be a fun day. We get to hear from the coordinators. Speaking of a lively person, I think you could qualify Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt as a fairly lively guy.
Joe is SL, super lively.
Super lively.
Yeah.
He gets fired up quick. And I imagine he's pretty pissed off about how things went in Tampa. Don't you?
Because he expects people to play a certain way and for the output to be a certain way. And if they don't get it, like he always says, if y'all listen to us and, if we want to play fast, we want to take the ball. They didn't take the ball. Didn't play fast. So, yes, and if he's upset, he should be, and I think guys have to understand that, coaches go through this. We hear about the practicing and things like that. You know how many hours they put in to come up with a game plan? And then they put you through all the rigors of this game, and you show them something in practice, and then when the game comes, you didn't carry it over. That has to really piss them off.
Yeah, I bet. We are going to be streaming on the YouTube page in just moments. My guy Biaggi I talked to this morning, and Biaggi's like, how do I watch on YouTube? I think it's fairly simple. It's YouTube.
Biaggi, and then you go to YouTube /1067.
Yeah, /1067.
It's not that bad. Not that hard.
And we're there. I'm gonna email him the link directly so that he has it.
So you just click on it?
Yeah, we're gonna try to make it easy. Good morning, everybody in the chat. We appreciate everybody. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Jeffrey, Landfill, how do you do?
I'm good, man. How are you?
We're good, man. We're all chilling. We're ready to rock today. Dude, we also got football tonight and a good Thursday night game, I think.
Yeah.
Bills-Dolphins. We're going to get into that a little bit later. I'm excited to watch that joint. I have I'm going to go help out at a charity event this evening, but I'm hoping, me, B, when my portion of the event ends,
I think you're trying to leave before that.
Nah, I'm really excited. It's an old friend of mine that asked me to be a part of this. We're going to raise some money to help. I mean, you and I were talking about it walking in here. We were at this golf tournament earlier this week to support veterans. Mm-hmm. I believe they raised around $400,000 to support veterans. The event we did earlier, I guess the end of August out at Avenel.
Almost 600,000.
Probably 600K by now.
So is this friend old as in like a long-time friend or just he's an old dude?
No, we've known each other since high school.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
You say, I want to make sure because you call yourself old at 43, so I don't know.
I know. This 43 thing I got to get used to. No, I mean like someone I've known a long time. That's a really good person. And B, it like you always want to help your friends, whatever, no big deal. But you're raising money for kids fighting cancer. Like,
it's kind of hard to say no to that.
Right.
But some of the friends need to realize football season, Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and later in the season, some Saturdays.
Yeah, we're going to be all right.
You have to know when to ask.
It's over at Columbia Country Club, so they got heavy pours over there. So I might have to stick to beer or wine or something.
Yeah. I know, like I get like people call me, hey, can you do this? I say, listen. Think about the time you're asking me to do this. Oh, I forgot you was on the radio, but we still. I say, if I have to take off of work, you probably gonna have to pay me something.
Yeah, the amount of asks we get while we're on the air, like, oh, hey, can you do 11:30 on Wednesday?
Yeah, suppose I call you and ask you, can you do it?
Sure, I can.
You? Yeah, no.
Now I do want to gauge just your level of excitement. I think is the appropriate way. There's a big development this weekend for the Commanders. Mm-hmm. They're going to wear gold pants.
Okay.
So I'm gauging your level of excitement.
I could care less what we wear. I don't get caught up in the what we wear. I just care about how we produce, how we play. And I'm not one that believes that you put on a certain uniform and you turn into a damn Superman or somebody else.
You don't?
No. I believe when you go out there and play, you play.
Here all this time, I thought you believed if you put on a damn uniform, you might turn into Superman.
Nah. I just think that if you're not that person before you put on the uniform, you're not that person. So ultimately,
look good look good, feel good, play good.
Yeah, but you know what? You look good when you prepare well. You know what I'm saying? You feel good when you prepare exceptional.
Sure.
And you go out there and you perform, then guess what? No matter what uniform is on, you're good with it. But I think we get caught up in that a little bit that, oh, the uniform, I don't care what uniform they're wearing. I want them to win. And you win by producing, not wearing a color.
You're going to have to play a lot better than you did in Tampa, particularly defensively. I was talking to, I don't want to say because we were just kind of chatting, an offensive player yesterday in the locker room after practice and just kind of talking about how frustrated. Now, the defensive performance was bad. Offensively, it was just a little uneven, right? Like if a couple things break differently, basically what the player explained to me was if what was my man's name? York. If Cade York makes the 2 field goals he missed, they score on 5 of their 8 possessions.
Yeah.
That's that offensive efficiency, like from a drive chart, would place you top 10 in the league.
Probably. We look at end result. The coaches look at what could have been. One person missed here, one person missed there, and they understand they could be closer than what we would think. We look at the numbers and we go, oh, man, they got destroyed. But they're looking at ball bounce one way or the other in this play or that play. We are right there. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of times when you hear coaches talking, some people think it's coach speak, but it's not coach speak. They're looking at the exact play that one bounce here or there, and boom, the game is different.
Well, dude, I got to ask Luke yesterday about not letting it go on the throwback. And I think he didn't say this. Like, he was like, yeah, I looked and it just didn't seem like it was there. But now that I've watched it again.
Yeah, when I saw the
film, probably a little nervous, dude.
You can see this.
First ever game.
When he catches it to throw it, there are a lot of people in between him and Jaden.
Sure.
So, like a quarterback sees color and say, oops, shy away. We get a chance to expand the picture and see, oh, if he just throws it over the top, Jaden is free. But that's not, and you don't have that moment as a guy making a play. You got split second. We get to look and dissect and all that. So I can understand why he took it away, but he went right up the field. He didn't sit there and mess around and lose yards. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but it's a lot of little things that go into it, and I know coaches and players look at, and that's why sometimes after a game when you hear players saying certain things, we can't understand why. But they are looking at it more meticulous than we are.
Well, dude, I think if you look at offensively, they were close to a pretty damn good performance against a defense that is known for being super aggressive and pretty darn good with some real players on different levels. Mm-hmm. Now, they sustained – I haven't even looked at who Tampa's playing this week and who's going to be healthy for them. But, like, Bryce Hall ain't playing this week. I can tell you that just from what we saw on the field.
Yeah.
Offensively, now some of this was kind of garbage time. They're down 3 scores late in the fourth quarter. But, like, they finished with the same amount of first downs as Tampa despite not being able to convert on third down, right? Like, they didn't run the ball great, but they finished with, like, 135 rush yards. Now, that's driven largely by 90 from Jaden.
Yeah.
But I think from a efficiency standpoint, they're not far away. I think you're going to see Jaden run less. I think there'll be fewer scrambles because there'll be fewer blitzes.
He'll run less, but I think what's going to happen this week, the fact that he ran last week, they have to pay attention to it this week.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if he runs 4 times this week, and he ends up with 40, 50 yards, you still have to respect the yards per.
Yeah.
So it always it can balance out for you, but I just think that they have to have a little time to get this thing together. I said it throughout training camp. I said it when we got the preseason that we look at the Patriots over the years. The Patriots seem to take the first 3 to 4 weeks when they had Tom as preseason. And all of a sudden they would hit this little roll and then nobody could stop them. When I look at this football team and I look at the way that the league and every team does it now, you have to say that the first 3 to 4 weeks is basically preseason still. Because as you stated, Jaden played basically, 3 quarters? That wasn't the whole game.
3 drives, dude.
Yeah, 3 drives. Okay.
In the preseason, you're saying?
So when you look at that, Was that enough for you to know what he could do during the season?
No, but I'm just trying to get to the scoring efficiency. How often do they have the ball? Are they roughly putting points on the board?
Yeah.
You think about the 3 preseason drives where they had a scoring opportunity on
Yeah.
all of them. They scored a touchdown on one. They kicked a field goal on one. They missed a field goal on one.
Yeah.
And then now in real action where he's playing a full game, the possession chart, now they had a 3 and out on the first play because he threw the ball backwards 15 yards because he was nervous. It was his first game, right? Like I could chalk that one up. You have a missed field goal touchdown, then the end of the half, then another missed field goal. Like if you just convert those two, and I don't know that you're converting the 56-yarder, frankly.
Well, it's possible. He had the distance.
There are people that do it routinely.
He had the distance.
But I mentioned these to you. I don't know if I said this on air, so I wanted to be sure I said this. Zach Selby does a really good job. He covers the Commanders for the Commanders, right? But he some numbers he pointed out yesterday, and I'm reading. If you want to follow him, it's at Zach Selby WC at ZACH. No matter what the Commanders' offense and Jaden Daniels see against the Giants this week, there should certainly be less pressure. The Bucs blitzed on 42% of their defensive snaps, third most in Week 1. The Giants were 24th with a blitz rate of 19.2%. The Giants. It's going to look like what Washington did for 4 years under Jack. They now have Lawrence, Thibodeau, and they just traded for Burns. Like they're going to count on their front to be able to get home.
Yeah.
I think this is a huge test for the offensive line that I thought performed fairly well in Tampa. I think it's going to be a huge test, frankly, for the tackles. Because Lawrence is going to do Lawrence stuff.
Lawrence is going to do Lawrence stuff inside, but I think Burns and also Thibodeau, those guys are pass rushers. They're not run stoppers. So you might have to be sitting in their lap a little bit. Put the tackles and the guards in their lap and make them have to play more of a physical game.
Sure.
Because I've always felt this. Pass rushers, DNs, well, how you want to describe them, those guys are more athletic than the tackles, no matter how you put it. Other than Trent Williams. He might be more athletic than some of the guys.
Like, think about Montez Sweat.
Yeah,
that level
if
of
you are a
athleticism.
guy who's starting here, who's concerned, and you're backing up against a guy that's more athletic than you, you're backing up. He's going to probably have something to get past you if you do it consistently. But every once in a while, hit him in his chest. He doesn't want to do that. We talk about it all the time. The best way to stop a pass rush is to make him become a run stopper. And if they can establish the run on those guys, because like we know the two guys inside, with Lawrence, they're going to be stout. But where's our strength? In the inside on this offensive line. So you got to bring stout with stout and see what you could do with that. But I think if you put the big guys on the big guys running the ball, you got an advantage on the edges.
I got to talk to Logan Paulson and the tight ends coach, David Rye, before the Dolphins preseason game. And they were kind of explaining from a tight end perspective that when they are run blocking, they basically an end, like a tackle or a tight end and a D end or a pass rusher, they basically want to deploy the same technique depending if it's a run or a pass play. What the edge rusher is trying to do to the tackle or the tight end on a pass play when they're trying to get to the quarterback is what the tackle and the tight end needs to be doing on a run play. It's about getting inside and driving you back.
Driving you back, and then what happens, you cause a problem for that linebacker.
Exactly.
Or you just slide off.
Right.
Like a little chip. The thing about blocking, everyone looks for someone to be pancaked, knocked on their butt, whatever. All it takes is a nudge. I returned some kick returns where the guys weren't even touched. It's just my guy was standing between he and I. You know what I mean? And if you do that, you should be able to get past it. You don't have to knock them on their butt every time.
Right.
And I think too many young guys, they come off so hard. I got to knock him down. No. Just occupy him. Because the running back, the tight end, the receiver should be good enough to give him a move and give space and not go down with an arm tackle.
And the time required is a second.
Less than that.
Yeah.
Like it's a microsecond.
Right.
So
getting a lot. Here's what we're going to do. We got a packed show today. We're going to really try to figure out what the Giants are, maybe what they aren't. Bob Glauber has covered the NFL for a long time, was president of Pro Football Writers. Bob's awesome. He will join us next. At high noon, Bob Papa, called the Giants radio play-by-play will join us. 1:30, Peter Rosenberg will join us. We will open the phones up today for Bleep You Thursday, 1 o'clock. A quick story, though, last night. A lot of people being very kind in the stream chat saying they watched the show, my new show last night on NBC, and I really appreciate that. You can watch it now on YouTube if you want. But I want to call out this dude. It was my birthday, right? So they gave me some cupcakes. We did some birthday bits. It was great. My guy, though, Marcus Edelin says, happy belated birthday, JP. They said your ears get bigger when you get older. You are in trouble. So appreciate that support.
Well, you're going to look like an elephant here soon.
No, you'll like this stuff. So the show gets over at 9. There's a Capitol Grill in Friendship Heights that is like on my way home from NBC, right?
I've been living here a long time, Jay.
Sure. Right. And in my head, I was like, all right, I haven't really eaten because I got to be in studio at like 7. You know, my kids were eating chicken nuggets. It wasn't really what I was looking for my birthday dinner. So my plan all day was I'm going to pick up a steak on the way home and just have a late night steak, sit there by myself and go to bed. And I was very happy with that plan. I was very pleased with this plan. Do you know what time Capitol Grill closes?
About 9:30, 10 o'clock.
9. I called it like 9:06. And they're like, sorry, we're closed. I'm like, closed?
Yeah. I mean,
9 o'clock at night.
I don't think they really want to make as much money as they could.
Clearly. Not last night, anyway.
Well, most nights. They've been like that for a long time.
I mean, I thought for sure.
But
10.
like a lot of places close so early. And I'm like, what the? Like at the hotel we were at in Tampa. Come back, we're watching the game. The lobby is full. People are coming in at 10 and 8 people per group. They closed right at 11. I said, dude, do you all not look at the clientele walking in? Oh, man, it's time to close. I said, you don't close at 11:12. I know that because that's what y'all said last call. 11:12. Like it's not even 11:30 yet.
11.12?
Yeah, it was 11:12. And, it was 11:12. They say, all right, and they by 11:30, they had closed down everything. So they didn't.
The game went to overtime.
Yes, but these people walked in like 10 people, and I'm like, dude, y'all just lost a lot of money.
I'm telling you, everything changed.
Some people
Although
crazy.
in Florida, I feel like they didn't act like COVID existed, so I can't speak to that. But I feel like so many of these businesses and everything just changed so dramatically that I don't know that some of this ever goes back.
Cap Grill was like that before.
Were they?
Yeah.
All right.
They always closed early.
Well, we'll see. Is that Morton still open in Bethesda? I know the Ruth Chris closed.
I couldn't tell you if Morton still is open.
We might find out tonight. It's my damn birthday. I'm gonna get a steak one way or another, man.
Wegmans right there got nice meat. You can take it over and cook it yourself.
So I thought about doing that because I could have gone by Wegmans, but I didn't feel like grilling at like 9:15. You know what I mean? I just wanted it. I want some nice cooked food, some nice clean drawers. That's all I want. It's a Jay-Z lyric. My birthday is not the only thing that happened in September. It's also the start of football, but more importantly, it's Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Jake Irvin's sterling six-inning effort leads the way in a 5-1 Nationals win over the Braves. Irvin allowed a run on just 2 hits and 6 frames for his 10th win of the season. C.J. Abrams added his 20th home run of the year with a majestic blast to center. The Nationals finish a road trip 4-4. They now head home for 4 before going away for another week. It's Miami in town this weekend. It starts tonight. Mitchell Parker on the hill. A 6:45 first pitch. Listen to it here on The Fan. The Mystics are rolling since the Olympic break. They're now just a game out of the playoffs with 4 to play after a resounding 89-58 thumping of Chicago, and that's the team they are chasing for that final spot. And listen to the Westwood One call of Thursday Night Football on the Team 980 this evening, an 8:15 kick between the Bills and the Dolphins. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan, fired up to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk to our friend, Mr. Bob Glauber. Bob, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, guy. Hey, I'm good. JP, how you doing?
What's
Hey,
up,
Mitch?
Bob? What's happening, man?
B. Mitch, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good, brother.
Bob, somebody with your resume, everything you've done and accomplished as an NFL writer, how much stock can you take from week 1 in the National Football League?
You know, it's funny. Week 1 is always tough to react to because, you know, the overreactions are just, all over the map, right? Baker Mayfield's a Hall of Famer, and Daniel Jones is, a free agent who is never going to play again, right? And it's just so it's tough, but I think you got to use a little bit of discretion. It usually takes about a month to kind of get a real handle on things, and it's not like, I think the first 2 weeks I have found is really tough to gauge. I remember one year Sam White was coaching the Bucks and he had him 2-0. He said, "Oh, I guess it's going to be okay now." And then it's terrible. So it's tough, but you got to go by what you see, and what you saw in some instances was pretty disturbing. And I think you start with the Giants on that one.
Hey, but when you look at the way that they approach preseason and all, does that make it even harder to look at the first 2 weeks and think you're seeing something?
Totally. Because when you played, you're playing so much of the preseason, and it's kind of a good build up to physically get ready for a football season. When you don't play, most of the starters play very little, some none, and it's really tough to just come out of the blocks, play a full football game after a preseason, no matter how much. No matter whether you're in good shape or not, you're never in good football shape when you don't play. And it really makes it tough. And I found it interesting that Bill Belichick a couple of years ago when he's coaching the Patriots, he said, I find that he struggles with what to see in his team or around the league in a month. It takes him a month. I'm like, wow, this is the smartest coach in football, and even he can't figure it out. So I think you got to let the dust settle a little bit. It's a league that, with games just once a week, you analyze and think you got it solved, and you don't. And that's why this league is so great, because it's unpredictable. And, reality one week can be fantasy the next, and can be catastrophe the week after that.
Absolutely. You mentioned the Giants there. There's talent on that roster, D-line, certain spots, but I don't know how good they are, but I don't know that it matters with, like, where is Daniel Jones mentally right now? It's got to be pretty rough on that kid.
Yeah, I think it is pretty rough on him. And, he's really struggled for most of his career. The first game that he played was against Tampa Bay. It was week 3 of 2019, and he had a great game. He brought the team back. It was in Tampa Bay. I think he won the game on a rushing touchdown, and it was like there was euphoria around that guy and that team. And it really hasn't been the same since. His first year, he had 24 touchdowns and 12 interceptions, and he just hasn't come close in the years after that. And I think when doubt creeps in, it gets into your psyche as a quarterback. He can say whatever he wants, and he talked yesterday about how he's dealt with criticism before, and all he cares about is the guys inside the locker room. You can say that all you want, but when you put on a performance like that in week 1 on the celebration of the 100-year anniversary of your football franchise in front of the greats of the Giants over a century, and you play like you did, it's got to get inside your head. And when the fans boo you off the field in the first half of the first game of the regular season, it certainly doesn't help. So
No.
I think, it's tough.
I look at it and I think, like everyone always say, your quarterback is your most important position. And I believe they need to be the most mentally tough. And a lot of times, what we talk about is a lot of quarterbacks are not as mentally tough as we would want them to be. So if that affects him, then that's a problem in my book.
Yeah. And listen, I think, Daniel has shown toughness, both physically and mentally, because he's been criticized a lot over the course of his career. He's not been a winning quarterback, except when he plays your team. But
I guess that's why Thibodeau says not a rivalry.
It's like, guys, I looked up the stats. I did a little prep work for our meeting here.
Appreciate it.
5-1-5. He's 5-1-1 versus Washington, and he's 17-36 against the rest of the league, including 1-7 versus Philly. 5-1-1. Washington has cured a lot of what ails the Giants. And then against them, he's got 10 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Not bad. That's pretty good. And against the rest of the league, it's 52 touchdowns and 39 interceptions. So there's something about, I don't know what it is, but he does well. So that's why, you got to at least leave open the possibility that, he goes into FedEx Field. Oh, I've been good here before. Maybe I can be good again. But he has shown toughness, and I think he is mentally tough. But I don't care how mentally tough you are when you put results up like that, like last week. It's got to get inside your head at some level. That pick 6 he had deep in his own territory, and I think it's the perfect play to describe Daniel Jones right now. And I don't mean to jump on the guy, but okay, the defender obviously sees that it's going to be a swing pass deep in his own territory. He is rushing in, and he knows the play. So as a quarterback, you've got to be able to see that, say, hey, this is not here. This is not, I got to just tuck it in, take the sack, try to run, or just look off this play. But he didn't. And he had another interception that he just threw into coverage. And so it's those plays that he has demonstrated year after year that don't get better. And at some point you've got to say, well, it's not there. And when you're a football team and the reporters ask the coach in week 2, are you going to stick with your quarterback? Man, you got some issues.
Oh yeah.
Bob, while we got you, man, I'm guessing you've watched some or all of the Commanders' first game against the Bucs by now. What do you think of Jaden Daniels? He had some really impressive moments in that first game.
Yeah, I like Jaden Daniels a lot. I think he's got the it factor. You just can't quantify that, can't define it. You just, you see it and it's there. And I think Washington can be fortunate to have a guy like that. Now he's a guy, I think he will listen, it's not going to be perfect and it's not perfect, but I think he's got what it takes mentally to kind of overcome the early rookie stuff. And the players like him. He's got pizzazz, he's got charisma, and he's got ability. And I think the sky's the limit. So I think they're in good shape with him. Baker looked like, he's going to Canton. So I don't know what to make of that. But no, I like what I've seen so far out of Jaden Daniels.
Well, looking at both of the defenses, Washington and also the Giants defense gets tied up with their front. Didn't look very good against the Vikings, and vice versa. Washington didn't look good. Where is the Giants defense, though?
You talked about talent, and it's correct along the defensive line. Starting with Dexter Lawrence, he's a beast in the middle, and you got to account for him usually with two guys. But I just don't know. And Bobby Okereke is a really good, physical, active linebacker who is that's the kind of guy you love to have on your team. So, but I think the secondary is suspect. And I think you can't make a living on pressure. There isn't too much pressure in this defense, but you also, if you don't have a defensive line that is deep enough, you can't get a four-man rush consistently enough to throw the quarterback off his spot. So when Sam Darnold kind of picks you apart at will on the road in week one, I don't know. That's not good.
Yeah. Well, dude, I'll be honest. I'm it was being reported fairly widely that Brian Burns was on the market, and I clearly a super gifted athlete, and it seems like that's what Joe Shane, the Giants GM, is into, is that he just looks for the athletic traits and testing. But I couldn't help notice with Burns. I mean, as much as there's good, consistent play, he only had the 1 year of double-digit sacks. He's never popped through like I think sometimes we get caught up in like, oh, he's a stud edge rusher. Like the stud edge rushers are TJ Watt and Myles Garrett and the Bosas and Khalil Mack. Like there's a tier that he has never touched. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I didn't even mention Burns and Thibodeau, right? Why? Because they were kind of really quiet. I mean, Thibodeau can disappear. Now Thibodeau has moments, and he'll get that double digit sack production, but I think he's a little bit streaky. But that's pass rusher sometimes, and that happens. And Burns can be the same way. They have invested a lot in Burns as well as Thibodeau. I mean, he was a top 5 pick. So, but they got to produce. And when you get
Bob, I looked this one up with specific to Thibodeau. So he's just starting his 3rd season, right? But he's started 32 games. He has 15 and a half sacks in 32 games. 5.5 of them are against Washington. 35% of his
as I looked through this little production sheet, a lot of the Giants stuff is against Washington.
It's crazy.
So
Bob, we got a boogeyman. Thank you very much for the time, dude.
Appreciate you, Bob.
You got it, guys. Good talking.
All right,
Take
man.
care.
As I look through this, they have a small amount of stuff, and a third of it is against
It's
Washington.
crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Bob Glauber is just a tremendous football journalist. You can give him a follow at Bob Glauber, Glauber. Bob is among the absolute best when it comes to writing about football, just like Paul Henry is among the absolute best if you need to get home improvement work done on your home. What Paul does best, the headline here, doors and windows, baby. He has changed my house. I got all new doors, all new windows. House stays nice and warm in the winter, stays nice and cool in the summer. And what's great this time of year, when you have old creaky ass windows and when the weather's beautiful like it is in September and October, you want to open it up, let the cool air in at night. You got them old creaky windows. You know how hard it is just to open them? You can't open them. And then like the thing falls off and there's like, you can hear that noise it's making. Like, this is not going to work. It's not like that with Paul. It is so easy to open and close the windows, and it changes your home. If you call him this month, $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
Most places that you deal with, you can't believe what they say. You can't take their word for it. You can take your word with Paul, and that's what I like about working with him. JP told you about the windows and the doors and things that he does, but I like the fact that when he comes in and tells you something, you can take it to the bank. If he tells you something's going to cost a certain price, that's what it's going to cost. It's not going to be like most people where they come in and they tell you a certain price, and then all of a sudden it starts creeping up every time you see them again. And if it don't have to pay the top dollar, he's not gonna try to sell you that. He'll tell you can cut some dollars right here by doing this. You don't have to do this for this room or that room. A lot of people don't give you that advice. They tell you to try to buy the most expensive thing. Paul doesn't do that. If you want to get some doors from Paul, and I know he's going to treat you right, you go to him right now. He'll get you $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Shout out to B Mitch for bringing a bunch of beef jerky to the Ashburn studios. That stuff's good. Is that like healthy beef jerky?
Yeah.
Kinda
Zero total carbs, and this one has 14 grams
Kind of hit the
per
spot.
ounce of and this one that's 9 grams of protein.
Especially, I clearly didn't have dinner last night, so that
Yeah.
Lauren made me a piece of avocado toast this
This
morning.
is the only steak you're getting.
I'm a healthy fool right now. No shout out to the IRS. I guess you got to start paying those guys soon. Sons of guns. Week 1, B. Bob Glauber said you got to really try not to make too much of it. What do you think would be the biggest overreaction from a week 1 result?
I think what would be the biggest overreaction? If a team go out and lose, people automatically assume that they're absolutely terrible. If a team goes out and win, they think they're great. And I think the worst would be when a team wins a game against a bad team going away, people automatically assume that that's how great their team is. And
Are you talking directly about the Saints and the Panthers?
I'm kind of talking about them. And then when you start to sit there and let's be real, we all hear every player, every coach state, we don't listen to the media, we don't read it.
They all listen.
They don't want to listen to it when it's negative, but when it's positive, they take every damn thing that they say. And maybe, just maybe, the human nature is you hear people talking great about you, you start to believe it. And that means that you just don't push yourself as hard.
Right.
And then you go into the next game and you get smacked. So don't overthink. When you win a game, don't automatically think. We've seen it here. We win a game, we win 2. Oh, we go to 2. Last year we won 2 in a row. How many did we won after that?
2 more.
2 of the next 15.
Yeah.
Okay. So you cannot think you're as good as the initial game, especially against a bad opponent, make you feel.
Sure. I think the most fraudulent result I saw, you tell me, New England beat Cincinnati week 1. I still don't think New England is a playoff team. I still do think Cincinnati is a playoff team.
I don't think New England is a playoff team, but the whole thing about it is, the thing about the NFL is opportunities, and you got to take advantage of the opportunities. If Joe Burrow come out there looking like a damn corpse and looking like somebody that's a minor part of himself, and his receivers aren't ready because they haven't been in camp and things of that nature, you got another one hurt. And then the guy that was running the football for you is in Houston running for 150 yards.
Mm-hmm.
When it looks like that, you take full advantage of it because it's hard to get them
for New England. Good for New England to go on the road in that scenario.
But also,
right?
It is just, I think we looked at Joe over the years. Joe gets hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. They had a running game last year. Don't necessarily have that this year. You got a receiver who wasn't in camp. And when we go back and look over the years, when people aren't in camp for a long time, what normally starts happening with those positions? They start having these little injuries pop up. So what if New England does not, the Bengals don't end up being as good as we think they are?
We'll see.
They can't just because
I'm just telling you, from my week 1, I think the biggest overreaction is folks going to, imagine what all the Boston people are saying right now. Ramondre Stevenson was really good in that game, 25 carries for 120 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Burrow had fewer passing yards than Jaden did, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Jamar Chase did play. T. Higgins didn't play in that game. If I had to say what I would be nervous about if I was the Bengals, though, that rush defense is terrible, dude.
Yeah. So, it's just Joe Burrow has garnered the respect to say, well, he can be better. But he also has garnered the mindset that he may not make it throughout the whole season. And if Joe doesn't make it through the whole season, that team is not going to be as good as they could possibly be.
Shout out to Jawan Bentley, DeMatha kid, DC kid, was at the Touchdown Club dinner last year being honored. He had 12 tackles in that game and a half a sack. Kid's all over the field, man.
Linebacker dude?
Yeah.
That's a little thick one.
He looked like London.
Yeah. It's just like
just built that same way.
London, we said thick. We didn't say nothing else. Just so you hear it.
How do you react to Atlanta dropping the first one? Nothing looked great there. Kirk was 16 of 26 for $150. Had a touchdown pass, but also had 2 picks.
He's cautious. The thing about he's cautious and he had 2 picks. Think about that. So
he's coming back from the Achilles.
Just like I've said about Aaron Rodgers, See, everyone was like, oh, Aaron's throwing the football. If you watch Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't have to step to throw the ball. But that looks good when you don't have anybody covering your guys or rushing you. And in the game the other day, he looked good when he had no pressure and he could throw the ball. He throws it off his back foot. He throws with both feet in the air, sidearm, whatever. He has great arm talent. But in the NFL game, you have to drive sometimes. He didn't push off one time. Kirk kind of seems just like Aaron Rodgers. And let's be real, Aaron's arm is stronger than Kirk's already. If Kirk loses a little velocity, he has a major problem. And on top of that, he's a cautious guy. So being cautious and losing velocity won't be good. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
We mentioned Kayvon Thibodeau a little earlier. He's been very good against Washington, not very good against the rest of the NFL. He decided to talk a whole bunch of S about the Commanders. You'll hear it next.
This sports update is presented by Boldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Jake Irvin is a 10-game winner as his outstanding sixth-inning effort helps lead the Nats over the Braves in Atlanta 5-1. In the game, 6 Nationals registered a multi-hit game that included C.J. Abrams, who provided his 20th home run of the year in the victory. So the Nats now return home to take on the Miami Marlins tonight, the first of a 4-game series. First pitch set for 6:45. Listen to it right here on The Fan. The Mystics are rolling. They dominate Chicago in Chi-Town, 89-58. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, a big early season AFC East tilt. The Buffalo Bills in Miami to take on the Dolphins. Listen to the Westwood One call. Kickoff at 8:15 on the Team 980. And the Pac-12 is back. Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, and Fresno State are all leaving the Mountain West to join the beleaguered league. This sports update presented by Boldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit boldinos.com. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Hey. Goodbye. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. Kayvon Thibodeau's talking S, but B, I wanted to ask you this. You've talked about practice and the lack of preseason play. When does that, and people are talking about it in the stream chat right now, when does that, like, at what point is it, it's regular season now? If you played or didn't play in the preseason, doesn't matter. Like, you got to perform.
It's going to take about 2 to 3 games for it to happen.
Really?
Yeah. Because, like this is the thing. People always assume just because you are a pro football player, you're always ready to play a football game. You might be in shape. You look the part, but you're not in football shape. When the season would end, guys take breaks. And I would tell you, a month after the season, 2 months after the season, I couldn't go out and play a football game at that point. But once I put about a month of work into it, I probably can go back out and get it done. But once you get on the field and you start practicing against other people, then you realize that, okay, I'm not in football shape. I always tell you when guys are out there, we say, oh, man, they were out there working out. They're coming back. They could come back because they see that cone over here. They run 5 yards, put their left foot down, cut to the other side, hit the right cone. But when you run into that cone, if somebody shows up, can you really drop your hips and boom, boom, boom and get out of it? That's when you know you're in football shape. And I think when you lose football shape, you got a problem. And a lot of these guys who've been all the way through training camp still not in football shape. Because you get into you get in better shape of a football, but when you get on the football field, you're going 100% most times.
I think that's what fans don't see, and not you've experienced it, right? Like first person lived it. I have been in enough post-game locker rooms and plenty of post-practice to know and see the difference in the level of physicality. And I don't think folks understand that most players that get to play 60, 70% of the snaps and up, it is full exertion on every snap, on every second. Yeah. And like, I know this, and people can make jokes about this, but this is the truth. When guys get randomly drug tested, right, and you got to pee in the cup, these dudes can't pee. Like sometimes it takes an hour of them chugging water just to get fluids back in. Like their system is so drained.
You drain the hell out of yourself, especially on a hot, like in Tampa.
Sure.
I guarantee you guys lost 7-8 pounds easily in that game.
I don't think people recognize. So like when people talk about football shape, like they're practicing and they're pushing it, but they're not in an actual fist fight car accident on every snap like they are in the game.
When I told you I was getting ready for the bike ride,
yeah,
I was going out and riding 30 miles, 40. The most I rode was 63. The day of that ride, when I rode 109, I burned over 4,000 calories.
Damn.
And then still sweating just because it's hot. When I got through, after the first beer, I felt tipsy.
I bet.
One beer don't do anything, but because you have so much of your fluids out of you, all you got now running through your veins is probably that damn beer. So you get dehydrated like hell out on the football field, and on a hot day like it was last week, guys lost some weight. The big dudes lose even more.
Totally. So that, I don't know. Enough people were asking that question. I thought it was good to try to answer what football shape means. All right. I want to play this Kayvon Thibodeau audio. Thibodeau's a good player. Help me with the pronunciation of this thing.
Thibodeau.
So Tib, not Thib.
Yeah, Thibodeau.
Okay.
The H is silent.
Okay. Thibodeau. 5th overall pick in the 22 draft out of University of Oregon. He's a Southern California guy. Oregon recruits really well down in LA area. Probably they pay a lot, frankly. Thibodeau's supposed to be a beast. The size, speed, all the measurables are there. 6'5", 260. He has not lived up to his draft status, I would say, but he sure has against Washington.
Yeah.
He also had a much better second season last year than he did his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get much going in the first game against Sam freaking Darnold, but still, Thibodeau decided to say this about Washington.
I would say Washington in particular, they're not really a rival, but they're a, what would you call it, in conference? Yeah, in conference, in our same division. There we go. They're in our division, so it's always a great game. We see them twice a year, so I'm excited. Jaden Daniels is a great quarterback. He's from Cali, grew up knowing him, grew up with him, so I understand, he's a great player, and I'm excited to go against him.
So I think when you read that, and I'm sure on Instagram it's a headline like Kayvon Thibodeau says Washington's not a rival. What he's like, man, they're not our rival. It's a division game. I don't think he really.
If you look at it, since he's got into the league, have they been?
No.
Okay. So I think this is the thing, we automatically assume our biggest rival is the Cowboys. When I got to Philly, I realized their biggest rival were the Giants. But then when I went to the Giants, I realized that the whole damn division all have a little dislike for each other. You know what I mean? Everybody hated the Cowboys, but the Eagles-Giants games were the most physical I've seen in a long time.
Sure.
We hated the Cowboys, but when we played the Eagles, that was physical as hell. And when we played the Giants, it was always super, super close. So what is the definition of rival? You know what I mean? Like, is it something that fans make up, or is it something that's really done on the field? Because I'm going to tell you, I saw no difference, and I normally saw an elevation of physicality when we played the Giants, the Eagles, even the Cardinals. When we were killing them, it was still tough. But everyone assumes it's just the Cowboys all the time.
Well, so much of it is just playing a team a second time.
Yeah.
There's an inherent increased knowledge base, and then inherently that's going to create, like, when you know somebody and oh man, that what was the play Thursday night, right? In the opener last week, one of the dudes was it Isaiah Likely? Somebody on the Ravens was pissed about a hit he took.
I think it was Likely.
Remember he went off post game?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, yeah, 55, when I see you again, something like that, right?
Yeah.
The odds are they're not going to see each other again. It would have to be in the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the division game, when that happens, you get to see him again.
Yeah.
Like all those little things add up.
The smallest thing can make something into a rival. Listen, he said he grew up with Jaden. Grew up knowing it.
Right.
That could be a rival. What if I played against somebody in high school? Now he's on a team in my division. That makes me want to be up for that team even more, because we go back home, we can brag about it. You know what I'm saying? Every little thing can make it, but ultimately, when you look at the fact of teams that can knock another team out of the playoffs, and they knocked you out of the playoffs and the championship and all that type of thing, those rivals grow. And then it comes down to fans disliking people because of whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I think they are still rivals. I wouldn't say that it's number one, but he's come into the league and has had the upper hand all those times. So he's like, they're not a rival. But this is the thing again about a young guy. He's in his 20s. He has not looked at the history to know that, yes, it's a damn rival.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Giants and back when it was the Redskins and all, they had some games where it mattered to where you're going to go on in the playoffs, be where you're going to be positioned and going into the playoffs. You know, a team wins the Super Bowl out of your division, you want to top them next time.
How would you rank at this point? Let's go around the room on this because I'm curious. I feel like everybody might have a different take. How would you rank for Washington? And let's be honest, some of it even just sounds different with the new name. But like Commanders' biggest rivals, Giants, Cowboys, Eagles,
I go Eagles first.
I was kind of thinking the same
I
thing.
go Eagles first because the fans of the Eagles
take over.
They make it worse.
Yeah.
Because, the fans here, they know how they are. And then I'll go Giants. Then I'll go Cowboys.
Cowboys last?
Yes. Because think about this. We automatically assume it's the Cowboys because you always think back in the day, Cowboys and Indians. That's how it came from.
Right.
But what team seems to be able to have your number more often? The Giants. So I throw the Giants there because we all sit here up until this Thursday this week. What we've been saying all week. We're scared to talk a lot because the Giants always have our numbers. You're more concerned about the Giants than you are the Cowboys. The Giants can be horrible, and you're still worried about them. The Cowboys have had better talent over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. They've had better talent. The Giants hadn't always had the better talent, but look at their record. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this team goes out and win 5 games, 6 games. They beat you 2 times. Okay, that stuff that makes it a little bit better because we are normally more equally matched with them, and they seem to get the best. The teams that have better talent, we seem to have a split with them a lot of times.
Yeah, it's interesting. You make a hell of a point.
Danny says, I hate them all. Danny, I am with you, dog. I hate them all too.
Is that Danny Frank?
No, this is a Danny on the line. I don't know if it's Danny Frank or not.
Well, if it is, I know he does. All right, where do I land here? I'm with you. I think the Eagles rivalry has become the biggest, and I think a lot of it is that Washington usually plays the Eagles really tough.
Plays them tough, and look at the proximity. It's
Sure.
much closer than it is all the way to Dallas.
And, dude, some of it might be you can probably figure out who this player is, but there's a player on Washington now that played for Philly for a long time, and he was asked about making his home debut this weekend. He's like, yeah, I've played in the stadium a long time, but it'd be nice to have the home fans cheering for me. And I didn't want to put him in a rough spot and say this out loud. I may have whispered it later, but I said, dude, playing for the Eagles, you probably had the home crowd with you. I think,
yes,
I think the way Philly has taken over FedEx, Northwest, I guess they never took over Northwest. We'll see. But the way they've taken over home games in Landover, I think has added fuel to that.
Yeah.
And dude, they've been doing that now consistently long enough.
Rivalries are not only grown on the field, it's grown off the field as well. And when you deal with a lot of stuff that we hear the fans talking about when the Eagles fans come down here, that makes that rivalry grow because the fan base get a little bit more antagonized and elevated. The emotions get more elevated when those teams come in. Hell, the Steelers come through here too. They take over the stadium. We don't have the same mindset and the stories and rumors coming back from those games. But when it's the Eagles, it's a different thing.
Let's go to now. Obviously, I'm fully aware that historically it's been Dallas. I'm fully aware of that. It just feels a little different now. To your point, it was Cowboys and Redskins. You know what I mean? Redskins, Cowboys. It was Thanksgiving. It was Pat Summerall. It was John Madden. Just, I don't know. That one feels a little different. Landini, give me your NFC East rivalry rankings.
I would go Cowboys number 1, Eagles 2, Giants 3.
Okay. Why do the Cowboys still get it? Just the history?
Yeah, and they're the biggest team. It seems like there's tons of Cowboys fans living in the area still. I think that if you're talking to fans, the team that they would care most about beating would be the Cowboys.
Maybe we let fans chime in on this. How does everybody feel about the phones right here?
I'm cool with that.
NFC East Rivalry Rankings, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Historically, it has absolutely been the Cowboys. I wonder if we're still there or if things have kind of emerged in a new light. I mean, it's 2024. The
Cowboys,
Washington or Dallas hasn't won a Super Bowl since the mid-90s.
The Cowboys thing, though. Did it become a rivalry more because of the play on the field? Or did it become a rivalry because of the fight zone that the Cowboys owner supposedly had owned or whatever, or had to sell it back to him or figure out something? The whole story of that became something more than anything else than the actual play. And then over the years, it became a great thing because, TV's played up the Cowboys versus the Indians, that all type of stuff.
Sure. And the teams were really good for a long time.
But today, I think I see a lot of craziness when that green rolls in here too.
Bro, I think it might be the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put a tweet out now that everybody can vote on. And I'm trying to be fair. I said, who's the Commanders' biggest rival now? I gave Cowboys, Eagles, Giants, or other. Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
I can't list every damn team. All right. I'm posting it so people can vote. We'll open the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jeffrey, give me your NFC East rivalry rankings.
It will always be the Cowboys number one in my eyes. Like I can't even. I hate playing with them on Madden. Like I just have a bad taste for the Cowboys. Then it will have to be the Eagles and then the Giants. And the reason why I rank it like that is because Cowboys, historically, I just grew up hating that team. Two, the Eagles have been the best team in the NFC East. And we will beat them one time. They'll split with us. The Giants, they're a trash team that, they beat teams that they are not supposed to beat, and unfortunately that is us. So I just count like I don't really. So man, we got to beat the Giants, but it's always, for the past couple of years, it's been Dallas and Philly competing for the top spot, and I always had more pride beating them than worrying about the Giants. So Cowboys, Eagles, Giants.
Cowboys, Eagles, Giants. I agree with you. The Giants are last. Like, it never has seemed as vitriolic as Cowboys or Eagles games, but nothing to me matches the intensity, anger, like level of, oh my God, a fight could happen at any second as Eagles games. And maybe that's about Eagles fans.
That's on the field or off.
Yo, this is the most stabby city in America. We're going to take your calls next. This is the Commanders we're talking about, the 2024 Washington Commanders. Hail to the Commanders. Who is their biggest rival? Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Good morning, everyone. Well, tonight, week 2 of the NFL season gets going with a big early season AFC East clash. The Buffalo Bills heading south to Miami to take on the Dolphins. Westwood One coverage starts at 8 for an 8:15 kick. Listen on the Team 980. Football in our area this week, both JMU and Navy are off. Virginia Tech is at Old Dominion. Coverage at 4 for a 6 o'clock kick Saturday on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. Maryland is at Virginia, rekindling an old rivalry. Coverage starts at 7 for an 8 o'clock Saturday kick on the Team 980. And the Commanders host the Giants Sunday at 1. The Nats win 5-1 in Atlanta, and Washington will open a 4-game series with the Marlins tonight at 6:45. Listen to it right here on The Fan. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
In the middle of the night. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Kayvon Thibodeau kind of kicked the hornet's nest. He said, we don't really view the Commanders as our rivals. Yeah, they play in the division, but not necessarily rivals. And it kind of got me and B talking and thinking. Now, and I got a ton of text messages about this. I posted a Twitter poll. The year is 2024. The team is the Washington Commanders. Who's their biggest rival? Now, over 1,000 people have voted. 52% say it's the Cowboys. And if you say it's the Cowboys, I'm not telling you you're wrong. There is a long historical precedent there. Another 18% said the Eagles, 19.8% said the Giants, and another 10% said other. Brian and I both think now it's kind of the Eagles. I feel like Eagles games have the most juice, but I also think that's because they typically play well against the Eagles. And the Giants has been mind-boggling for a long time. I mean, the Cowboys tend to throttle them lately. Barstool Nate responded to the Twitter poll. Who's the Commanders' biggest rival now? He said Ron Rivera. Shout out to Shelly. She said themselves. Themselves. I don't know. Kind of a lot of jokes here, but I know a lot of people feel definitively like my guy Tarek down in Richmond texted me, it's got to be Dallas, but I think Philly has become 1B to Dallas is 1A. My boy John Bennett said, I went to college in New York. It's definitely the Giants.
But if you think about that, he said Philly is the 1B to Dallas 1A. If Dallas had that big jump and now Philly is tied with them, what it tell you? Over the last few years, the Eagles have been more of it than what Dallas has been. That's how you catch somebody. You don't catch somebody by them still being the winner and leading. They start to fall off, and the other one starts to grow. So if they're tied up in a sense, you're telling me that the Eagles is the rival now.
We're going to kick things off with Jupe on line 5. Jupe, who's the Commander's biggest rival?
JP, D-Miss, what's going on, fellas?
What up, brother?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm with Jeff, where I feel like in my heart of hearts, it's always going to be the Cowboys, and I'm on the same line too. I refuse to select them on Madden. I feel like as soon as I select the Cowboys, my system's going to shut down and blow up along with my TV, so I'll never use them on Madden. But to be honest with ourselves, I feel like as of today, the team that's our biggest rivals is the Giants. Both teams sucks right now, and they've been kicking our tail for the past few times that we played. I think the Cowboys and the Eagles are more of rival to each other than they are to us right now until we get our stuff together. That's all I got for y'all.
Thanks,
All right,
Jupe.
brother.
So that was kind of a vote for all three, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
kind of cheated, Jupe. Obviously, context matters. I believe in context. Let's go to Charles in College Park. Hello, Charlie. Who's the biggest rival?
Gentlemen, how are you?
What's that?
Good, buddy.
Good, man. Please, Charlie, not Charles. I feel like a butler when people call me Charles. Makes my stomach crawl. I agree with you guys completely. I agree with the previous caller that it's Dallas 1A, Philadelphia 1B, and the Giants dead last. The only reason the Giants might be a rival is because they've been dominating us lately. I go back to 1960 when the Dallas Cowboys came into the league. I live in College Park, and I ask people everywhere I go, people are strangers in stores, are you a Cowboys fan? And 50-50, they say yes, and then we start joning on each other. Washington, as Doc Walker says, Washington's not going to have rivalries with these teams unless they start beating them, winning ball games. I hate the way the Cowboy fans and Philly fans come in here and they joan on Washington and they talk down to you. That's got to change. That's where the rivalry is right now. And all the players on Washington's team, none of them know about the history of Philadelphia and Dallas, the great rivalry and history with Dallas, and the dirty ball playing with Philadelphia. I'd have to put Dallas first. I don't hate Dallas. I respect them as a good team. I hope we kick their asses, Philly. I hope we kick their asses. Play ball.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, buddy.
He said that you have to beat a team sometimes to be a rival. So I would say that the Eagles is a team that we beat more often, and they're closer. They try to take over the stadium, so that might be the rival. Because I know the history. I've seen it. Okay, I know it. Been in it. But as of late, it's been more of the green instead of that little blue and silver. They just talk too damn much. They're like cockroaches.
So, a few interesting things here. When I was in college at the University of Maryland, the basketball team was really good, right? And the games against Duke were epic.
Yep.
And during that stage, I think Dean Smith had recently retired. They were Carolina was kind of in between coaches. And undeniably, for like a 3-4 year stretch, Maryland Duke was the biggest rivalry. But the historic precedent of Carolina Duke always loomed, and that was always their biggest game.
Yeah.
So Maryland was like in this weird, stepdaughter role in the rivalry.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think for years, Redskins Cowboys was the rivalry, and the Eagles were like the little brother. And I think that has shifted. I think Eagles Cowboys is now the biggest rivalry in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Like my friend Newey Scruggs covers the Cowboys, NBC down in Dallas. And he loves making a joke about Dallas week and all that, right? Like there's no way Dallas week is what it was, period.
No, it's not. It's not like it. Listen, I know people like to, once you ask that question, now they focus and they go back to the history. I'll just ask this question. If you were around in the 1990s and you're around now, around early 2000 and you're around now, do you see anything like it used to be? I used to basically be able to drive around town and knew exactly what the hell was going on. You don't even see it anymore on either side. That's the thing about it. You don't see it on either side. But I can tell you when the Eagles are coming up, I start to hear people discussing stuff more often. Because as of late, what team is in the playoffs and then been in the Super Bowl? It's the Eagles.
Right.
So
and the Giants before that.
You have to you compare yourself to the best, not the other people that's not winning. Shit, Dallas, excuse me. Dallas hadn't won as long as we haven't won and been in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So how do you consider them a rival? You aspire to be like the better teams, not like the teams that are not. So that's me telling Dallas fans too. Your place is garbage.
Yeah.
You're even more garbage than you think we are. You know why? Because you always have the better talent and are supposed to be in a Super Bowl. And you do the same thing we do. You watch from your house.
Some good comments in the stream. Locked on Law said, living in the past is all Washington fans do. Rev T, dude. The Commanders' biggest rivalry is themselves. They have no identity of who they are. So how can they be a rival with another team? It's a weird place. What does Nell in Hyattsville have to say? Nell, who's the biggest rival?
Mitch, Femi, how y'all doing, man?
How you doing, brother?
Good, buddy.
Good. Look, for me, it's personal. For me, it's very personal. It's the Giants. And the reason why I say the Giants is it would be the Cowboys. But the reason why I say the Giants is because my family in New York, my family in Georgia, my family in Texas, my family in Florida, and my Bama brother who grew up in the same house as me is all Giants fans. All Giants fans. So I can't escape it. And the fact, D. Mitch, you have something to do with it as well, man. The fact that you played your last year with the Giants, they just throw that back in my face because they know that you're my second favorite player on the Skins. So For me, it's the Giants.
Well, it should
and the
be
fact that
Dan Snyder is the rival then. 'Cause they're the reason that I left.
Mel,
man,
thanks
look,
for the call, man. Thanks
hey,
for the call, dude.
All right, bro.
Now we do
See, now I'm getting blamed for that.
it's the alumni's fault.
Nah, you go when you're not wanted somewhere, you got to go somewhere else, right?
Now this could get interesting. There's an NFL owner on the line, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Jera has called in to give his take on who's the Commanders' biggest rival. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, Finley. Brian, my hopes are that you get that Hall of Fame. Whatever I can do, you're one player I think who played any damn position on the field. You might have got crushed in some of them, but you'd have given it everything you got. I almost feel tired of saying that after you just threw my team under the bus. But listen, anybody that's above the age of 45 knows it's the Cowboys and the Commanders/Redskins just because of the previous history that we had. It was more historic than any other. I get emotions that aren't even identified in a psychiatric book. The color of my pee is different. My taste buds are different. All doing that one damn week. We do anything. And all you got to do is ask any Commander fan, what team do you want to beat the most on your schedule? And I guarantee that will go from 52% to 120%. Because everybody in the DMV wants to beat the Cowboys. I do respect the Commander fans. I've been out to that stadium, never had a problem. You go up north to Baltimore, those are the worst damn fans. I hate them more than I hate the Commanders. I swear to God, they'll try to kill you.
Very interesting. Jera, I actually wanted to bring that up because I got a ton of responses to the Twitter poll saying it's the Ravens now. And I want to ask Jeff. I want to ask others.
Well, Jeff cheered for both.
I know.
Can't be his rival.
Where do the Ravens rank in the rivalry discussion? Nobody go anywhere. Taking your calls. Bob Papa joins us at noon.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like, and you'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian and bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the fan, discussing who's the Commanders' biggest rival. It's an interesting conversation that, for 100 years, everybody just would have said Dallas, but it kind of seems to have shifted, I'd say, to at least a 1A, 1B with the Eagles. I posted a Twitter poll about just that, and the results keep pouring in. Now over 1,500 votes. 50% say it's the Cowboys, 17% say Eagles, 21% say Giants, and 10% say other. If it's other, the answers tend to be Ravens. A lot of jokes have been made. Their biggest rival are the people that won't give up on changing the name back to Redskins, because those people just don't live in reality, or the rebrand itself is their rival.
Craziness.
It is craziness, but a lot of folks want to weigh in. Let's try our guy Toothpick is on line 8. What up, Pick?
What's good, JP? Happy belated birthday to a big ear blogger. What's up, D-Mitch?
Thanks, chilling, brother.
All right, listen. It's historically it's the Cowboys, because, like the caller before, Dara, it's got to do with family. Half of your family's Cowboy fans, and you want to have that one up on them. But realistically, we played the Eagles the closest over the last couple of years. So it's got to be the Eagles and then the Cowboys for family's sake. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, brother. Our guy Drew, I think, will have good perspective on this. Drew, who's the biggest rival, dude?
Well, I agree with everyone who said historically it's the Cowboys. But for me, the last 24 years, I've gone to every Washington Giant game there is, home or away. And I go to all those games with my buddy Vince. He and I have been friends since kindergarten. And I will tell you, the last several years, going to these games with him is a problem. I was going to ask a favor of you guys. If I can get an early Bleep You Vince, I will record that, and I will gladly play it for him at the end of the game if we win. Because losing to the Giants is really a problem.
All right. Thank you, Drew.
I stepped over you. Can you guys say that again, just so I can record it?
Bleep You Vince.
Thank you, B. Mitch. I will play that loud and hopefully proudly Sunday afternoon, because he's on his way down. So thank you, guys.
If we win, call me. I'll tell him the real word.
Let's go to West Virginia. Just see what happens here. Hello, Ernest. Who's the Commander's biggest rival?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call again. How you doing, B. Mitch?
Doing well, man. How you doing?
What up, man?
You know what? For me, it's still Dallas, but it seems like it's changing a little bit. Because I mean, I'm from the old days. You know, when we played Dallas, it's almost like you knew the whole city knew about it. And I gave an example how it's changing, because when Josh Harris went to was it the Twin Cities, where every owner had to vote for Harris to take over the team. And I called that during that at that time. Jerry Jones made a statement. You all go back and check on your records of that day. Jerry, the guy interviewed a short interview with Jerry Jones about how it's going, and Jerry Jones made a statement about Dallas, taking over the Redskins or the Commanders, or kick their tails or something. He made a comment. See,
did we lose him? All right. Sorry, Ernest. Thanks for the call, though, man. Appreciate you. I think it's either Dallas or Philly, and I don't think it's that close. And I do think there is juice for Dallas games, and I don't know, because there's so many like fake Dallas fans here that have never been to Texas, but that this is their team, blah blah blah. Yeah. I think when you go to the game down there every year at Jerry World, there's a lot of burgundy and gold there every year. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of fans down there, and then there's fans that travel there. Like it does coexist. But the games have been closest with Philly. Yeah, both games last year were close. 2 years ago when they were undefeated and they beat them on Monday Night Football. Hell, the year Ron won the NFC East at 7-9, it was Philly at the end of the season where they had to
they put out
Sudfeld.
Yeah, Sudfeld.
I mean, go back to when Kirk won the NFC East. They had to beat Philly week 16 before they then clinched everything week 17.
The question is more or less a two-part question. Historically, what is and what has been over the last 10 to 15 years. Last 10 to 15 years, it has clearly been the Eagles. Historically, it is the Cowboys.
Right.
But you like younger people today, if they're looking at it, a lot of them don't really know about those days in the 80s and the 90s and things like that. They know about late 90s, I mean late 2000s and the 2020s and stuff now.
I know the story because of, I try to take the history of the organization seriously, but like, I don't remember Darryl Grant knocking the ball away in the NFC title game. Like, whenever I heard we want that, the first time I really feel like I heard a "We want Dallas" chant was when Cooley had was the Cooley era. You know what I mean?
Tell you this: go listen to the Cooley era "We want Dallas," and go listen to the 1980s and 90s "We want Dallas." And I guarantee you, the level, the one back in the 80s and 90s was at a 10. The one with Cooley was a 5.
I get it, and I agree. I'm just saying,
it has dissipated. And I know people don't want us to act like it did, but I would just tell the people that are my age and people that are older than me, when that week comes, is it anything like it used to be?
I think the people that want to pretend like nothing has changed are largely like in the marketing department. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's a ton of fans that would agree with that sentiment.
Well, if you put that out, like, they'll come in and say, "Oh no, it's the same for." Everyone says it's the same for me.
Right.
Individually, but back in the day, it was not an individual thing. It was a whole area thing.
Sure.
Believe me.
Let's take this call. JJ in White Plains been on hold for a while. JJ, who's the biggest rival?
How we doing, Hall of Famer B. Mitch and JP?
How you doing,
so let me
Thanks,
give you a fruit. Let me give you a fruit tidbits. Okay, it's always historically it's going to be the Cowboys. Okay, it's always going to be historically. I bleed burgundy and gold. Okay, but this is a note. The Eagles, I have to respect the Eagles fan because they show us more respect to us than the Giants. The Giants basically has been sorry so bad, and they still shows us disrespect, whereas the Eagles know that when they come to play us, we got to be on our A game because we can lose. But we can be sorry, and the Giants can be sorry. They still shows us disrespect when both of us is sorry. But the Eagles shows us more respect than any team in NFC East, than any other team. And let me bring it back to historically, okay? Historically, Washington still have of above 500 winning percentage when it comes to the Eagles. Winning percentage to the Giants, it kills us. Cowboys kills us. The Giants is the Eagles is the only one that we still have an above 500 winning percentage over. But I do want to let you know, it's still Washington, Eagles, and Giants. Giants was number 2 back in the day when they had Carl Banks, Joe Morris, okay? When it was Joe Morris, Mark Mervile, Carl Banks, we couldn't stand them. They was our number 2. It was Washington number 1, and Giants was number 2 when it was the Carl Banks era. Even
Cowboys
Eagles,
number 1.
Your Cowboys number 1.
Yeah.
Even
Thank you for the
Eagles,
JJ. We got to bounce, man. We're very late. Thank you for the call, dude. I appreciate it. When we come back, Bob Papa joins the program.
Pop.
This sports update is presented by Boldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Nats are finally back at home after a 4-4 road trip. Now, last night, a solid 5-1 win in Atlanta over the Braves. Washington will send Mitchell Parker to the hill tonight for a 6:45 start. DJ Hurst tomorrow at 6:45. Patrick Corbin Saturday at 4:05. And Mackenzie Gore Sunday at 1:35 in their upcoming 4-game series with the Marlins from Nats Park. Listen to the series in its entirety right here on The Fan. The Mystics' early season woes are well behind them. They are winners of 6 and 8. They're just a game out of the playoffs with 4 to play. They won by 31 last night, 89-58 in Chicago. And tonight is Thursday Night Football, week 2 of the NFL season commencing. It's a good one. The Bills heading south to take on the Dolphins at 8:15 kick. Listen to it live with the Westwood One call on the Team 980. This sports update presented by Boldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit boldinos.com. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, Commanders, offensive and defensive coordinators talking today. You're going to hear that right here on B. Mitch and Finley. But coming up right now, we are excited to get the voice of the New York Giants, Mr. Bob Papa, on the line. Bob, what's going on, man? Thanks for making time for us today.
Hey, great to be on with you guys. How are you?
Well, man. How you doing?
We're doing really well. It's kind of interesting. We've been having this debate here with the first NFC East game of the season for Washington and for the Giants also. You know, for a long time in the NFC East, there was kind of like a hierarchy of the rivalries, and Washington and Dallas were big, and Philly and New York were big, and they were all big, but there was kind of those two, and then kind of down from there. For your viewpoint with the Giants, like, how does the NFC East stack up for like a rivalry standpoint?
Great question, because it depends on your age, right? I mean, when you think about the 80s, it was the Giants and Washington were basically the big dogs of the NFC East. And it was almost as if the 49ers were part of the rivalry, because it felt like the Giants and it felt like the 49ers would play each other a whole heck of a lot in Monday Night Football games, competing for chances to go to the Super Bowl. Obviously, it's changed dramatically, you know, over the last 25 years. And the Giant Philly thing is now, you know, pretty intense. And I think all 3 teams in the division share the commonality in the absolute disdain for Dallas.
100%.
So it's kind of interesting because, yeah, this rivalry certainly has not been the same. And, you know, listen, it's been a pretty down time for the Commanders over the last 20 years or so. So
Right.
it's hard to be a rival when you're not having success.
I think that's really, and where Brian and I kind of landed was, and obviously B played for this organization, and all the NFC East games were crazy, but Dallas week used to really mean something. And now it's like generally the Commanders, the Burgundy and Gold, whatever they're called, have played their best games against the Eagles, and maybe that's why that's ramped up. And generally, they've played terribly against the Giants.
Yes, they have.
So knowing that, and knowing this is a new staff, kind of a new day in DC, what do you make? I mean, Giants look pretty rough week 1. Daniel Jones looked pretty rough, but man, they always show up in Landover.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, Jones is 5-1-1 against the Commanders.
He had one of his best games his rookie season in that overtime win when he threw for 352 and 5 touchdowns in the game. But yeah, so if there's ever a get right game, like if he can't function to the level that he functioned his rookie year or even 2 years ago when he didn't turn the ball over and he accounted for 22 touchdowns and the Giants went on the road and won a road playoff game. If this week is a continuation of last week, which is a continuation of what happened the year before, I think his time as the starting quarterback of the Giants is going to be growing pretty narrow because, you hope that he's not, completely shell-shocked after the beating that he took last year. Now he's coming off an ACL and, he, as Phil Simms told me the other day, he goes, he was almost playing too fast. He was almost overreacting to things. So he's got to find that balance. Now, look, Dan Quinn is the DC with Dallas, 6-0 against the Giants. So he has been able to concoct a recipe from a scheme standpoint that has given the Giants fits as the DC of the Cowboys. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to bring Micah Parsons and Diggs and all those other guys, Lawrence. He couldn't bring all those guys with him, but I'm sure he'll do some things that'll cause the Giants some issues offensively.
Well, the defense of the Giants that's their better, I would say, side. Didn't look like it against the Vikings. What was their problem last week?
Yeah, that's a great question, Brian, because they did a decent job against the run early, but they kind of let go of the rope. Listen, it's a new scheme. Shane Bowen is coming in. They've changed over personnel. They didn't have one of their starting inside backers, Micah McFadden. He was injured, so they started a 6th-round rookie who played okay in the game. I just think that the whole thing kind of snowballed on them. And they played hard for 60 minutes. But when they got down, it looked like they really couldn't figure out a way out of it on either side of the ball. I mean, Sam Darnold hit his first 13 pass attempts. That's not Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. And, I think with, Sunday there was a big celebration. This is the 100th season of Giants football, and we rolled out onto the field at halftime. The top living 100 players in the history of the franchise and a family member of the deceased, and a lot of those are Hall of Famers. And it was this weekend was so built up, and it almost felt like the pressure got to them. And when things went wrong and they fell behind 7-3, and then they fell behind 14-3, it was like they were in quicksand and they could not make a play to get themselves out of it.
Talking with Bob Papa here, voice of the Giants. You can follow him on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, at Bob Papa _NFL. It's interesting you say the quicksand thing there, because between Hard Knocks, which I can't imagine the organization is thrilled they were forced to do that at this point, because it really didn't look great for at least Joe Shane, I would say.
For sure.
Between Hard Knocks and John Mara publicly saying, I really don't want to see Saquon in Philly. And then Saquon going for 3 touchdowns in the opener. And then Jones throwing 2 picks, including a pick 6 in the opener. What is like the vibe or just kind of, how are people trying to ignore like the big picture and just focus on the immediacy of this week up there?
Well, it depends. It depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about fans, media, it's all an uproar. But as Brian knows, NFL players, professional athletes have an ability to compartmentalize things, because you can't let, I think this was a Dan Quinn quote last year when the Cowboys got smoked in a game. I don't know if it was against the Niners or somebody, they got smoked. And his message to his defense was, we can't let what happened last week affect the outcome of what is going to happen this week. And I think you got to just put that in the rearview mirror. You do your corrections, you learn from it, you do what you got to do. and then you just go out and begin your preparation for a new week, because you can't change what happened last week, as bad as it was. As far as this Jones situation is concerned, look, they tried to get a deal done with Saquon. He wound up signing with Philadelphia for the same exact deal that the Giants offered him during the bye of 2022. For whatever reason, that number wasn't acceptable. And, they played the franchise game with him. But you move on, because I think they come of the philosophy of you don't allocate that much money to that position in today's NFL. And if you go back to the 2007, the 2000 season, where the Baltimore Ravens had that incredible defense, and they had a rookie running back who was outstanding, went for over 1,000 yards, and it was a very run-centric offense because of it was a run-centric offense, and then throw it to Shannon Sharp, and then play great defense. Either you take that team, and you take Marshawn Lynch in Seattle when they won the Super Bowl against the Broncos, where the offense was built around Marshawn Lynch, and then a young Russell Wilson would make some plays down the field. Mm-hmm. If you look at every Super Bowl champion since, show me the high-paid first-round draft pick, fulcrum of the offense running back that's been handed a Lombardi trophy. And I'll only give you those two. Everybody else has won with a compilation. The Giants did it in 07 and 11 with a three-headed monster. Do you remember who Aaron Rodgers' running back was? Can you name all of Brady's running backs over the different incarnations?
It's
just
a
look
good
at
point.
all the teams. The game has changed, and I don't think he wanted to allocate $13 million a year to a running back and have the offense and be built around that player, because history has shown us in this century that running back-centric offense with a stud, highly paid back don't deliver Super Bowls. Ezekiel Elliott didn't win a Super Bowl. Adrian Peterson didn't win a Super Bowl. Kansas City's doing it with a run. I'm not saying you don't have to have a run game, because Kansas City proved that, but you can do it with undervalued assets.
But see, the thing about it, though, all those teams had exceptional quarterbacks. The Giants don't have an exceptional quarterback.
Well, right now they don't. Yeah, right now he's the guy.
So I mean, if you have Pat, you have Aaron, you can win with a subpar running back. If you don't have those type of running, I think that's the problem. Everybody that tries to follow that mindset, if you don't have that quarterback, you might want to go with another position. And I just think somebody hadn't really stuck to it. They keep trying to copycat the rest of the league, and Daniel Jones is none of those quarterbacks.
Correct. And remember, they didn't draft him. Dave Gettleman drafted him. And, they got in a situation with Saquon, and his contract's up, and Jones, and they were going to franchise one, and they were going to sign the other, and they couldn't get the deal done with Barkley, but they were able to get a deal done with Jones, and they have an out after 2 years. Remember, they didn't draft him. So, it's not their guy. Like Dan Quinn's coming in, and he's got Jaden Daniels, and he's going to be able to ride with them and let them grow. This, they were trying to kind of patch together and fix somebody that had been broken. And let's face it, how many quarterbacks really do have success in the NFL when in your first 5 years, you've had 3 head coaches, 2 general managers, 5 offensive coordinators, and 6 different offensive line coaches? It really doesn't lead to success. So I guess it's kind of like, hey, we're going to put some weapons around him. We're going to fix the offensive line to the best of our abilities. We're going to draft a Malik Neighbors, and now it's put up or shut up. And if not, we can get out of this deal after this year, because it was a 4-year deal, but with an out after 2. And then we'll go draft a quarterback that we think can lead us to where we have to go.
All right.
Hey, Bob, how healthy is that offensive line? I know that was a real point of emphasis this offseason for the Giants, and then it seemed like I thought I saw guys were even getting banged up in the preseason.
Yeah, they really didn't have the group fully together throughout the preseason, but unlike when Brian played, where offensive lines were given, 3 years to gel. God, I remember George Young telling me in 1988, as they're starting to draft the guys to replace the suburbanites, he goes, they'll get reps, and, within 3 years, they'll all come together. Now in the NFL, it's like hey, if you get like 2 preseason games in and you get
You gotta
like 2
figure it
weeks
out.
worth
3
of practice
weeks.
together.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But I think they're relatively healthy. I mean, Andrew Thomas is back. He's still a stud. They've upgraded the position, but not with Pro Bowl players, just better players than they had. And, this is a big weekend for the Giants. I think it's a bigger weekend for the Giants than it is for the Commanders in the sense that, look, what Jaden Daniels potentially is going to be, and you already saw some good stuff in week 1. And this is a new program. This is a new situation. I think there's a lot more pressure on the Giants on Sunday because there were some different expectations for them coming into the year.
I agree with you. Everything in Washington, no matter they could go 0-17 and everybody's coming back. Like they're not gonna go 0-17, but this is the first year of a rebuild. Everybody's aware of the scenario. There's real pressure on front office coaches, everything in New York.
Yeah.
What is the path for the Giants to win on Sunday?
The path for them to win on Sunday would be the quarterback, obviously, to play better. And I'm not just talking about the 2 interceptions. One of them was a 4th and goal from the 8-yard line. What are you going to do if nobody's open? You're going to throw it out of bounds incomplete? You're going to take a chance, right? You're going to try to zip one in there and hit somebody. I think I think that what they have to do in this football game is not turn it over, obviously. They got to get a little bit more of a run game, which is going to be tough against those 2 D tackles in there. But I think if they can get a little bit of rhythm and not get into these 3rd and longs. I mean, last year, the Giants were 31st in 3rd down conversions or 30th in 3rd down conversions. And 40% of their 3rd downs were 9+. And they had a bunch of 3rd and longs again last week. They got to stay in better down and distance because, look, you guys saw it last week. The Commanders secondary can be had, all right? And the Giants have some guys that can stretch a defense and then get Malik Neighbors in space. And, defensively, the Giants are going to have to keep eyes on Jaden Daniels, right? Because if you're playing man and your back's turned and that first read is taken away, he's not going to just hurt you with his legs. He's going to crush you with his legs. And, in 9 career games against the Giants, McLaurin's got 3 100-yard receiving games. I'd expect him to be more involved this week. And, don't let Brian Robinson start ripping off runs where Jaden Daniels can play on schedule.
It's gonna be a fun one, Bob. We appreciate you making time for us, man. I know you're busy on a game week and you got a lot going on, but we'll see you. I don't know if you're ready for this. Do you know the new name of the stadium?
Yeah, Northwest Stadium.
Boom.
Yeah.
We will see you at Northwest Stadium on Sunday, Bob. Thanks very much.
Hey, can I give you one funny, interesting little nugget that I unearthed?
Absolutely.
This is like one of the few times you might have Jaden Daniels and Daniel Jones in the same sentence. But obviously, Jaden Daniels last week had 2 rushing touchdowns in his first ever start. He's the first quarterback in his first ever start, not week 1, but his first ever start since Daniel Jones in 2019 to rush for 2 or more touchdowns in his first career start. In Jones' first start in Tampa when they won, he ran for 2 touchdowns that day too. So they're tied forever.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Bob, real quick, you said that if Jones doesn't start playing better, he could find himself on the bench. Would they be going to DeVito?
Well, I think next up is Drew Lock, who they signed.
Okay, I thought he was hurt or something.
Yeah, he was hurt, but he's been taking reps at the 2. Actually, DeVito is 1-0 lifetime against the Commanders. He beat them last year.
Dude, I remember.
But I think it would go to Lock next. But the Giants are hoping against hope that none of this gets to that, and that Jones can play better and they can play better offensively. Because I mean, look, they had 5 games last year in which they scored less than 7 points. And they've already gotten one under their belt. Dable's first year as head coach, they didn't have any games in which they didn't score a touchdown in a game. So
it's crazy.
There's a lot of heat to get things going offensively.
Bob, thank you again.
Appreciate
man.
you, Bob.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you. That is Bob Papa, voice of the Giants. If you'd like to get more stuff, I mean, he does all NFL for Sirius. I mean, that guy is wired in across the entire
That he
National
is.
Football League. Give him a follow at Bob Papa _NFL right here on B. Mitch and Finley. What we're going to do is bring you Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt press conferences. You need to hear what Cliff said, something incredibly refreshing when a coach admits a mistake. Nobody go anywhere.
Washington Commanders preparing for the New York Giants in the home opener Sunday 1 p.m. from Northwest Stadium in Landover. Today they have a 1 p.m. practice at Commanders Park. Nationals baseball welcome in the Miami Marlins tonight at Nats Park. Start of a 4-game set. Mitchell Parker gets the call. 7-9, 4.43 ERA. 6:45 live play-by-play here on the Fan. Last night the Nationals beat the Braves 5-1. C.J. Abrams, home run number 20.
The wind of the pitch. Swing a blast to straightaway center and deep. Harris, forget about it. This one into orbit, and it hits the bullpen cart beyond the center field wall. Oh my, what a blast for Abrams. 3-0 Nationals, number 20 on the season. There was never, ever a doubt about that one.
The call from the Nationals radio network. He's now part of the 2020 club, joining Bryce Harper, Lane Thomas, Alfonso Soriano, and Ian Desmond in Nats history. Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, and Fresno State will join the Pac-12 26-27. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Bob Papa, get on that Odyssey app, figure it out, rewind, find the podcast, do something. It's there. We have been on the air now for 2.5 hours and pretty much exclusively talked football. I don't know if maybe we did something else there. We are going to give away some Marley Brothers tickets.
Yeah.
And I did complain that Capitol Grill closed at 9, but I think outside of that, it's been exclusively football. All of your football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile.
Yep.
Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Now, Commanders offense coordinator Cliff Kingsbury calls the plays for Washington, has a little speaker directly into Jaden Daniels' helmet. Cliff spoke to the media today.
In general, what did you think of that, the collective group getting open or being available for Jaden, things like that?
Yeah, overall, I thought, alignment, assignment was really good, especially for a first game. Only 2 penalties, no turnovers. Played good in the red zone. Got to be better on third down. But overall, I thought they played hard. We preached playing without the ball, and I thought that showed up a ton, and had some opportunities. I think as we go, we'll make some of the plays that you saw, but I liked what I saw from that group. Effort was there, and pretty clean for a first game.
And to stay with the receivers, just curious what you've seen with Luke as he's developed. It wasn't necessarily with the ones a lot in practice, but played a lot now, and then with Noah Brown possibly getting in this week.
Yeah, we'll see with Noah. He's coming off a little bit of an injury, so we're easing him back in. But he's, had some big games, been a very talented player in this league. I'm excited to see what he can do. And then Luke just continues to progress, whether it's outside, inside, learning the entire system. Can do a lot of different things. He's physical in the run game. So we'll continue to see what he can handle and expect him to continue to ascend.
What was your biggest takeaway from Jaden and what he can kind of learn from that game Sunday?
The competitive spirit, I think, just to watch how he continued to fight, especially at the end. I called one of the worst plays I've ever called in my entire career, and he just took the ball and ran into the end zone, and it was like he was not going to be denied there on the goal line, and it says a lot about him in that situation. A lot of people would not have taking that opportunity to drive that ball down and then put it in the end zone. And he wanted the ball in his hands and wanted to score. So that was exciting to see. I think every day he gains more and more credibility in the locker room with his, work ethic, his attention to detail, and then the competitive spirit is as good as I've ever been around.
Well, if you can expand on the worst call, but I did want to follow up.
I've had plenty in my career, but this was probably the top.
I'd be curious to hear why it was, but then also with Jaden, like when you're a rookie going your first game, and sometimes do you have a tendency to maybe predetermine some reads and things like that, and how do you help him develop in that area?
Just playing, that you have to play to even come close to simulating what a live NFL game is in season on Sundays. And I thought, like I said, his operation to not have any pre-snap penalties, to only have 2 penalties overall. One of them probably shouldn't have been a penalty, was really good. No play clock violations. I mean, I thought he handled himself well, and as he plays, again, we'll continue to slow down. But yeah, as far as the play, I called basically a speed option with no check, and they overplayed it to one side, so he just tugged his foot on the ground and got in the end zone with the highest paid safety in football chasing him, and just found a way in. So it says a lot about. I mean, we knew he likes to compete, but it definitely showed on Sunday.
Much has been made about the 16 carries. I mean, how do you guys read that? I mean, it's all game circumstance, but how do you sort of interpret?
Yeah, I think there's a couple calls, where we thought we had premier looks that ended up hitting inside that you'd like to have back. If he walks in, then it looks really good. But a lot of those, he did a great job. I'm not sure how many actually got contacted and taken to the ground on, but he does a great job finding the soft spot, finding out of bounds. But we understand, like, he has to take care of himself, and we want him to continue to grow, and you can't do that if you're banged up and on the sideline.
Austin Eckler seemed to have a pretty good game. What did you see from him, and just what do you like from him and what you've seen over the last few months?
Yeah, he just has a lot of juice left. I think there's been a misnomer, like maybe he lost a step in LA or something was off, but since he showed up here, I mean, he's busted his tail every practice, every day, weight room, film study, and then he just is very available on checkdowns and things like that with the quarterbacks. And does a great job drop stepping and getting extra yards, and that for a young guy to have a safety blanket like that or Zach Ertz is really invaluable.
Why was it one of the worst calls of your career?
Basically, I didn't give him a check to get out of it, so they didn't bump with a motion. There was about 3 guys outside on the option. And so he saw that, and he ran it anyways and just stuck his foot in the ground and cut back and ran a couple guys over and got in the end zone. So with that look, he needs a play to check out of. And he just said, snap it, and said, I got you, coach. Got in the end zone. But, yeah, if I had that one back, I would rather him not get hit like that.
It looked like there were a couple runs that were designed inside. Is that the case? And if so, what's the thought process on running him inside?
Yeah, like I said earlier, we thought we had premier looks, really liked the scheme, thought it would hit in a different way, and ended up forcing him inside. And they have a really good front and kind of collapsed it. And so second guessing it, would not have wanted him to get hit inside like that, but learning experience for all of us, and we got to be smarter. I got to be a better coach moving forward.
Coach, I don't want to harp too much on the Jay Nails running too much thing, but obviously that's a point of conversation out here. As a coordinator, as a coach, that's part of the reason you guys brought him in here was his athletic ability. How close to the line do you have to dance before you risk maybe kind of taking away that superpower, as DQ puts it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's the first game with the reigning MVP of the league had the same amount of rushes, right? I mean, I'm not saying he's the same guy, but your first game as a rookie, you're gonna have some survival mode, fight or flight going on, and he got out. Like I said, didn't get hit a ton and made some big plays with his feet. So you got to walk that line. I've had a bunch of guys who could run and extend plays, and you walk that line of when to pull back and when not to. And I think as he plays, he'll get better comfort level, and I'll get a better feel for him, and we'll just progress together.
And that's kind of actually what I was going to ask you as a follow-up. Like, now that he's got a full regular season game of film to go back and watch and an exotic defense to look at what they're trying to do, how much or how valuable is that experience now that he can step on the field and say, oh, I've seen this before, and how much will that help the game slow down for him?
Yeah, that's as exotic as you're going to see with what Coach Bowles does, and Coach Bowles having an entire offseason to kind of prep for it. Gave him a bunch of different looks, and I thought he handled a lot of them well. Like I said, to not turn it over against those guys, and really drove the ball down for 5 scoring opportunities. We didn't score on all of them, but I thought he was efficient in a lot of his processes, and a lot of that stuff, the next time he sees it, it'll be slower, and he'll be able to make a few more plays.
What was your impression of, I guess, the offensive line, and when the quarterback has to scramble 7 times, how does that kind of change the way that you are calling plays?
Yeah, it's a really good front, and like I said, a few of those were first read and get out, as your first game as a rookie, and he knows he has a lot of faith in his legs, and I would too if I could run like that. So he made some plays early and got out of there, but I thought they battled against a really good front, and no pre-snap penalties. I don't know how many holds they had. I don't think many. And so I thought that was, from an execution standpoint, played a clean game. I mean, we can all get better, coaches and players, but I thought as a group they played an efficient game.
And sorry, at left tackle, Brandon Coleman and Cornelius Lucas were rotating a little bit there early on. Do you want to get to a point where you have kind of a set starting five and you're not having to make those in-game rotations?
I think everybody would like that, where it's pretty defined, but both those guys had earned the right to play in that game, and felt like we had a good rotation going, and Brandon's an ascending player and continues to get better, and Luke's been doing this a long year, and so there's some comfort there. But yeah, I think eventually you like to have your five that you can roll out there together and build that kind of unity.
Hey, Coach, what kind of problems does Dexter Lawrence present to an offensive line?
I'd say now that Donald is gone, as much of a problem as anybody in the league. You know, I think him and Max Crosby are probably the two most disruptive D linemen in the league. Chris Jones is another one, but just watching him when he goes head up on your center, it's like good luck. I mean, you got to find ways to try to neutralize him. He can blow up pass plays, run plays. He can do it all. So I think tremendous talent. The stamina is what really gets me for being a really big guy. Like, he continues to play hard throughout the game, even if you try to keep him on the field, and he just plays hard and has a high motor for being a guy of that size.
And obviously Deontay Banks hasn't been in the league for too long, but like, have you seen him grow over the last year or so? Yeah,
I think continues to get better as a player. I think he's a guy that they can build with, and they're excited about his future. So I'm excited to see how we kind of match up against both those guys on Sunday. It'll be a real test for us. Thank you all.
That's Commanders offense coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. I found it really refreshing for Cliff just to be like, I called the wrong play. The kid bailed me out. I got to make sure not to put him in that position again.
Totally. And not many coaches will do that.
No,
so I have more respect for him than I had before, because, a lot of coaches will come up and they'll never let you know when they made a mistake. But when he did that says a lot about him.
Dude, I thought the exact same thing. And I think it's got to be nice for Cliff that he is not in some desperation. He's not looking to get the first possible job offer he can, right? One, he's got Arizona still paying him head coaching money, which is a big factor. Yeah. Two, he wants to grow with Jaden and see what they can build here. And I think it just allows him, I don't think he really cares what the media thinks anyway, but it allows him to be totally free and just own, made a mistake here, made a mistake there. One other thought I've had up in the last couple minutes here. One, do you know what Dexter Lawrence's nickname is? Nope. Sexy Dexy.
I will not be called no grown-ass man Sexy Dexy.
6'4" through 340, baby.
Lawrence.
All right. So here's what we know is he's incredibly disruptive. We also know that Tyler Biadasz has started just about every game for the Cowboys at center for the last 3 years. Now, Lawrence has been in the league longer than Biadasz, but those two have had a lot of battles with Biadasz starting at center in Dallas. Against the Cowboys in 10 games, Dexter Lawrence has no sacks and 1 TFL.
Okay.
Now he still generates pressure. Don't get me wrong. He's got 8 quarterback hits in that time frame, but Lawrence has been way, way more productive against other teams.
Well, maybe that stat, and also what Bob said earlier about Dan being 6-0 against Daniel. That may help out this time. So let's just let it happen.
What do you think is more relevant? Dexter Lawrence's success rate against Dallas, where the center just came from. Here's Sexy Dexy's numbers against the Skins over his time. 4.5 sacks and 6 TFLs to go with 34 combined tackles. Nobody go anywhere. We'll open the phone lines up for Bleep You Thursday at 1:00. Tricky. B. Bishop Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to do Bleep You Thursday. We haven't done it in a while just because it's been crazy. But today we're going to lock in. We're going to do it. 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls starting at 1 o'clock. I did want to check in with the boys in the aquarium after listening to Cliff Kingsbury, who said, I called the wrong play there. But I thought what he said specifically about Jaden running, right? I just tweeted out this line because I thought it was so good. It's his first game as a rookie. You're going to have some survival mode, fight or flight going. He got out. He didn't get hit a ton. As he plays more, he will get a better comfort level, and I'll get a better feel for him. I think that is really, really fair to describe Jaden's run volume in week 1 of the NFL.
It's totally fair. And it's what we said all week, though, man. Like when you ask me the question, I hear everyone's, I don't want him to run. He has that ability that nobody else has. Why take that away from him? Yeah, you want him to try and clean it up a little bit, but you never want him to ever think that if I run, it's going to be a problem.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
He ran 16, and he, for the most part, he took care of himself. It's going to be a game when he runs 16, and he had to run 16. And if he doesn't run it, and they don't win the game, let's say he had to run 16 to win the game. You want him to not run it? And I believe that the fact that kid is a competitor, it's going to be hard as hell for us to get the quarterback that we – I hear fans, they basically want a guy to go back there, throw the ball, and never run. He's not going to be that. That's not who he is.
Totally. I think he's going to run, man. He ran in college. It's not going away. He's also really freaking good at it. I joked about this Monday night when the news came out that McCaffrey wasn't going to play, right? I said, oh, man, they need to get him into a class to learn how to slide. Sometimes just football is football, and things are going to happen. I understand the concern with a quarterback with his frame taking that many hits. I totally get it. I think there will be less scrambling against the Giants because the Giants don't blitz like Tampa does, and he's now learned the speed of the NFL, and I think he will look to get the ball downfield. I asked Jaden about this yesterday. That dude at LSU was a big play machine.
Yeah.
And sure, he wants to be patient. And sure, at LSU, he had Malik Neighbors and Brian Johnson going against guys that probably aren't playing on this level.
80 yards.
Right. But it's not like all of a sudden he doesn't want to make big plays. He wants to. And I think they're going to come. And I think generally the big plays, there are the 80-yard runs. It happens. But generally, if you just look at his touchdowns and his yardage, the more of the big plays are going to come through the air. He wants to get there and deliver those.
Yeah. He's going to work on the things you need to work on. I can tell you, Jay, I understand his position being much more important, but I can remember being in the league and people come up and say, oh, man, you're not that big. Man, you can't keep getting hit like that. What am I going to do? Fair catch every play? Then you have a complaint about that. You got to play football. When you're a football player, I don't care how big you are, how small you are, you keep playing. And you look at some of the guys who've had success in this league. Hell, Aaron Jones is not that big. He's a running back in this NFL. And he runs the ball a lot, and people think he's going to get hurt, but he keeps coming back. Some guys just built that way, man. And the thing with Jaden, I understand how his frame is. It's not like he had a different frame when he was in college or high school or whatever. He's used to that frame, and he seems to know how to use it. When you're getting hit sometimes, it looks very, very crazy to the fans. But just a slight turn takes a lot of the pressure off of it. And he does that, and he has an uncanny ability of doing it.
A little bit of news coming out of New York in advance of the Week 2 game this weekend against the Giants. Isaiah Simmons, a really high draft pick a few years back, has kind of bounced around a little bit. The Giants signed him. He was very close with a fellow by the name of DeAndre Overton, who died. They played ball together at Clemson. Simmons did not play last week, is on track to play this week. You never know what the emotional response is after something like that. Also, Darius Slayton did not play week 1, I believe. Was in the concussion protocol, but is on track to play this Sunday. You never know with concussions, but there could be 2 more players that have produced anyway in the NFL coming back for the Giants. Something to keep an eye on there. Something for you to keep an eye on. This is pretty cool, actually. Jaden Daniels has been named the Pepsi Rookie of the Week for Week 1. And he just tweeted it out. He said, first of many. So that's cool, man. Congratulations to Jaden. For the folks that think he didn't play well, he just got named Rookie of the Week. So
I mean, he played well, but it's what people. I would ask this question, okay? He ran the ball 16 times. We've been talking about this for the whole damn week now. What if he had forced it down the field and thrown 3 interceptions? What the hell would y'all be saying then? So I think he chose the better option. Instead of forcing the ball and throwing picks, he ran the ball, got down, tried to protect himself. I think that's a good thing to do.
When we come back, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Washington Commanders versus New York Giants Sunday at 1 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on where the defense needs improvement.
Losing leverage in certain situations. And then, the times we did get to the quarterback, we didn't get him down. And then we had some communication issues. And all those areas, it's my responsibility to make sure that they don't happen.
On offense, quarterback Jaden Daniels appreciates Austin Eckler.
Yeah, Austin specifically it's been great. Another set of eyes. Obviously, what he's seen a lot of football in this league. And he's a very good football player.
Practice is underway at Commanders Park. The Nationals getting ready for the Miami Marlins at Nats Park tonight. After beating the Braves 5-1, Mitchell Parker looks for win number 8. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, and Fresno State will join the Pac-12 in the 26-27 academic year. College football tonight has a good one. 2-0 teams, Arizona State versus Texas State. Nationally televised audience at 7:30. WNBA Washington Mystics defeated the Sky 89-58. Opening ceremonies for the 2024 Solheim Cup today at 4:30 p.m. from Robert Trent Jones Golf Club in Gainesville. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
I was rich, I'd still be with, ain't that some, forget you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm sorry, I don't drive a Ferrari. All right, folks, you know what time it is.
Have fun, though, Jay, if you do.
I don't think I honestly think I'll die without ever having driven a Ferrari.
I'll rent one weekend, let you drive it.
Okay, cool.
Not by yourself, though. Only for like a half a mile.
Okay, cool.
You'll lose your mind.
Listen, half mile, supervised, I'm into it. Once a week, we come together as a group of people, as a congregation, as a community. We are a community. We create communities. The Beamish and Finley weird circus world we all live in. And you can get some stuff off your chest. Whoever has wronged you, whatever you're mad about, why on earth these companies that I have the app downloaded on my phone that email me all the time, take me directly to the app. Don't launch on the browser. Take me to the app. Bleep you. That is your issue.
A lot of them want you to launch on the browser is spam. Watch them.
It's Bleep You Thursday. Phone numbers 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Carlos in Severna Park leads us off. What up, Los?
Yo, happy birthday. Well, happy belated birthday, JP. Hopefully you turned up for the 99 and 2000. You know that? But yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, man. You're welcome, man. Hey, listen. Bleep you. Bleep to my buddy Mike Jackson, all right? Only because he has the nerve. He talks so much smack. Guess what? He beat me in fantasy by 0.1 points. But the NFL... Thank God the NFL fantasy app, they went back and reviewed some stuff. They gave Quincy Williams 1 more point for a tackle that they forgot to log in. They took full points off Logan Wilson. And guess what? They gave me the win 3 days later. So I gave him the old Charlie Murphy. Oh, you want to play some basketball?
Hey, you got it, man. You won the game.
Los played some serious fantasy if tackles count. I don't even that's while we're talking about
that's paying a little bit too much attention.
While we're talking about fantasy football, bleep you to the San Francisco 49ers kicker who scored 26 points against me on Monday Night Football to force me to lose. I like this one from Locked On Law, B. This is in the stream chat. I'm curious if you agree with this. Locked On Law says, bleep anyone telling Jaden Daniels he needs to learn how to slide.
He's been bleeping all day.
I do think there's a little, the learn how to slide stuff. Like, a lot of these quarterbacks now don't slide in the traditional way that like Russell Wilson was so good at because he grew up as a baseball player.
Yeah.
You got to get down. You can't take the hits. You heard Cliff Kingsbury talk about
and
it.
you can do it both ways. It's equal. It goes where you start to slide or dive.
Right. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open. Bobby is in Alexandria. Bobby, who you mad at, dude?
I'm a couple things, but I'll just give them two of them.
We're gonna say bleep you on Bobby's phone.
I think we
Bobby's
gotta,
phone.
yeah, I
It
think
sounds like you're underwater, Bobby. You need to call back and get in a better spot, brother.
The gummy just hit for Bobby. I don't know what he was saying, man. Matt Stafford is on the line. Rams quarterback, tough loss in overtime week 1. What up, Matt?
Yeah, I'm hurting. I lost Puka Nacua, but I'm hoping that Demarcus Robinson can step in and, Sean McVay is going to get the ball out.
Just throw it all to Cooper Kupp because he's all. I got him.
So,
Just throw it all to Cooper Kupp.
Hey, a very special one goes out to the people that hack people's social media accounts, and they also con old people, naive people, the scammers. Special bleep you. You suck.
I'm with you, dude.
All right, bro.
They do suck. Did you recently get hacked or scammed?
He's gone.
All right, he's gone.
But actually,
I got the vibe that he did, though.
Let me just break it down.
Or maybe
for-
somebody.
I don't care how old, young. If something sounds better than it should be, better than normal, it's probably not going to be as good. You're probably going to be being set up for something. Stop telling. If somebody says send me $500 and I'm going to send you 500,000, it's a lie. If they say buy these gold bars for this amount of money, yeah, go get your money out of these. Like I say, they're not sending you in the gold bars. So sometimes the person that's doing it has to be. You got to blame them too.
Yeah,
stuff sounds too good to be true. It's not true. Believe me.
A little bit of responsibility in this world ain't the worst.
Hell yeah.
So Bakari is my guy that worked on the All Ears program with me, works at NBC. And Bakari kind of built out this like betting portion of the show.
Bakari Rambo? No, I'm
Maybe.
joking.
No. His hair's longer though. But so he gave me the spread, 1.5, the total, and then he picked a prop bet for me to discuss. And he picked Jaden Daniels to again have 2 rushing TDs. And it's plus 800. And I had to say, I was like, sometimes something sounds too good to be true.
Yeah.
It is. Like, I would not expect him to run the ball for 2 touchdowns again.
Yeah.
Considering it doesn't happen very regularly.
I like that. Locked on said, Nigerian princess died and left you $1 million.
Yeah.
You know how many times I get that?
Right.
Yeah, a
lot of princes.
This prince left you some money. I'm like, nah, bro. I had my stuff checked and it didn't trace back there. No.
The dude whose phone was terrible. Call back. We'll certainly take you.
Yes.
Commander Tequila's on the line. Commander, you're always so happy-go-lucky. I can't imagine you're mad at anyone.
Bleep you the vodka.
Happy birthday, guys. Birthday boys. Well, I got 2 bleep yous, eh? For one, period to Jera. Bleep him, period, and him and his whole team. 2, I want to bleep JP, but it's not JP's fault for Wednesday at 8:30 because I'm working in my working time, and you got a new show now. It's gonna take me another 2 hours to catch up on my work, just to listen to.
The show's only a half hour, dog. It's TV.
Exactly. And how long do you do me after work again? Then go back to my rhythm. It takes 2 hours.
Commander, it takes you 2 hours to watch 26 minutes of television?
Every day. Even making my drink. What do you think we do?
All right, man. Well,
oh, my Lord.
Appreciate you as always, Commander.
Bleep you real bad because it's not your fault. But I want really to bleep the fans of the Commander to want to be wagons don't understand what's going on with our team, with our quarterbacks. Okay? Yeah. Jay Daniels is a great quarterback. He's like Michael Vick. It's the ones that don't, the bandwagons, want to jump in our bandwagon, don't understand football. 2 yards is 6 feet. 3 yards is 9 feet. They're dying for it. They're trying to get that thing.
Thanks, bud. All right, bro. I appreciate you, Commander.
I appreciate you for the math class. He got that better than you, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, that was a ride into the deep dark mind of Commander Tequila. Landville, real quick.
I'm in inside yo.
Landville, can you give me a theory why to watch a 26-minute show requires 2 hours? Can you help me understand
He
that?
had to pour his drink every 5 minutes.
I mean, I have some theories.
Give me one that you can say on the radio. That was something. All right, Bobby's back from Alexandria. We think we can hear him now. Hello, Robert. Who you mad at?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. First of all, bleep you to my phone service and airplanes.
All good.
And second of all, bleep you to go into the store. I don't care. It's a grocery store, whatever store it is, convenience store, and they got an item up there that says it's $2.99 or 2 for 1. And then you go up to the counter, it's $3.99, it's 2 for 4. Oh, we didn't put our tags back on right. Not my problem.
Yep.
And my third one,
That's a good one,
is bleep you to this certain newspaper. Every Friday, every single game from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and they take the JMU Dukes. It's not even in there. And it's a good team. It's going to be a good team. It's not even in there. And it was Richmond Spiders playing the poor ladies of the Clare. I'm like, what? It wasn't even in the newspaper, and it hasn't been. They just disrespect the Dukes. And that's my bleep views. Thank you guys for taking my call.
I'm with him on those tags. So I was going to the airport.
Yeah.
Stopped at one of the places and you buy they have the radio, TV. So that big speaker I have, they had it marked at $1.99. I get to the counter and say, I think that's not ours. I say, well, that sign says $1.99. I can't do it. I said, you better call your manager.
Good for you.
I walked away $1.99. It was really about $3.99.
What, they just had the wrong sign up?
They hadn't changed it. They had a little special, and they hadn't changed the sign. I got the special price.
Good for you, dude.
And I play it, and everybody, every time you hear me on the golf course, you hear me.
Listen,
JBL 3 Extreme.
I've played a lot of golf with a lot of people. I've seen a lot of golf speakers. I have a golf speaker. Shout out to Bees. He gave it to me. I've never seen anyone play golf with the size speaker you have.
Hey, man, you got to make sure people can hear it. I like my bass, baby.
The little basket on the back of a golf cart kind of between where you sit and where your clubs go? B. Mitch's golf speaker takes up the entire basket. James is in D.C. James, who you mad at, dude?
Fellas.
How you doing, bud?
All right, man, I'm mad at the PG County Parking Authority. I moved into a new house in Fort Washington off Auckland Hill Road. The day I moved in, I parked my pickup where you can park, other cars are parked there. I got a parking ticket in my pickup. The following day, I parked my work truck there. I was taking a break. I walked to my house to get something to eat. Got another parking ticket on my work truck. 2 days back to back. So I'm saying, bleep you to the PG County.
Is it a place where you can park? It says you can park there?
Yeah, there's no parking signs nowhere.
You better fight that.
Take it
to court. You're not gonna fight. Make sure there's no yellow that was on that little area right there, because when they got the yellow and the red,
no yellow. There's no signs. There's no nothing. It's like $10 vehicles parked there.
Wow.
I gotta bleep you. Thank you. Good luck with the tickets, man. That's
somebody put on the chat. Stop parking there.
This dude Timothy Park. So I called the show on NBC All Ears because I think it's kind of funny. I recognize my ears stick out. Like I'm cool with it. I'm secure in my ear hood. Okay. Yeah. And this dude Timothy Park in the chat is making like 100 jokes. and B, I don't even.
Instead of all ears, they should call it Biggie.
Like, is that even funny? Like, we're already making fun of the ears.
It is kind of funny.
I think it's like cheesy, honestly. Landfill, is that funny?
I think it's kind of funny.
Like, I'm already making fun of the ears.
Although they spelled your name wrong.
Like, isn't that kind of lame?
I think the most lame thing is your name had a D in it. You have a D in your name?
No. The amount of ways I've seen my name spelled. Yeah, it's remarkable. Perhaps this is a silly question, and I'm not trying to do a bit here. Is Jeff here?
Yes,
my man Jeff. I wanted to give you the opportunity in case anyone has wronged you, sir.
Nah, I'm good, JP. I'm fine.
The vibes in the aquarium seem very, very high. Like perhaps even like THC medically high.
Lamar says he's holding his bleep you until he see if we play the Joe Whitt presser.
Well, Lamar, we're not going to, buddy. So let it fly. Why are you two just happy that me and B haven't been in there in a couple days?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry then. I won't come. Hey, Donnie, meet us over here tomorrow. We'll have the barbecue come here.
That's right.
Hey,
We do.
Donnie,
have
don't
barbecue.
listen to B.
Donnie, you met Jeff through me. Hell with Jeff.
All right, there's callers. I'm going to try to stick to the script here. Brian is in Leesburg. Brian, who you mad at?
Hey, fellas, I'm just a guy that works every day. I pay my bills. I'm bleep you to DirecTV and Disney for holding up my Monday Night Football because these $2 billion companies can't get their act together. I pay my bill
I'm with
every
you on
month.
that,
I'm
brother.
I'm not trying to hear their crap about what we're not paying anymore. We don't want you to. I'm just trying to watch some football.
Dude,
I'm with you on that because they also stopped me from being on Channel 7.
I thought they can't even be on ABC.
It's on none of them.
No.
Now, here's
ABC,
my question.
Disney, anything
Anything that Disney owns, they're not
can't
playing
get
it on there.
Will you guys get a rebate? Like whenever the period is that you don't get those channels, shouldn't they knock like $5 off your bill for
Sling
that month?
TV gave me $30 off of my DirecTV gave me $30 off of my price, and I went and got the little $20 Sling TV and turned it off after I finished watching.
If you call, they'll give you they won't give you obviously your whole month, but they'll prorate it and give you something because I did that last time. But that's not the point. I mean, billion-dollar companies fighting over this crap, and I can't watch a football game.
I'm with you, bro.
I bet you're saying $1 billion. I'm gonna look up the market cap of Disney.
More than that.
$160 billion. What's DirecTV? Or is DirecTV owned by AT&T? I think DirecTV has a $47 billion market cap.
Well, they need to get together with that.
Let the people watch football, man.
What they gonna do? They're gonna make people find other avenues, and then they're gonna be gone.
Yo, it's a good call, dude. I hope it.
man.
Well, and think about college football tonight, college football all weekend, like ESPN. So I was on the plane last week to Tampa, and I hadn't flown American Airlines in a long time. Now, of course, it was delayed, but the actual experience being on the plane, their app and like kind of Wi-Fi and entertainment options was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to watch college football on the plane, but because ESPN, ABC, and ESPN2, there were only like 15 channels you can watch on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not complaining because I'm on a damn airplane. It's pretty cool. I can watch 15 channels. But ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC were all blacked out because of the DirecTV stuff. Thank goodness the Notre Dame Northern Illinois game was on NBC, and it was an awesome game, so I just watched that. But that stuff is almost more annoying for college football because they're such a dominant player. They've got the SEC games now. Everybody in the planet wants to watch College Game Day. Like, get your act together. All right. Jeff now claims he has a bleep you. All right, Jeffrey, fire away.
Yes, I just went to the stream because I thought we were about to sign off for break.
I just answered it for you, Jeff. I answered him for you.
No. Lamar Smith.
I told him it comes tomorrow.
Every Friday, bro.
So bleep you Lamar for not knowing what the damn schedule is.
Hold on, explain because I don't know what's happening.
Bleep Jeff for no weekly Commander song. Those always drop on
He had
Friday.
one last week, and he got one coming up this week on Friday. So bleep Lamar for not paying attention.
Yes.
So Jeff, you'll have a song tomorrow?
Bleep you for asking the question.
Yeah,
JP.
I was about to say, JP, really, dude?
Now, in my defense, I was laughing as I asked it because I knew that would piss you off.
That's why I said really, because I can see it on the stream that you laugh when you ask that.
Now Rev T claims he's calling and you're not answering the phone, Jeff.
Yes. He could
Is that on purpose?
Yeah, it's only because we had him on earlier, and I get in trouble if we had a guest.
We didn't have him on.
I could have sworn we had Ray.
No, we did.
Earlier.
No, we had Jera on.
Look, we gotta get over this. All this, every little incremental thing. We can have people on more than one time. We talking about different damn topics. And DJ said, "Bleep you, Jeff, for being tissue soft."
I like that one.
Man,
Nobody go
I'll
anywhere.
beat him
Peter
up.
Rosenberg joins us next.
This update brought to you by Verizon. Commanders football versus New York Giants on Sunday. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. on Daniel Jones.
Once again, you have another high pedigree quarterback, a guy that can really create with his feet, get outside the pocket and make you have to worry about him running and throwing the football.
Jaden Daniels talks about moving from week 1 to week 2.
You watch the tape, it's never as good as you thought it was and never as bad as you thought it was. So you just move on. You learn from those lessons that you learned on tape, take the coaching, move on to the next week.
Nationals baseball against the Miami Marlins tonight at Nats Park at 6:45 after a 5-1 win over the Braves. Mitchell Parker gets the call to the hill. Morning foursome matches between the U.S. team and the European team will tee off at 7:05 a.m. tomorrow morning at Robert Trent Jones Golf Club in Gainesville. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed. And get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Trying to get a hold of our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Not sure if he might have something going on. B, it's getting interesting. I did want to, if we can take a minute and at least talk about this Dolphins-Bills game tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's big boy, AFC East. This is 2 playoff
Miami, right?
teams from last year. It's in Miami. Hopefully, Tyreek has a driver. What's your gut say just on the surface of a game like this? I mean, this is legit. Dolphins are favored by 2.5.
The Dolphins at home. I think Dolphins at home in this game. I think that the game last week showed that the defense of is not there just yet completely.
Greg Rousseau of the Bills was named AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Okay. I mean, who do they play?
Arizona.
Okay.
They spotted them a quick lead.
Yeah,
but
if they spot Miami, they're not coming back. You spot Miami, the amount of points that they gave against against Arizona, they're not winning that game.
Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals scored 28 last week. A lot of it was just pretty effective ground game. James Conner had 50 yards. Kyler ran for 57. It's weird that they were able to score so much because it was not a huge yardage total. I mean, the Cardinals scored 28 points, but only had 270 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Rousseau
gave him chances early.
The 3 sacks. Yeah, and there was a missed pass interference call late in that game that I think was kind of a tough call. Mm-hmm. But we're excited to get to the BetQL guest line now and talk to our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Man's got all the jobs in the world. WWE, Hot 97, ESPN New York. Peter, what up, man?
Listen, you got a lot of jobs too, bro. You got a few jobs.
We're trying.
I saw you
and he just got another one, Peter.
Nobody keeps up with B. Mitch.
I saw you. Yeah, you got a lot of jobs too. But listen, between us, we got a lot of jobs.
We're hustlers. What can you say? So I know that you wanted to talk about the game. And, dude, if you want to switch to Mondays, we will switch to Mondays. Maybe you're better off, like, letting the heat cool and then having because I think Mondays last Monday it seemed like you were hot.
Listen, I'm open. It's your party. I'll let you guys decide what you think. But there are Mondays where I'm just like, it's so fresh on my mind. I was hot on Monday. I think there were positives to glean from the game. And I liked a bunch of things that I saw from Jaden. But I got to tell you guys, and again, this has been an insane week for me. So I don't know what the conversation has been. And I don't know if this is something you've heard ad nauseum or if no one's saying this. And I told you guys on text,
DQ felt a lot like RR to me, and I did not love that feeling. Like there were just multiple things that they did. I thought the clock management at the end of the first half was just stupid. Like I don't understand why you don't want a possession. Going into halftime with a timeout in your pocket to me is stupid. I know it's not a huge thing, but in a game in which you're being outplayed and you cannot stop the opposing offense, if you cannot stop the opposing offense literally ever, then to me, when it's very clear they're going to get points, I want to use my timeout to get the ball back. So that bothered me. The 56-yard field goal kick, when it was clear to every human being with eyeballs that you don't even have a kicker, was madness to me. Madness.
Yeah, I think you plugged there.
And by the way, how about this? No, JP, I consider going for it. At that point, we were down 2 scores.
But wasn't that like 4th and 11?
It was long. They cut it. It was like 4th and 23 or something. And they cut it as 3rd and 23. They cut it to like a 4th and 10. I'm just saying I would have preferred going for it to kicking the field goal. That was a no chance. At least if you go for it, you have a chance of picking up the first down. And to kick the field goal is just to hand the ball to them with great field goal position. It made no sense. That really bothered me. Another thing that bothered me was the designed runs for Daniels. I didn't understand. Like, are y'all not watching
So that's
the game?
the first one. So a lot of the time management stuff, I was equally questioning. You didn't even bring up the 2-point conversion that he should have gone for that he didn't, that I've been screaming about all week. I think the design runs, if you go back and look of the 16 carries, there were about 4 or 5 design runs. The only one I got issue with is the interior stuff.
That's literally the one I'm referring to. Yes.
Yeah. That was like the
What-
third quarter, maybe.
what was that?
So they've installed that, dude. That's like a facet of the Eagles quarterback run game with Hurts that is really effective for Philly, but Jalen Hurts is a different dude than Jaden is. But I don't know that this would have made your radar yet, but one thing I really appreciated, Kingsbury does his weekly press conference on Thursday, and he took immense ownership that he messed up the touchdown, Jaden's first touchdown, that Kingsbury said, I called the worst play call of my life. I gave him no protection. The kid's a fighter, but I can't put him in situations like that. So I think directly from the play caller, there is definitely an awareness level of trying to protect him.
He also said they made the calls like that because they felt, based off of what the Buccaneers were doing, that they would be running out here walking to the end zone. So he didn't just put him in harm's way. But the thing about the 50-something yarder, the guy had missed a 20-something yarder. Doesn't automatically mean he's going to miss the next. He had enough distance to kick it. Just pushed it. So I don't know if you don't kick that one at that point. If he had made the field goal, I don't think we'd saying anything about it.
No. It was the
I
way
wish
he missed the first one.
first one.
He pushed it.
But the first one was 4th and 3 from the 29. I'd rather they go for that. That, like in the moment, I said that. The 56-yarder that's a tricky spot on the field. You're right that
he's an NFL kicker. He should be able to kick from the 56-yard.
I agree.
Is
but
he an
the
NFL
field
kicker?
position was a problem all day.
I mean, he's been in the league for a minute now. And
He's out of the league now.
He's out of the league now, but I'm just saying he was in the league, so you don't know until you try him and let him hit it.
But that also bothers me too. Like, what is the preseason for? Like, we don't even play games anymore. Yeah, we couldn't figure out the kicker thing all preseason.
They've had enough of them.
This is their 5th kicker since March.
I mean, they're trying to figure it out. But I ask you this question, though, Peter. Who's out there right now that's better than the people on teams? Nobody. That's why they're not working right now. So you got to just keep trying with them. They've had 5. And I think may have another 2 or 3 before the year's over.
Doesn't it seem like the kicker thing is always a thing with us? Like either we have a terrible one or we get a good one. They're here for a minute. We somehow let them go, and then they're just great somewhere else for several years and not with us. I just feel like we always mess this up. And you don't
that's the point.
Graham Gano.
That's where I'm at in the sense, though. We all said get rid of Graham Gano. We said get rid of the others.
You always bring up
and then
Akers.
when they go, David Akers, and everybody was saying get rid of him because they wasn't making kicks. But then they go somewhere else and they settle down and they make them. We got to take one time that's missing a little bit and be patient and allow him to kick.
Yeah, Peter,
you're probably right.
But What are Giants fans saying up there?
Oh, they're not happy, bro. They are not happy. They are not happy. But no, they're done. They are just absolutely done. Super frustrated with Daniel Jones at this point. Listen, guys, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know about anybody else, but for me, this is about as must-win a football game as exists. I cannot deal with enough, bro. If we are going to be anything this year, and I know I was on here last week talking about 10-7, 9-8. If we are going to be anything, you finally stand up to the Giants at home and beat this team. They could not handle Minnesota for a second. They could not move the ball at all. I don't know what changes have been made defensively. Obviously, fortunately, the Jets. I want to shout out the Jets for making our defense look better, because I didn't think there'd be another team in the league that couldn't stop anyone for 3 quarters, but then the Jets did it even longer. But guys, we can't lose to this Giants team. And I heard Kayvon kind of laughing at us yesterday. I don't know. That's how I took it. It's not even really a rivalry. Whatever. I hope that they're truly aware of how bad this Giants curse thing is. I mean, the Giants fans think of us as like, it don't even really count it as a win, because they're beating us.
That's crazy.
Like they own us. They really own us.
Crazy.
And they own us at FedEx.
Yo, and Danny Dimes has owned Washington.
Oh, Danny Dimes.
5-1-1.
He's only Danny Dimes against us.
Yo, Kayvon Thibodeau, do you know this stat, Peter? He has 15.5 sacks in his career. 5.5 of them are against Washington.
Yeah.
35% of his total production.
Which is why I can't say anything about him laughing at us.
See, there's some positive things you can look at, though, Peter, because Dan Quinn against Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones hadn't won a game against Dan Quinn.
Well, listen.
As DC the Cowboys.
Now, by the way, is Dan Quinn, is he a backwards hat every time he coaches, guy?
He has really leaned into the backwards hat look. That is his. I don't know. I don't want to say definitively. I don't believe I've ever seen him, now that I cover him and have been around him a fair amount. I believe he's either no hat or backwards. I don't think I've ever seen him with a hat on forwards. Brian, have you seen him with a hat on forwards?
No, I don't pay attention to it, actually.
I sadly do.
It stood out to me. I'm like, yo, man, this isn't going to be cute. If you don't win games, turn your damn hat around.
Well, I was wondering, because all the coaches are wearing those rope hats, and some people, they look cool, some people they don't, but they don't look cool backwards. So I don't know that he went with the rope hat.
I did like them. I did like them forwards, though.
Do you know Steve Sands, Peter?
No.
Hey, you all are the same people on game day.
He's a DMV guy, works for Golf Channel. A great dude.
Oh, boy. When I got the text, I said, okay, this is Steve Sands.
Wait, why are we the same? He has weird observations?
No, he gets highly
irritated.
Irritated rather quickly.
Watching the skins. Peter,
it's the only way to be.
Can you get B up to speed briefly on the fight that I texted you about that I saw? I think I saw it on like Awful Announcing. I didn't see it on your post, but your radio show, ESPN New York in the afternoons, Michael Kay, voice of the Yankees, and Don LaGreca had a disagreement about a question that was it Dexter Lawrence was asked in the Giants locker room?
Yes, that's where was it Dexter? Yeah, it was. I think it was Dexter Lawrence. Yeah, and it was basically Don. Don was of the mindset that it was a bad question by the reporter to ask, "Hey, did you hear the crowd booing you?" Like Don thought that was a lazy question, which Lawrence did too. Lawrence kind of disrespected the journalist and was like, "Next question." Well, like, what is that even a question? Michael thought it was a fair question. Don thought it was an absurd question. And then at some point, Michael said to Don, just, "You're wrong." And for whatever reason, like, that's not a trigger point for me, but for Don, that was a trigger point. Headphones were thrown, a trash can was kicked, and you got to watch it, Mitch, because you just got to watch my face through the whole thing.
Yeah, you did a hell of a job of trying to keep it together. So I have been in enough of these situations. To me, that's not a good or a bad question, but it leans towards gotcha
Well,
question.
let me just tell
because
you.
what's the player supposed to say?
Let me
You're
just
putting them
tell
in a
you.
position where
Let me tell you though.
they got no.
You do hear them when they're booing.
Sure.
And and normally when they're booing, you're playing like trash. So
Right.
you do hear, because if they're cheering and you're playing like trash, then I got a question for the fans. What the hell are you looking at?
Right. So it's probably a mixed bag, but either way,
It's
it
one
was
of those
hilarious.
mixed type questions, But the whole thing about it is, when to answer and when not to answer.
I do have breaking news on the fan. Ready for this?
Okay.
For at least a portion of Sunday's game in Tampa, Dan Quinn wore his hat forwards.
Is that true?
I have visual evidence that I will throw in the group chat with me, you, and B Mitch, Peter. All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm excited to see this now.
Are you coming to town this weekend? Wale's playing.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I decided to pass on this one. I'm gonna wait. You know what, guys? I've done enough of the damn Giants games, guys. It's not fun. it's 30,000 Giants fans who I already have to deal with at home. I am gonna chill. I'm actually watching with a couple of Giants fans, but they're people I can trust to be around, and I'm gonna just take this one at home. I think I'm leaning towards the pre-Thanksgiving Dallas game, the Sunday the 20th.
Okay.
I think that's where I'm leaning.
We'll be ready for you. Thank you, Peter. Always appreciate the time, brother.
Be cool, bro.
All right, boys. Talk soon.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio on Twitter and Instagram. And caller number 10, right now, you win 2 tickets to see the Marley Brothers, the Forever Legacy Tour, Friday, September 27th at Jiffy Lube Live, featuring Ziggy, Steven, Julian, Kamani, and Damian Marley. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, 800-636-1067. Be Mitch and Finley on 106.
What up?
God, I love this song. I also apparently love Barramundi. Who knew?
Barramundi is good.
They're called Australian sea bass.
Barramundi.
Either way, I like
you
it.
say Barramundi, it sounds a lot better.
Shout out,
exotic.
It does. Quite exotic.
Get the people going.
Shout out to the folks down in Dewey Beach, Rehoboth Beach. Monty is listening to the show live. Sent us a picture of Steve
Does
Sands.
he have Steve with him?
He's going to let Steve know about your comparison of people that go nuts while they watch the games.
Hey, listen to me. Actually, when I first saw the comment, I said, damn, Steve's already at it. And then I looked closer and said, oh, it's not Steve. It's Peter.
I think the term is called rage texting. That's what it is. All right, let's just threatening us in the text thread. Let's make some bets.
Man, nobody's scared of Jeff.
Tell you what I could go for now that Monty's texting us. I could go for an Orange Crush. I'm overdue, B.
I think we're gonna have that in the studio tomorrow.
Maybe we will. Jeffrey.
Okay, hey, actually, before we get to Jeff, I got to bleep you for Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. The show's over in 2 minutes. You guys couldn't wait to eat?
No, we couldn't. First of all, I eat every day right here on this thing. Have I ever cared about eating? So what's your bleep you about?
Brian,
you know where I take your bleep you? One finger salute to you, landfill.
Brian doesn't care. I was eating during the break, and then I stopped. I don't think I deserve a bleep you here.
I don't care what he says.
I know you don't care. I'm just saying on my end
I'm
of this
on
bargain.
air, and I have
Nobody eats on air like you do.
I eat from 12 to 8, and I'm not waiting until 2 o'clock to get my first damn meal in.
All right,
so
man.
whoever got a problem, bleep you.
we gotta speed up the results. We had to fix yesterday because I fat fingered a button and went 2 days behind rather than one.
Yeah, you messed up, Jeff.
So Landfill was actually sitting at 0-2 yesterday. He did not win. And with the Owen brothers, Landfill and B Mitch, y'all are both sitting at 0-3 because the Phillies choked last night and they didn't win -1.5. I'm sitting at 2-2 because my parlay did hit with the Yankees and the Aces. JP, you're sitting at 1-2. You were 1-1, but don't ever bet against Jeff Walker.
Always
which
bet
I got.
Jeff Walker.
Fool.
Go ahead. Who's ready?
Give me the Mariners.
The Mariners.
I'm taking the Bills plus
Man,
2.5.
football on the night.
Give me the Mariners and the Dolphins.
I was about to say, give me the Dolphins.
Oh, Lord. Now I should take the Bills.
B ain't cheering for Josh Allen.
Landfill, what'd you take, dude?
The Bills plus 2.5.
Landfill's on the Bills. B's on the Dolphins. I'm going to zag. Give me Texas State -1.5. Great show today. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium for all their hard work. I cannot wait to watch Bills-Dolphins tonight. But Texas State, Arizona State is going to get a little second TV action. B. Mitch. Thank you to Bob Glauber for joining us. Thank you to Bob Papa for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you some Barramundi.
Thursday, September 12th, 2024. Welcome into Grant and Danny live on the Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:15 and Nats pregame tonight. I'm excited to get back over to Nats Park for the first time in a couple of weeks, it feels like. So I will see you at the ballpark if you're headed over there this evening. Danny, how are you?
I'm very well. Had one weird thing happen to me that everyone is looking at me and telling me that I'm stupid. I'll tell you what it is super quick. My wife and I swapped cars. She has a lot of shuttling to do with the kids and sports equipment and stuff, whatever. So I'm driving her car. I get a little indicator that says your key fob is out of battery. That's never happened to me before. I've had so many cars. I've had leases for 3 years at a time. I've owned cars. I've never seen that. I'm near panic. Like, what does that mean? Is the car's not going to start now? Because now you can't just plug a key into the ignition and turn it. Is it detected? You push to start, whatever. So in like a panic that like the car's just going to not run anymore, I get to a CVS and they have these little stupid circle batteries that I've never seen. I've never used it for anything.
How is that possible that you've never seen those?
I've never
They're in every watch.
But they're tiny. I've changed a tiny wristwatch battery at some kiosk in the mall before, and like it ended up being fairly routine. But I was like thrown by this, and everyone's doing exactly what you're doing. You're going, yeah, it's the most routine thing ever. I'd never heard of that.
Well, as you know, I am incapable of any task.
Anything, really.
And I have no skills, and I'm not really a man or a person. We both know this.
Right. We're same.
Having said that, what you're describing is something that is 100 level for me. And I'm not trying to Jones.
Your key fob has run out of battery many times?
15 times.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Constant.
It has. I have never seen. I didn't know it was like, if you had asked me yesterday, all of the money,
yes,
all of it right now, you could double it or be indigent. Can a key fob run out of batteries? Give me double my money immediately. I would have said no.
If I may, and this we're treading on, I hope I'm not going to insult you territory.
I'm quite prepared to be insulted on this one because I'm the weird one.
This is a white collar issue because you have cars for like 8 months at a time and then trade them back in and get something else cool. If you have a car for an extended period of time, this is a Wednesday occurrence.
I promise you. I've done everything. I'm much older than you.
Yeah.
I've had leased vehicles for the full 3 years. Never in those 3 years has a battery expired.
Okay.
To the point that I have to replace it.
That's interesting.
I've owned cars for longer than that. Never. Now, granted, that was kind of the time before time when it was still plug and play, but still the remote part of it probably requires some kind of power at some point, right? That has never happened. I've never heard of it.
Well, I'm glad you got it sorted out.
I did it myself.
Winner, chicken dinner.
I fixed it.
While I'm bragging about how I can do so many things.
Yeah. You're a very accomplished guy.
I'm Mr. Fixer Boy. You know that about me? My air conditioning stopped working.
Oh, no.
So I called someone, my dad.
Right.
I'm 36. I called my dad. I'm like, hey, what do I do out here? What am I supposed to do? So he's like trying to walk me through it on the phone. Do this, check that. So we didn't get anywhere.
Right.
He did his best.
He's using words like coolant.
He gave me instructions. Didn't really work. But what we came to an agreement on was I have to open this latch. I have to pull this like lever.
Oh, come on.
I'm not even joking. Pull like a lever out, flip it. The word inverse was used, which I've only ever heard with like an airplane that flips upside down.
Like Top Gun. We were inverted.
Flip the lever and then go into the off position, plug it in, and then invert it again and go back into the on position. And then it was supposed to turn on. And it did. And I felt like $1 million, except that the fan didn't work.
Oh.
So I realized in that moment.
So the 106.7 didn't work.
Right. So my air conditioning was broken.
Okay.
So this is the end of the road now where I've done all the stuff I can do. So I called a person and the person came out today. And they said, well, it's going to be one of two things. It'll either be that your capacitor needs to be replaced, which is really cheap. Or
The capacitor, yeah.
Your air fan engine motor needs to be replaced, and that's not as cheap. And I was like, well, it's going to be that one because that's just how things go for your boy sometimes. And it was that one, but they couldn't have been better. They couldn't have been more awesome. Everything about the situation was fine. I tell you this just to tell you, I felt like such a dude.
I get why people do it.
He came around the back of my house, and I'm leading him to the place where I've been working hard and getting my hands dirty.
Yeah. I mean, your hands are in it. I mean, show them the calluses on the YouTube page.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at these hands.
Look at that.
These aren't keyboard hands here.
Uh-uh.
So I say to the guy, I'm like, so I've been looking at this, and what I've kind of figured is...
You did that bit?
Well, I did the bit, and I told him all about how I did it, but then I also called my brother-in-law, who's like a very manly guy, and he said it's either your capacitor or your motor, and I told him, best I could tell, it's either the capacitor or the motor, and like we're walking around, and we got there, and he's like, dude, thank you for the breakdown. He's like, you just saved me 30 minutes of tests. He's like, that's awesome. And I was like, are you serious?
Wait, really? I helped?
And he's like, yeah, like just you being able to do that. He's like, this will make this process so much easier. And at first I thought he was joking because no way I was right.
Right.
And he was dead serious. And I just felt silly. I'm like, yeah, all those other people whose houses you go to.
You go to some rank amateur's house.
Don't know anything.
Who doesn't know AC units.
I was literally repeating the thing that my brother-in-law had said to me on the phone like an hour ago.
Yeah.
But I felt silly.
You go to my co-host's house. You don't know which way he's up. You don't know his butt from his elbow.
I just felt great. Also, power of smell. Big deal. Wanted to bring this up. Power of smell brings back memories, brings you back to a certain time. So you know that 2 times this week, the first 2 times probably in our 10 years together, I have brown bagged my lunch. I don't know if you've seen this, but I have packed a sandwich.
I've noticed it.
At home, packed it. Like I put ham and turkey
like you did it,
on
man.
white bread with cheese and mustard and mayonnaise. And I've just put it in a brown bag. And long story short, today I was going in to get my laptop cord.
Okay.
And I was like digging in my book bag. And I had that smell of like brown bag sandwich in a book bag smell. And I was back in 3rd grade, like packing my
Right on the
lunch.
bus.
I
Yeah.
swear to God, I felt like I was going on a field trip. I'm like, are we going to Jamestown today? What is this smell in my book bag? But the power of smell is unbelievable.
It's the strongest sense tied to memory.
There's a perfume every now and then I get, and there's a person I remember from like 27 years ago that wore that. I mean, it is crazy to me how smell works.
100% a thing. Like the other day, this is totally true. I was at, I don't remember where it was some restaurant or some kind of place, some diner. And the way they were cooking the eggs, I was instantly back in my grandparents' cabin in West Virginia, where my Southern grandmother made the best eggs I've ever had. Still to this day, she did some kind of thing where she whipped them up, and there was a whole buttermilk situation. The whole thing was very Southern. But I smelled the egg smell, not regular eggs, but like something they were doing with their eggs, and I went, I am 10 years old. It's Thanksgiving. She's got to make a whole meal, but she's going to stop because her grandson is hungry.
I love that.
The best.
Oh, that's so good. What did she do with the eggs?
She whipped them.
So when do you decide to put an H before a W?
I don't. I mess around. I mean,
there are people that do that.
Well, no, it's because it's a Family Guy bit. I know you're not familiar because you don't watch the show, but one of the most famous bits here is Stewie talking to Brian, right? The baby talking to the dog, and he says, "Cool whip." Why are you saying the H that way? Why am I saying what way? Say cool. Say whip, cool whip. Like he does this whole bit.
But you know,
so I'll do that
that's
sometimes.
A thing. I didn't. Neighbor,
for sure.
One of my best buddies' dads said, like the Chicago White Sox, that terrible team,
the White Sox
in the American Central. Yeah, they are the white. And it's what, like what's going on over there?
No, what and where.
So I didn't know if you were just going full HW on me.
It's a little bit.
Okay,
a little bit of a bit.
A little bit HW Bush over there. All right, we've got to fire up Ryan's theme music before we get into the show.
We are busy this morning. It's not this morning, I'm sure. You know what time it is.
There's a lot of things we've got to tend to before we can even talk about Thursday Night Football or the Commanders, the Nationals tonight, all the other stuff on the docket. So Rhino texted the show chat and said he had a guessing game for us. And we said, what do you mean? And this has happened occasionally. I had one of these.
Yep.
You've had a couple of
I've had a couple, yeah.
And Clary had one today, where I believe you're claiming that you bumped into, in the wild, a DC sports celebrity?
Yes, I did. I was on a run this morning, and I saw this famous DC athlete out in the wild.
Okay. And this is not just a story you made up to let us know that you were on a run, correct?
No,
okay.
This is not.
Yeah, not some elaborate scheme.
I did want people to know that I was on a run, though.
Obama style. Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
So this did happen. You could have just said, guys, I went for a run, and then we could have just done the show. You're not making anything up.
Not making a thing up.
Well, we were proud of you for going on a run. Let's start with that. Do we get yes or no questions? Or do we have to do the thing Danny made us do, or we just had to guess right away without any?
No, I say yes or no questions. Go for it.
Okay. Was this person also doing exercise on said trail?
No.
Is this a current DC athlete or a former DC athlete? I guess current DC athlete.
Yes.
Current. Okay. Current.
Were they sitting somewhere?
No.
Does this person play hockey?
Yes.
Alex Ovechkin?
No.
Tom Wilson.
Ding, ding, ding.
Boom goes the dynamite.
I botched it.
So
Arlington guy,
Arlington
Ryan
bro.
Clary,
Yep.
Arlington bro, Tom Wilson makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so I never stopped and
I
bothered
would've
him or
stopped.
anything. I did not want to, but I kind of put 2 and 2 together because he was walking out of a boxing gym, I believe. So
is it Bash, the one he like co-owns?
Maybe, yeah. I saw it like it was a boxing
It's
gym.
where he polishes up his fighting skills so that he can go whip somebody's ass in October.
Yeah, so I saw him this morning. I immediately texted like my Rangers friends, and they all hated it. But man, it was really cool. He's a big guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So
big.
small, did you?
Like I felt
That
so
wee
small.
little boy throwing his weight around out there,
Yeah.
knocking all those guys over.
Like I did like the double take where it's like I was already past him, and I like turned around and I was like, oh my god,
What was he wearing?
white shirt, gray pants.
Sweaty?
No, it looks like he just showered.
Okay, hat or no hat?
No hat.
So you're saying how big he was. Were you at all taken aback by how handsome he was, or was that not?
can't
as
not
obvious?
check on
No, like I did the double. Like I like
But
saw
how
him.
far away? Like, were you close enough to be like, even if it wasn't Tom Wilson, you'd be like, oh my god, that's a good-looking guy.
Oh, 100%. Like you just look at him and be like, first off, he's huge, and second off, oh my god, this guy's handsome.
Yeah, Taylor Pischke, lucky lady.
Oh my god.
No doubt about that. That's a father, Tom Wilson.
Seeing Tom Wilson in the wild would be pretty
He's
silly.
now got 2 kids because he's been the father of the New York Rangers for a long while.
Hello there.
And now he's got an actual baby child. So
Come on.
that's 2 kids.
Joe's having a good time.
I think so. You could have. It was just you and him.
No. So it was like basically in the middle of Roslyn. I mean, it was probably like at 9 a.m. this morning, maybe. I mean, people were out there walking to work.
And you were on your run.
I was
Let's not
on
forget.
a run.
Yeah.
I was not walking. I was running. And I saw him walking out. Nobody was like stopping him or anything. Like I was like turning around, kind of like backwards pedaling, just like, oh my god.
2 things on that. One, hockey players more than any other famous players in any sport get to just live their lives. A lot of them have just like normal cars and just go to restaurants. I mean, they're just normal dudes. They're by far the most. Not to say others aren't down to earth, but they're a little bit more innocuous. Part of it is the money, even though he's got a big contract. They're just very, very down to earth, normal, grounded guys.
Like there's a lot of dudes, especially in the Clarendon, Roslyn, Ballston region that are between 5'11" and 6'2" and weigh right around 200 pounds. Like some of them play in the NHL.
Probably,
right
yeah.
now he's a little bit
I was
bigger
gonna
and
say,
obviously more handsome.
Tom Wilson ain't blending in at Whitlow's.
But like it's hard for a basketball player to blend in, where you just go, if I don't even know who that dude is, he's 6'8".
Yeah.
Like there's just not many of those dudes just around, you know. Football players too, just you could, if you're a kind of like a maybe some wideouts, but like a running back here and there in street clothes, you may or may not know. But again, some 330-pound lineman, we're just like, that person stands out. I bet you they do something.
If you're
you
a
know?
member of the Washington wide receiver room, you're just very normal size.
Very regular size.
So you're not going to stand out. But a lot of players, to your point, will. But the other thing is in Arlington, I also think people are so used to seeing Tom Wilson and Capitals because he's just out with his wife and his kid and he's walking. TJ Oshie, all these guys live there. That it's almost like celebrities in LA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
I remember the first time I went to LA, I saw a couple of not even high-end celebrities. We're talking about like
lower end,
C-level, D-level celebrities, and I was psyched. We were on this, my father and I were walking in this like outdoor mall, and Kevin Nealon like walked by. And I'm like, that's Kevin Nealon. That's Kevin Nealon. My dad's like, okay.
All right.
I'm like, I want to go get a picture. And he's like, yeah, let's just keep walking. Let's let him do his thing. And we'll do our thing. But
DP just not impressed.
Nobody cares about Kevin Nealon in LA.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's just their Wednesday. I think it's kind of like that with the Caps in Arlington. But attaboy Clary, that I like that. That's a good little guessing game to get the day started.
Good sighting
on Grant and Danny. I botched it with my OV guess. You did better than me.
I don't think it was a botch. That's a pretty reasonable guess.
He's in Arlington. Tom Wilson, mayor of Arlington, I'm pretty sure. I think he's the 2-time mayor. Been voted a couple times.
Incumbent mayoral.
You ready for a little Thursday night football?
Dude, it's tonight.
A rare, excellent matchup, too. As good a matchup on Thursday night as you're going to get. Bills, Dolphins, both these teams mostly healthy. Both these teams think they can win the division. I love what Mike McDaniel, the head coach of Miami, said as they get ready for a second home game to start their season in as many opportunities here. He said the Bills are the best team in the division until somebody knocks them off. They wear the crown. There's no reason to pretend like we're something we aren't. This is Buffalo's division until somebody else wins the thing. I like when coaches don't hide from it, and he hasn't all off season. I think they're going on like 24 years without a playoff win. So he starts all their meetings at 24 after the hour, and everything they do is based on the number 24. He is trying to dangle in front of them you haven't earned anything yet. And they haven't. They've been good in the regular season and have done nothing in the playoffs.
Yeah. And so the next step is that, right? It went from nice story where they were tanking and couldn't get right. And, the coach was suing the team and the owner was allegedly telling the coach to try to lose games and everything was awful. they've come a long way. They've been pretty decent here for the last few seasons. Well, that's nice. Now everybody's ready for the next step, ready for the ascension, right? It's kind of the same thing that Baltimore's gone through, where you've had some great regular seasons, and now everyone's looking at their watch going, okay, when do you do it? When do you get to the Super Bowl? When do you do the next big deal, right? So people are looking at Miami saying, I don't trust you yet, which I get, because I don't trust them either. I'm part of that big, giant team. In September and October, I think I know who they are. I also got a good feeling in November, December, where I feel like the level of play goes down a little bit.
I think tonight is going to be telling just because styles make fights in a way.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills aren't really equipped for shootout, in my opinion. So if Miami can make enough plays offensively and score a bunch of points, I don't see how Buffalo, life after Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis in week 2, is ready to do that yet. They've got to run the football, which is a new thing for them in 2024. They did that last week with James Cook. They need Josh Allen to be successful on the ground as well. He's big and physical and one of the giants position, so he can take on more contact than the average Bear. But it's going to be a different look for them. Their leading receiver last week was Keon Coleman in his first ever game, 4 grabs for 50 yards. So they need a game that's like 24-20, 27-23. Miami probably wants a game where if they can get into the 30s, it's going to be hard for Buffalo to get there. But kickoff is slated for about 6 hours out, 8:15 East time. We'll get you a bunch of details and a preview on the game as we get closer. Quickly, we should congratulate Jaden Daniels. News out of Ashburn today. Daniels, off of 88 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground, was named the NFL's Player of the Week for week 1 in his first ever week in the National Football League. So congrats to him. This was something that was a staple throughout Robert Griffin's rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if he won 3 of these or 4 of these, but there's no doubt that Jaden Daniels outperformed Caleb Williams, who was bad, Bo Nix, who was bad. The only guy that would have an argument here that might enter the chat and say, sorry, but I had a great week too, is Xavier Worthy, who scored the 2 touchdowns for the Chiefs. But Daniels, number 2 overall pick, I think perfectly deserving, and congrats to him. Pretty cool honor.
Yeah, it is neat. You don't take anything away, but this also wasn't the most banner week for rookie performances, right? I mean, I'm sure maybe a lineman somewhere was awesome and grade worthy, but we all kind of know how these awards work, right? People were wowed by what could have been multiple rushing touchdowns and nearly 90 rushing yards, and some of the plays that are highlight worthy, right? Where he's getting out of the pocket, making people miss, and flying around the field. So yeah, it's a neat thing, but it's also, context is important. We talked about this years ago with Chase Young winning Defensive Rookie of the Year. Some years you wouldn't have won it. That year you did. You don't take it away, but you just acknowledge the circumstances.
Grant and Danny live on the Fan. You can watch us. We are streaming on video on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, as we do each and every day. Both the offense and the defense were disappointments in week 1 against Tampa. If you had to bet on one side of the ball to break out and bounce back in week 2 against an inferior Giants group compared to Tampa Bay, which side of the ball would you put your money on? We'll get into that next on G&D on the Fan. Cliff Kingsbury spoke with the media today and said a few things that we want to play and react to that I think you guys will find interesting. Notably, one of his play calls where Jaden Daniels ran and took a hit, he said was the worst play call he's ever made. So we'll play that audio for you. He also, when talking about Jaden Daniels, gave some reasons why maybe Daniels ran as much as he did. And at one point said, and I'm paraphrasing, but hey, Lamar Jackson ran that many times as well. So is it really the biggest deal? And again, that's my words, not his. But we'll play all the clips and let you guys make up some of your own decisions on how Kingsbury felt about week one. That's coming up at 3 o'clock here on Grant and Danny. So you want to be listening then. The Commanders are getting ready for the Giants. We're 3 days away. I was told, by the way, that they have now sold out.
Yes.
I've not seen an official announcement. Either that's coming or they won't be making one. Maybe I've already missed it. But I was told from somebody with the team that they are, in fact, sold out.
Yeah, so we discussed that yesterday, that last year at this point, they had been sold out for several days. There was a big push, a big announcement, a big look what's going on. Not only this game, the home opener, because last year was week one, but beyond that, weeks out in advance, they were letting people know, hey, this is working, this is happening, you're part of something, we're building. We haven't had that same energy, same excitement, but to their credit, they've sold out week one.
So that's a good thing. Last year was the Cardinals who didn't travel, so it was all Commanders fans. This year, it's the Giants. They've got fans in the area, and we'll come down 95. So I will be curious to see the breakdown of the fans in the stands, but we can get into that in more detail after Sunday when we get to see some of the optics at the stadium. But if one of the two sides of the ball bounces back, who are you more confident in doing so after the clunker for the offense and the dud for the defense? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this at 800-636-1067 now.
This is an easy one for me, the defense. Not because the defense is good, and I don't expect it to be good, but because the Giants are that bad. The Giants' offense is a worse version of Washington's offense. They don't have anything. They don't have the ability to do anything. They are low ceiling, even lower floor. They are turnover prone. They can't run it. They can't throw it. There's very little they're capable of doing. They're going to make a lot of teams look like the 85 Bears. Minnesota, I expect to give up a bleep ton of points this year. I don't think that defense will be particularly good. They looked the 2000 Ravens called. They want their stat line back. So the defense this week has an opportunity just by being in uniform to have themselves a pretty decent day.
I definitely agree that it's a great matchup for the defense and that they should be a lot better than they were. You're not dealing with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And I think when you're dealing with really good wide receivers, with Washington secondary on the field, they're going to get exposed. But I do think potentially the best weapon on the outside in the game is Malik Neighbors.
I agree with that.
I mean, Neighbors is going to be sexy all year long to watch, and he is a blast. First down and a touchdown type talent. I think he had 5 for 60 and change in his debut. But I'm going to go with the other side of the ball, actually, and Washington's offense. And it's a similar reason for me. I thought the Giants defensively were putrid in their secondary and against the pass. They did an okay job actually getting pressure on Sam Darnold at times, but Sam Darnold always had outlets. He was able to get the ball out, whether it was checking it down or in the intermediate area. He was able to push the ball down the field at times. And by the way, Darnold, I thought, was dynamite. If you guys didn't see his first game with the Vikings, it's his last chance maybe as a starter in this league. And it's not even going to be in Minnesota long-term after they drafted J.J. McCarthy, but it's a pretty good situation for him with Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and Brian Flores-led defense that at least against the Giants looked very good in week one. But I thought that the Giants secondary, which Chris Bisignano, the Giants insider who joined us yesterday on Blitzing the East, said is just flat out bad, looked putrid when I went back and rewatched the game. I could not believe, and this is not to take away from Sam Darnold, who did a nice job. I mean, he was, I want to say 14 for 14 or something like that.
To start the game, yeah.
To start that game. He petered off a little bit as the game went, but he was just throwing to open receivers often in the first couple of quarters. They finished week one 30th in yards per play defensively, dead last in a couple categories, and 29th against the pass. They gave up about 5.6 yards per play. They could not get off the field, and they were 32nd in sacks per pass attempt. So you look at some of those things, from last year, those numbers carried over into 2024, where they were 28th against the pass and 28th against the run and 28th in yards per play and 26th in sacks per pass attempt. It's not just week one. It's last year's numbers too. Mm-hmm. This is not a good defense. And specifically, it's not a good secondary. And I think it's just what the doctor ordered. for some open receivers, throwing the ball into space, into bigger windows for Jaden Daniels, and maybe getting these receivers going a little bit.
If it's going to happen, this is the week it's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to have many better opportunities than this one. I don't think they have that card to play. I don't think they've got that waiting where they are good enough to take advantage of bad. Like, we talked about that a lot. Remember,
Very possible.
Remember in Rivera's first year, that weird 2020 year, we all know what happened. But they got a chance to beat up on some bad quarterbacks, teams that were reeling, and they were just good enough to take advantage of bad. That's a threshold. I know that sounds trivial, and we should frankly expect a lot more, but there is a baseline. In other words, if you're not any good, you find yourself down in the muck with another team that's not very good, and it's a rock fight. If you're decent, if you're part of that middle bucket, and you play a terrible team, see the Saints and Panthers this weekend. The Saints they're not going anywhere. Nothing special about them.
7, 8, 9 wins-ish.
But they beat the brakes off of that hapless group of zilches down there. And that's what if you're good enough, you can do that. If this unit is good enough at all to do anything at any point in time, this is the week.
Yeah, I don't know what Washington is yet. And I don't want to sit here and pretend to know. I've got one game, which isn't enough, especially when you don't take the preseason seriously. And that's not a knock on how they did it, although it's not how I would do it, but it's knock on how the league does it.
Sure.
And enough with the argument that we've had for years as an industry, not you and I specifically, but football fans and media have had about not needing the preseason, and look at the Rams. The product is worse in week 1 than it is in week 10, bar none. Passing offenses, statistically, way down. People pay for not playing their starters every single year in the preseason, and we pretend like they don't, which is fine if your point is just to keep guys healthy and you'll wear it for a week or two. Okay, but let's just acknowledge what it is. So I think it's important to say we don't really know what's going to be good, what's going to be bad from this operation yet. We've got one game, and in a week-to-week league, it could be completely misleading. But a lot of our priors got confirmed, and I think that's where some of our confidence is coming from, which isn't always fair. But I will just say that if we're saying which side of the ball is going to improve, both of them have a great chance to.
It's your best shot for a while.
As bad as the Giants are, though, they're doing the exact same thing there about Washington, just so everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just saying that. I mean, I actually listened to their radio, WFAN, a couple of days back. And after their game, they were referencing the potential of Daniel Jones being on the hot seat and going to the backup quarterback and what other changes could they make. And the idea was, well, look, they've got Washington this weekend.
Here's your get-right game.
They've got a chance to break out on offense, to play a lot better, look a lot better on defense against the rookie quarterback and receivers that they don't worry about, right? It's the same thing we're talking about.
Yep.
So it's an even game in a lot of ways. Like, Washington is a narrow favorite. I think the line opened at 3. It's down to 1.5 in a lot of places. You get 2 for being at home. So by definition, the odds makers actually think the Giants are probably a half point better or so than Washington. It's a toss-up type game, but both sides of the ball should be able to look way, 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 way better than they did last week. And there's only a couple games like this on the schedule, like this one and the Panthers, where you go in and go, hey, let's get right on both sides of the ball. And it's a plausible thing. It could absolutely happen.
Indeed. And there might be other opportunities as the year progresses with injuries or how a team is playing, et cetera. But remember, going into this season, there was only one game. This is from Mike Clegg with ESPN, where Washington was the prohibitive odds-on favorite to win this week 2 game against the Giants. And I think the Panthers was closer to 50-50. I think I would change those odds now, but that's just me talking. So, yeah, there is an opportunity here, right? Week 1, the thing that has frustrated me a little bit is everyone's now kind of saying, well, Tampa's really good. They've made Tampa into some world beater. They might win that garbage NFC South, but so what? They're not going anywhere. And if they do, I'll eat my hat. But this is another team that's down bad for a different reason, right? This is the beginning of a build, even though they won't say it. I'm happy to say it, by the way. This is the beginning of a build. They're trying to start something here, and I give them credit. There's going to be some pain and some growing pains dealing with it. New York is in a very different place. They had a choice, and they paid their quarterback a lot of money. Not the top end of the market, but not the bottom either. That's a lot. They moved on from certain players, going, we can't afford to keep both Saquon Barkley and this guy. We can't afford this. They were acting like they're supposed to be pretty decent. Like they thought they were going to be competitive. At least that's what it looked like to me. With some of their moves and with that offseason hard knocks. We're in different spaces, right? But both teams come in probably needing some validation. And it's not a must win for any kind of football sense, because it's a must win if you're trying to get to the playoffs or trying to do something special this year. I don't think that's in the cards. Maybe some fans did, but I don't. To me, this is a must show better for both organizations. Must be much better than you were in week number 1, which was a massive letdown for a lot of people.
So Danny thinks that the defense is going to look a lot better than it did against the Bucs. I'm going to go with the offense and roll the dice on them taking advantage of a bad Giants secondary. Which side of the ball do you have more confidence in having a week 2 renaissance here and a bounce back effort? 800-636-1067. Also, it looks like the Commanders fans in attendance this week are going to be given a pretty funny and pretty cool gift for going to the game. Let's get into that next on G&D right here on The Fan. Wait till you hear what the Commanders are going to be giving away to fans making their way into Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland this weekend for the team's home opener. I'll tell you in just a couple of minutes. And it should be pointed out that this has never been given away at a sporting event that I'm aware of before. It's pretty funny. You're listening to G&D on the Fan. Question is, offense or defense? Where are you putting your money down? Who's going to play better this weekend? Who has a bounce-back game? The Giants are bad, at least according to week one, on both sides of the ball. And frankly, they weren't a whole lot better on either sides of the ball last year. So who do you like to get right? The offense or the defense? Let's go to Brandon in Richmond on G&D. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, fellas. Hey, man, Daniel Jones always has a best game against us. Our offense has to do it. I mean, our defense has always been a sift. I mean, when's the last time we had a good corner? Sean Springs? I mean, come on now. We've been terrible on the backside for a long time.
I like the Sean Springs reference.
It's a good pull.
I saw him at a practice in Ashburn, like 12 years since he last played or whatever it was, a couple of weeks back. So it's funny to think of him being potentially the last good corner, although obviously that's a little bit shtick, but a lot funny. Daniel Jones is 27. He has had his best games of his career against Washington. Not anecdotal, statistical, just a fact. He is in 8 games against Washington, lit them up to the effect that the Giants are 6-1-1 in those games. And just as an example, against the Eagles over that same stretch with Daniel Jones at quarterback, they're 1-7. Jones has played way, way, way better against the Commanders. And if you basically listed all of the best games of his career, like 1 to 10, I think 7 of them, 6 of them maybe, are games against Washington, right at the top of the list or near it. His playoff game against the Vikings might actually be his number 1 game. But where I worry a little bit about him, as bad as he looked, 52% complete, 2 interceptions, no touchdowns, 186 yards, and a blowout loss, is the mobility. They did not rush with vision against Baker Mayfield. And Baker Mayfield was able to avoid sacks even when they got some pressure. He would get out of the pocket and slide around and move around and reset and throw the football like I love. Daniel Jones might just pull the ball down and do the Jadon Daniels thing where he just takes off for that backbreaker on third down, the 13, 15-yard run. That worries me. If they don't rush with better vision and stay more assignment sound in their lanes as rushers, I could see him scrambling 7 or 8 times for 70 yards.
Yeah, and you wonder if that dictates what kind of coverage they might want to play. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, in week number 1, why am I blanking on Todd Bowles? Thank you. Good gracious. Todd Bowles has this, you know, he's blitzing from every different angle all the time. It's what he loves. If I'm the Giants, you don't have Wing Martindale anymore. I don't know that I would do that necessarily. I might think about playing coverage and sort of saying, let's just keep Jayden Daniels in the pocket and see what happens. I wonder if that might be the game plan, honestly, for Washington here, is to say, let's dare Daniel Jones to throw, because he's gone for over 300 yards, by far his career high against any team, against Washington on the ground with a touchdown. Rushed it over 6-7 yards per carry. That's over, you know, half a decade now of matchups, in addition to some prolific throwing. But I would challenge him to, I would say, you're not getting out of the pocket to beat us, even if it means Bobby Wagner sitting there hovering around, if it means I'm playing a ton of zone, just to sort of mix and match. But I can't have those back-breaking, nothing's happening in the offense, so he scrambles out and gets out of a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10 type thing. I'm going to challenge him to pick me apart for an entire game on defense.
His career high in passing, 402 yards against the Saints, but he did have a 352-yard, 5-touchdown game against Washington that is still one of the best of his career. Let's go to Doug in Arlington on G&D. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call. So really, honestly, I think the offense is going to outperform last week. Seems like the Giants defense is full of holes that Sam Darnold was able to tackle. We have less, wide receivers than Minnesota does, but I think the run game is going to be really important. I also think that our offense is going to be really important in controlling the clock, which I think is hopefully what will help dictate the game. It's like just running the ball, throwing the line of scrimmage, and controlling the clock.
Good call. Thanks, buddy. I will say that there's better talent on the Giants defense, probably overall, than on their offense. Dexter Lawrence, their D tackle, is one of the best players in the NFL at his position. They brought in Brian Burns, who's an edge rusher who could go for 12 or 14 sacks this year and nobody would bat an eye. I still really like in the matchup against Washington, he's tormented them. He had a bad week 1 and grilled by the media all week long. Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yep.
Their defensive
He's very
end.
comfortable against Washington.
He's done a really good job. He won that matchup with Charles Leno a bunch. Seemed like a bad matchup for Leno, but we'll see what it looks like with a different tackle group this time. And then Bobby Okereke, the linebacker, also has been a problem at times for Washington and is a really good football player. So as far as I'm concerned, there's just more defensive talent in that front seven for the Giants than there is maybe on the other side of the ball, which is ominous in terms of pass rush and protecting Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I don't know how much running room there's going to be, especially in the interior. You want to play bash with, Brian Robinson. Good luck going up against, Pro Bowl caliber player Dexter Lawrence there in the middle and a couple of those other guys. I mean, to me, you can misdirection here and there a little bit. Maybe you'd be vulnerable in some quick game where a guy misses a tackle or two, and getting the ball out in space to me is at a premium. I want to challenge this secondary. I don't think we can do that throwing the football in a traditional sense, but I want to challenge a secondary to tackle Austin Eckler with a head full of steam. I want to challenge a secondary to deal with Brian Robinson. Again, same thing, head full of steam, etc. Challenge those guys that way. They get sick of it. Then maybe I can get something easier over the top. But to me, you're not winning a pushing contest up front against that group.
The defense's chances of bouncing back are going to have to happen without one of their starters because of some breaking injury news right now on Grant and Danny. So let's get to that. All of our breaking news on the Fans brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Seeing this first via Nikki Jabvala of the Washington Post. Commanders corner Emmanuel Forbes will be undergoing surgery tomorrow to repair a torn UCL in his thumb, a source has confirmed. So this was reported elsewhere initially, but locally being confirmed by Nikki Jabvala. Again, Emmanuel Forbes to have surgery on the UCL in his thumb. No timetable given on his return. So we can get into this in more detail coming up in just a few minutes, Danny, but your initial reaction.
I just feel for the kid. I mean, listen, I don't think he's any good. I don't think that's really what's at issue here. He's trying to get himself on track, right, with a second go around with a second regime. And week one was inauspicious, and he's trying to climb out of this pit, and that's a pretty big setback. So that's a bummer, man. I feel for the guy.
I know the average listener doesn't care about this kind of stuff, but I guess it looks like Rap Sheet had that first about 6 minutes ago. Emmanuel Forbes undergoing surgery tomorrow to repair a torn UCL in the thumb, a blow to the secondary for the former first-round pick. Having the procedure now, Forbes will fix an issue that would have been a problem all season. So goes without saying he's not going to play this weekend. Now, what the timeline looks like soon thereafter, I'm not sure. You would think in the secondary, you could actually wrap that, put a club on it, whatever, and play football. Just not going to be able to catch the football the same way. But he's never had an interception in his career anyway. So ideally, you could go out there, you could cover, whatever. But it's not like that has been a strength.
Yeah, that's not the strong suit either.
To your point, I do. I feel for him because he takes a beating. I mean, just absolutely gets crushed. Not to say that it's undeserving, but when you're a first-round pick, the expectations are very high. He has not performed, and he has become kind of enemy of the state #1 with the fan base for the issues in the secondary and defensively. And now you're getting off to a slow start with your performance. Then you get hurt. Now you're going to be out, it sounds like. So we'll have more details on this injury next. Plus, I'll tell you what fans will be getting when they go to the game this weekend. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan all over the DMV 106.7. In Richmond now for the next 3 hours, AM 910, FM 105.1. And if you want to watch us, you can stream us on YouTube, 106.7, the Fan's YouTube page. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction and help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Breaking news into the Fan just a few minutes ago. Emmanuel Forbes to have surgery on the UCL in his thumb. Now, I'm not a doctor. When I think UCL, I think like Tommy John,
I think my elbow, yeah.
That is normally not a thumb thing, but I guess there's one in the thumb too. He jacked it up. He needs an operation.
I guess there's UCLs everywhere. I didn't know that, so I learned something today. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is one of those things where it was impossible for me to really and truly believe that this group was going to make this huge leap this year and start to compete. And this is kind of an example. And it feels a little bit mean to pile on Emmanuel Forbes, but it's just kind of by way of example. Because you're sort of stuck, this is a first-round pick. You're not just going to cut him. You're not just going to move on from him. He's got 3, potentially 4 years left if somehow he gets to the point where you'd pick up his option. I don't think that was ever going to happen, but maybe it could, where it's cost prohibitive to move on. It's cost prohibitive to go find whoever, a free agent corner that you think would be an upgrade, right? So you go bargain shopping, you go with guys that the Igmanoganis, the Mike Davises of the world, you find guys that are available on the fairly cheap and you plug them in to try to implement your culture. But you're going to see if a first-round pick from last year can play. You're going to do that. That's elementary, that's routine. But it also means it's prohibitive of this renaissance transformation where they're going to jump up and start beating everybody each and every week. I just don't see the path there. So, but for him personally, that's just such a bummer. I mean, you know what I mean? Like as you said it before we went to break, everything's been piled on him. It's just somehow it's his fault that he was drafted that high.
Start.
He needed it and he didn't get it.
The opposite has happened.
Yeah.
He had a bad game. Really, it was a play that made him kind of the butt of jokes, where he got 2 15-yard penalties I've never seen before, the PI and the face mask. And now you add to that you got hurt, bench/hurt, both at different points during the game, and now he's not going to be available for the short term, and I don't know how long moving forward he'll be out. But speaking of feeling bad piling on, this does not make them worse. The lack of depth hurts, and clearly you probably now have to elevate a corner off of the scrap heap. I don't know who plays that would not have been available because of inactivation, or maybe you elevate a corner from your own practice squad or something. But playing, if Michael Davis, let's say, is healthy and available and ready, getting him into the lineup, or seeing Noah Igbenogany more. Maybe this means that we actually get to see more Mikey Sanristel outside, or Quan Martin covering more. You just can't convince me that this is like a deal-breaking setback for this defense the way that he has played.
Mm-hmm.
And he was their lowest graded player this past week. So hopefully he gets healthy, because the only way for him to continue to get better and to develop and frankly to become a rosterable, startable contributor is for him to just continue to improve. And that's not going to happen while you're rehabbing from this thumb injury, obviously. But I don't think this is a damaging loss from a personnel standpoint, the way he's been playing in any way.
I think that's very well said. And again, there's no way to separate it. I do feel bad for him personally, but we're talking about football and football production, and I don't think he's very capable right now of producing an awful lot. So a replacement level player would be more than welcome.
Here's where I think people are wrong, though. So I just got a tweet from someone named Todd. Appreciate you listening in and hitting me up at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter and Instagram. Danny's at Funny Danny. He said they should have cut him during training camp. No, they shouldn't have. Why would you do that? He was a first-round pick last year, who, let's just say he was a 4th-round pick last year. And at that point, you're on the roster bubble, and who knows, maybe he gets cut. I bet he doesn't, because he actually won a starting job at training camp. They don't have good cornerbacks. It's not like there's 3 really good corners that don't get to play because they're busy playing Emmanuel Forbes. They don't have depth of proven, legitimate players at that position. Their other starter is a 3rd-round pick that they had here, who I like a little bit, but who has also really struggled and not really had a whole lot to show for his couple of seasons on the grass after being drafted by the previous regime either. So that's number one. Number two, he did in college, used differently, obviously, show that he had an elite trait. And that was his ball hawking skills. That was his playmaking ability. He broke the record for pick sixes. when you get the ball in his hands, which hasn't happened yet, obviously, and he's in space, he has a knack for making plays after the reception, so to speak. So it's not like there's nothing redeemable about this guy. He has ball skills, and he has the ability to do something after he picks off a pass. Now, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but this idea that he should have been cut is just silly to me. Whether he should be starting or not, definite conversation. Whether you would bet on him ever becoming a first-round caliber player, of course, sure. But I feel the same way about him as I did Jamin Davis a couple years ago. They shouldn't have cut Jamin Davis, who's fast and physical, and find a way to use this person. That's what coaching is. Find a way to take this SEC athlete who was exceptional at an SEC program and did something no one had ever done before in college football, and find a way to make him rosterable. That's the job. And oh, by the way, I've been told what geniuses we have in terms of coaching up the secondary and making DBs better with their coaching, and how the last group was so terrible at it. So figure out a way to make this guy not terrible. That's the gig.
So I take a different tact and get to the same conclusion. To me, it's about salary cap. There's nothing to be gained by moving on from, I'll start with Jamin Davis. You would have owed him $4.5 million just for the fact that his name is Jamin Davis. Cut him, don't cut him, whatever. If you want to keep him, if you don't think he can play linebacker for you, have him on special teams. You find something for him to do. He can be the backup holder. He can be the guy that holds the clipboard. He can be the guy that claps the loudest when good things happen. But there's no reason to cut him. $4.5 million whether he plays or doesn't. That's number one. Then you go to Forbes. You've got 3 years left. You would have owed him $12.6 million of dead cap money. For what? To prove some point? No, there's no reason to do that. You take your time. You see for sure. I've already got my mind made up, by the way. I don't think he can play at this level. I don't think he can be effective. Maybe I'll be wrong on a second or third stop. But there's no upside in that. Just the realistic way that rosters are constructed. It would be a pointless, futile act of a temper tantrum just to kick a guy because he didn't play well. He's got some athletic traits, some skill set. Maybe the next regime could find it or the next place can find it. I don't know that anybody here is going to. But you owe so much money, it's worth trying to figure that out.
The outside corner rotation with him injured, and we'll find out probably based on whether he's IR'd or not, the length of the recovery. But St. Juste, who maybe travels, I don't know. Maybe you have him run around with Malik Neighbors, who seems like a guy you should probably be starting on your fantasy team.
Worry about him, yeah.
Noah Igbenogany, who played a little bit outside on the boundary for Forbes this past week, and then Michael Davis, who somehow didn't play, who was one of their additions who played a lot of training camp on the outside. But those are the guys initially. The good news is, outside of Neighbors, there's just nobody on the Giants who worries you.
Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson got 12 targets and I think about 8 yards in week number 1.
He really had 12
he got 12 targets, by the way. Yeah.
Good God. I wonder how many of those were like he was the guy when they threw it out of bounds. But still, that's preposterous. I'm not even doing a bit.
What did pop me?
But yeah, that's gross. And that team, from a weaponry standpoint, has been bad for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of Neighbors, with Barkley now in Philly, still is. So thank God you're not playing a team that, like the Vikings or the Dolphins or something this week, where you've got Hill and Waddle and just wide receivers out the wazoo. Here's what I kept teasing, though, and we didn't get to because of the breaking Forbes news. They're giving away something I've never seen given away at games before that is specific to Jaden Daniels at the stadium this week. The Commanders are going to be giving out boxes of waffle mix at Northwest Stadium. And you go, wait, I'm sorry, did you say waffle mix? I did. It turns out Jaden Daniels loves waffles. And his pregame routine is to eat not one, but 2. They were very careful in specifying that. He doesn't just eat one waffle, Danny. He eats 2 waffles before every game. So for the fans in attendance via Bisquick, you are going to be getting a football-themed box of waffle mix for attending the game so that you can be Jaden Daniels and eat your 2 waffles on an upcoming football Sunday.
So I've seen Ben Stanek, who had this. I haven't seen anyone else say anything about it.
Apparently, they passed out some information in the media room today to let the media know that they were doing it.
I guess my point is I believe it. I'm going to say, if this is the case, and it sounds like it is, this is fantastic.
I think it's a great bid.
This is fantastic. Yes, whoever's in charge, let them know that I'm saying fantastic. Yes, Yes to this. This is splendid. This is not some kitschy thing that you're going to chuck in the trash or some, piece of plastic that's going to break or some sort of, shoddily made toy. This is, now, it may not be the most fun thing to carry around all day. I wonder if you get it when you leave. I don't know the deal.
I would say there's no way they're going to give it to you when you walk in, because then a lot of them are going to end up on the field.
Yeah.
Normally you get this kind of thing.
Oh, good thought.
You get them when you walk out.
Yeah. It's like 17-3 Giants in the fourth, and all of a sudden, Bisquick on the field, seat cushion.
The seat cushion game?
Yeah.
This will be the
Bisquick game.
The Bisquick waffle box game, right? So, yeah, you get this kind of thing when you leave.
I am so in favor of this. This is fantastic. This is fun. This is no one's harmed here. This is a nice cross promotion. I am a fan of this. Good job.
Yeah, it's good for two reasons for me. The first reason is it's a present. It's a gift. It's something you don't have to do. Football doesn't do as many of the giveaways as, say, they do in baseball, where the Nats are giving out these 1924 world champion Washington Senators. I'll show it off here on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream.
You're smacking around there. Yeah, that's good. Yep.
Yeah. So that you guys can see it on YouTube. So they sent these over to the station, and I snagged one of them. But like in baseball, they give these away all the time. Bobbleheads, something cool, something fun, gets you in the ballpark. Football doesn't really need to, except the teams that need to do need to. And Washington is one of those teams. But they have not really been in the business of cool giveaways. They might do a little rally towel here or something small there. But I just think this is funny, number one. And in addition to just being a gift, the old give them a pickle thing that I always talk about, like make your consumer happy, extend the olive branch. It's also on brand for Jayden Daniels. Now, I didn't know this about JD. I had no idea he was a waffle mark and he eats 2 before every game. But apparently it's a thing. And it teaches you a little bit about your player. It opens up, the visor, so to speak, for Daniels. And you learn a little bit more about your franchise quarterback. And it's an on-brand gift that is like playing up something fun about one of the faces, and frankly, the face of the franchise. So what's not to like? Good job.
Nobody's hurt. I mean, you might get one person yelling about gluten or something like that, but they probably,
sure, yeah.
Well, they probably shouldn't be outside anyway.
Today's day and age, they'll get sued because you need to provide something for me as a vegan. Is this vegan or I don't know?
Who knows?
Like the Nats, remember when they were doing their fun little thing? The Nats were like, hey, if you're under the age of 35, young professional deal. Come on over to Nats Park, single game tickets at this rate. And some guy who was 40 sued them. Was like, actually, that's age discrimination. That's ageist.
Yeah.
So I'm sure like the big French toast is going to be pissed, and they're going to sue because they're doing waffles.
I actually enjoy pancakes more than waffles. What do I get?
Big Pancake is going to be so salty about
Big
this.
Pancake's a great bet. This is fantastic. I think you touched on both reasons why. Hey, again, this is it costs a little bit of money, but this is one of those low. It's not like you had to go to a production line somewhere. Bisquick already made it for you. You know what I mean? You just make sure the boxes are available. It promotes your guy. It's a nice thing for the fans that have bought in. That's all that I think season ticket holders and people that, I've given up going and I'll never go again. But the people that still do it to themselves they're trying to decide every time. There's an easy answer. Sometimes that answer is no, I'm not going to. You make them feel good. You make them happy. You give them a nice thing just for signing up.
But to this is more ironic funny. Like this is not a feel-good present, I don't think, in the sense that like walking out with a grocery item is kind of random. But I think the point is it's good shtick. It's skits and bits. The guy eats pancakes. You can be like, Jayden, eat a pancake.
There you go.
Box looks like a football. I hope they do a breakfast theme where like next week, Luke McCaffrey likes pancakes. So they do 2 of those for you. Or like the week after that, what Johnny Newton loves? Johnny Newton loves sausage links.
He loves oatmeal. So you get a little instant oats.
So by the end of the season, you get 2 eggs for, Mike Sanders still day. And at the end of the year, you put everything in the fridge. You can make a breakfast on your way to the last game based on what everybody likes for breakfast. But good enough and cool that they're giving something out. Fun idea.
Good job.
We'll get to know Jayden Daniels. Speaking of Jayden Daniels, his offensive coordinator had a lot to say about his first game when he met with the media today, Cliff Kingsbury. So let's go through some of these comments from Kingsbury from his session today, starting with what he learned about Jayden Daniels from his performance in week 1. This was just this afternoon, the very deep voice of Cliff Kingsbury.
The competitive spirit, I think, just to watch how he continued to fight, especially at the end. I called one of the worst plays I've ever called in my entire career, and he just took the ball and ran into the end zone, and it was like he was not going to be denied there on the goal line, and it says a lot about him in that situation. A lot of people would not have taking that opportunity to drive that ball down and then put it in the end zone, and he wanted the ball in his hands and wanted to score. So that was exciting to see. I think every day he gains more and more credibility in the locker room with his work ethic, his attention to detail, and then the competitive spirit is as good as I've ever been around.
So you heard like I did there. He said it was one of the worst calls he'd ever had. And I thought he meant I shouldn't be calling goal line stuff and him taking hits at the end of a game where we've already lost. Like, frankly, I thought he would come out or should come out and say, that was probably a mistake. Heat of the moment, wasn't really thinking from a 10,000-foot view. That's not really what he meant, as you hear him elaborate here on why it was the worst call. He was more annoyed that he didn't give him the option to get out of it if he had a bad look, bad front that he was going to run into.
Mm-hmm.
Less about the health of his quarterback or taking the shot. This was Kingsbury.
Basically, I didn't give him a check to get out of it. So they didn't bump with emotion. There was about 3 guys outside on the option. And so he saw that and he ran it anyways and just stuck his foot in the ground and cut back and ran a couple guys over and got in the end zone. So with that look, he needs a play to check out of. And he just said, snap it and said, I got you, coach. Got in the end zone. But yeah, if I had that one back, I would rather him not get hit like that.
So he does acknowledge at the end, he doesn't want him getting hit. But I guess my point when he first said that was, I thought, oh, good. There's an acknowledgement they should not have been running the ball down there. And that really wasn't at all what he was saying as much
It's
as
like the secondary effect of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, we shouldn't be running the ball into that look. And whenever I call that play in that situation, I need to give him another play that he could go to if the defense is aligning in a way where it's not going to work. And he basically commended Daniels for making it work because he's an athlete.
Yeah. Which you can go to the well sometimes, right? I mean, in a tie game in the fourth quarter against the Giants this week, all right, bowl them over and let's get that touchdown. But we're going to all be holding our breath while it happens. Down 23 with, a matter of seconds left may not be the best time to ram it in there.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Now, you are team pancake, not team waffle.
Oh, yeah, it's all great. Just different delivery methods, but pancake's the one seed. Yes.
1 to 10 pancake.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Pancake's 10. It's in my 5 favorite foods.
Waffle.
9.4.
Wow, you love a waffle.
Yeah, I love them. Because the natural cups for both the butter and the syrup, and then your fruit topping if you want to go
French
get a
toast.
Randy. 8.
Ooh, really disrespectful.
No, it's excellent.
The French toast.
Really, really good.
So, as you know, I found out on my little mini vacation this summer that I actually do like pancakes, which is a really nice thing for
Big
me.
revelation for you.
French toast is a 9.97. Pancakes are an 8.1. And waffles are going to be like a 7.96. They're all. I'll eat them all.
Sure,
I'll have them all. But it's French toast first and second, maybe third. And if I got more time, we'll try something else. But you're forgetting about how good French toast is.
No, I remembered it. But the difference is like you've got batter for the best ones, the batter, which is like what we're getting here. Like this is the waffle batter,
the waffle
pancake batter versus just a piece of toast that's like dressed really well.
You're forgetting that egg.
See, the difference is, well, I remember the whole thing. There's a vanilla extract and some cinnamon.
Yeah.
It's all good.
You're getting a little cinnamon.
You could put me in a tuxedo. I'd rather have Tom Wilson in a tuxedo. See what I'm saying? Just a piece of toast over here.
You're forgetting syrup.
Tom Wilson's the batter.
Syrup.
It goes on all of those things, though. It's not exclusive. The syrup's not exclusive to your French toast.
No, but it makes it that much better. A little syrup, a little butter.
With
right
the batter.
there, a little crispy toast.
All those things with it's not crispy anymore. It's wet. It's been cooked.
Delicious.
It's
We
it's
hope
very
so.
good. It's very good.
You know what you're forgetting?
What's that?
How good French toast is.
I remember very well. Just toast, all dressed up.
Maybe that'll be week 4.
Someone likes French toast. We'll
Maybe.
give them that.
Who likes French toast?
Week 8, croque monsieurs for everybody.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, more from Cliff Kingsbury on Jaden Daniels running as much as he did. What does he think about that? Why did he run so much? Is that going to be something we see more of? His answer was surprising. This is G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15 tonight. That's when Nats pregame starts. They got the Marlins in town, 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler on the call. Down the stretch, the Nats come. Will Brinson of CBS joins us to go around the NFL at 5. We'll be busy for the duration of the program. Right now, though, Cliff Kingsbury met with the media, got a lot of answers from the OC on what was a pretty ugly passing performance in week 1 for the Commanders, and just offensively not what we drew up around here in the offseason. Although Jaden Daniels did show off the legs, was named the player of the week among rookies in the NFL for his 88 yards and 2 touchdowns this past weekend. This was Cliff Kingsbury on what's going to get Jaden Daniels to a point where he can go through his progressions and develop as a passer. This is what he had to say this afternoon.
Just playing, that you have to play to even come close to simulating what a live NFL game is in season on Sundays. And I thought, like I said, his operation to not have any pre-snap penalties, to only have 2 penalties overall. One of them probably shouldn't have been a penalty, was really good. No play clock violations. I mean, I thought he handled himself well, and as he plays, the game will continue to slow down.
Thoughts?
There was the one timeout at the start of the second half that I couldn't stand on a 3rd and 10. I mean, that to me is a coaching point, that there needs to be a, hey, we're not getting that first down. Now, they ended up getting it via very fortunate penalty. They got bailed out, but we're not getting that. That's probably not worth burning in a game that we think we're going to be close in, or we hope to be. That second half timeout's too precious to waste 9 seconds in on a 3rd and long. But in general, I think it's a good point, honestly, is we always have to remember that practice is one thing, even preseason games are one thing, but now in an NFL game, there's no higher level. There's no getting called up to the next show. This is it. Everything's going to be racing a little bit faster. And to not have those kind of penalties of I'm too overwhelmed, and some of the mechanics of getting out of the huddle and those sorts of deals actually is something we shouldn't take for granted.
I have 2 takeaways on that answer. The first is I agree with him completely, and everyone needs to settle down. It has been 1 game in this guy's career. 1. The idea that performance was gospel, or that his issues in that game are the issues he'll have in 5 years. Everybody relax, please. It takes time. Now, I'm not saying in week 14 or even week 7 that we have to have the exact same conversation. But he had 1 game in an era where nobody cares about the preseason. You don't get to play very much. And where, other than really the joint practices, you knew what the defense was doing throughout practice constantly. So let's just all settle down a little bit with these big picture takeaways on Jaden Daniels. And this is where, going back to Monday, my point was, we are going to analyze this game, and we are going to talk about these 60 minutes of football as an individual entity. Takeaways from that game are not the same as takeaways for a guy's career, right? So I think that's important. Second takeaway, though, I had from what Cliff Kingsbury said is, he needs to play. This is why I wish teams, including this one, did not pretend like the preseason is an inconvenience. They treat the preseason like a damn inconvenience, and it infuriates me when, after he has a game like that where he's not comfortable, and you're not going to be comfortable even if you played 12 quarters in the preseason, but you'd be a hell of a lot more comfortable. And Cliff Kingsbury's answer is, well, he just needs to play. He needs time on the grass. He needs to see things.
Was there any opportunity for that?
If only you didn't elect not to give him almost any in the month where you're allotted this. Now, there are people listening who are going to say the juice isn't worth the squeeze. The risk of getting him injured is not worth him getting off to a better start as a passer in week 1. And that's a reasonable enough conversation. We can be on both sides of that. I'll disagree with you. But it is maddening to me that the preseason is viewed as an inconvenience when then after a game, you're going to say, yeah, we just need more time. He just needs to play. You had 12 quarters of football where you could have reasonably had him play 5 of them if you wanted to. They chose to have him play like 3 drives or whatever it was. I mean, it was minuscule. It was a nothing burger.
So my retort to that is, and you and I have argued about the preseason forever. We don't have to. My point is, what about all the reps you wasted pretending it was a competition? What about those? Could those have helped?
Sure.
We had a lot of time where we had to pretend that it might be Marcus Mariota or something, or he had to earn it. And if you want him on the grass, who controls that is the coaching staff. You put him right there on that grass and with the lines that govern where the field of play is. And you say, you get to play. Now, is that the same as a regular season game? No. Same argument for preseason. All the reps that went to Marcus Mariota, who was inactive for week 1. I would love to have those back. I would have loved to have given them to Jaden Daniels, but that's another hill to die on at a different time. But the big picture point, though, from Kingsbury is correct. There was no need to anoint, no need to bury, no need to slam the gavel one way or the other. This is a beginning to hopefully something that's going to happen or it's going to be good for a very long time. And this is the first step. And in that first step, by the way, he won the Rookie of the Week. Yeah, he didn't throw it great, but I think there's plenty of growth to be had there. And this is a growing process for everybody. So this is one of the things I talk about all the time when it comes to quarterbacks. Sometimes patience is not rewarded. Sometimes you're patient with somebody. It turns out they can't do it. Other times it's Josh Allen. You know what I mean? Like the whole point is the guy's under contract for 4, probably 5 years. Let's use that time until we are sure one way or the other, and we can react accordingly.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We'll get back into Cliff Kingsbury's thoughts on Jaden Daniels' debut in just a moment. Daniels, you found out on this show today, because we're investigative journalists, likes waffles.
Mm-hmm.
And he loves waffles so much that Ben Standard reported that you would be able to get some waffles potentially going into the game on Sunday. It turns out I've got some birdies chirping at me. This is not a thing.
Oh, no.
So it's not a completely incorrect anecdote from out in Ashburn, but there was a little confusion, it seems like. Apparently, Jaden Daniels' marketing team is doing a deal with Bisquick where fans will be able to get their hands on special boxes of Bisquick pancakes with Jaden Daniels' face on them that are look like a football. And there's a deal they're doing with him because he likes waffles. That is different than giving them away at the game, which is not a thing that is happening. So if you're going to the stadium and you're asking, where are my waffles?
Grant and Danny told me there'd be waffles. There's no waffles.
So you know how many people are going to be doing this? Hey, I listened to Grant and Danny. They told me I'm getting waffles. Where are my waffles? Because there's a lot of people that aren't listening anymore than were then. Just
tell them. Find them and tell them there's no waffle.
No waffle for you. You will not be getting waffles. Listen to the audible here. My guy Ben Standig's the best. I don't think anybody grinds harder on that beat. He is always working. But the audible was, turns out Jaden Daniels digs pregame waffles. Fans attending the home opener will receive waffle mix before Sunday's game. Griddle up. Seems pretty intuitive. Oh, you're going to the game, you get waffles. Turns out Jaden Daniels digs pregame waffles, and fans will have a chance to receive one of these waffle mix boxes via the rookie's Instagram page. Griddle up.
Very, very different. So I wonder.
So if you follow Jaden Daniels on Instagram and you watch his Instagram lives, maybe you can get some waffles.
So I'm not joning. I'm trying to offer a comparison here.
Yeah.
Who was the wide receiver when you were on the beat where you go, this guy's on the roster, it's happening, it's a done deal, he's going to get signed, and then he didn't?
Eddie Royal.
Eddie Royal, thank you. Went to Virginia Tech.
Yes.
Every report said the same, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And you've said a million times, you still think about that one sometimes.
It's the only thing I ever reported that ended up being categorically wrong.
Is this Ben Standig's Eddie Royal?
No, of course not. I mean, he got an email from a marketing person probably and looked at it quickly and thought they're going to be giving these away at the stadium. And it turns out you can get them on Instagram. I mean, it's a little,
again, that's so different. It's
you're killing Ben right now.
I'm not. I'm saying that's a chasm. I'm Jeremy Macklin over here, for God's sakes. Let's talk who's here. Tell me I've never messed up.
What I think's hilarious though is you and I praising this new ownership.
Hey, this is genius. Who's in charge of marketing over there? Get him on the horn, because that's brilliant.
This new marketing team, they know what they're doing. The way to a commander's heart is through their throat with food.
Yeah, they do. Shut up, Danny. We're talking.
Can we have one conversation once, Danny?
Why do you do that?
Unbelievable.
God, it's
Did he bounce?
No.
Is this a win for Jason Wright? 800-636.
What'd you like to see next? You want to do blanket in week 5? What do you want? You want him to do syrup with it?
I mean, I was steamed up.
Oh, God. What a horse's ass
I was going to have to walk down to the fan entrance just to grab myself some waffles.
I'm just congratulating everybody over there.
Can you imagine? And I'm so fat, too. So think about that. The fat guy walks up, where's my waffles?
I was told there'd be waffles.
And Ben Standig, I show him the tweet. I show him hey, Standig said they're I don't know anything about that, sir.
I don't care if you don't know. I have receipts. Benjamin is a credible reporter. Where's my waffles?
Do we need to get standing on to break down what happened here with the waffles?
This is tough.
So let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
My daughters go to Sitwell, friends. You will not be getting waffles.
There's no waffles
at the stadium.
There are no waffles.
You will potentially get waffles if you follow Jaden Daniels on Instagram.
Man, that couldn't be more different.
And there's a lot of like random Instagram lives where you're just kind of like looking there and like responding to a couple comments. So enjoy those and possibly get your waffles.
You might get to meet Brandon Ayuk on a live, and you might get waffles on a live.
Here we go.
That's right, Al. There are no waffles given out at this game. Maybe like they have some kind of brunch in one of the suites or something here or there. I don't know. I don't know what the score there.
I think we've cleaned it up pretty well. But let's go around the horn really quickly just to really drive this point home. Our producer is Darius Dameron. Darius, you're going to the game on Sunday.
I will be in attendance, yes.
When I walked out during the last break, you high-fived me and said, and I quote, "I can't believe I'm getting waffles." You now understand that you will not be getting waffles.
Wait, I'm not getting waffles? I thought we were getting waffles.
Nope. See the confusion. You see it?
Damn it.
You see it?
So it's not hitting home. There will be no waffles. Daniel Day-Lewis starred in a movie. It's called There Will Be No Waffles. Do you understand?
I take your waffles.
Ryan, you're not going to the game.
I'm not.
No. But in a world where you were, do you think you'd get waffles?
I do. Because, I mean, Ben tweeted about it.
Wrong.
He did.
Wrong.
Are we sure?
No, look at his account. It says griddle up, follow Instagram. You could get him on Instagram. That's what it says.
But it also says you can get waffles.
But not at the game.
Are we sure?
Yeah, that's why you have the edit feature. That's why you have the edit button. So no waffles, to be clear. So can we read your rankings now? Can we go French toast since Waffle screwed you over a little bit here?
Waffles kind of screwed me. Waffles screwed me a little bit. I'm knocking him down.
Pancakes number 1?
Pancakes still 10. Waffle 9.0.
Okay.
The Frost, the French toast, 877.
Ooh, closing in. Closing the gap.
877 cars for kids, I think.
It's like a NASCAR race where you're seeing the gap dissipate. It's like, oh, last lap we were back by a half second.
Do an F1 bit. Okay, waffles. Push, 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 push.
Everybody gets it, right? We don't need to have people call in and make sure they understand one at a time that you're not getting waffles. There will be no waffles. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I got more Cliff Kingsbury thoughts. That was supposed to have been a detailed breakdown on everything Kingsbury said today at the podium. But
what if he addressed the waffle situation at the podium with his deep voice?
What if Kingsbury went back to the podium right now and was like, I have one more thing. I just want to make it clear Jaden does like waffles, but we won't be giving those away at the game. I think Jaden still likes them.
I'm sure he does. That part's true.
Possibly. What if he hates waffles? What if the story is actually we find out Jaden Daniels is allergic to waffles?
Oh my God.
That would be tough.
Oh man.
Let's hope he's not allergic to waffles. Waffles, Jaden Daniels. Lobster, Darius Dameron.
It's tough.
That's like a SAT style analogy bit.
That's right.
Double play is next. What's going on in your lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, this is the Fan. Some great tweets are coming in at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Joe said, "You guys have made me look foolish." It's a screen grab of a text conversation with his buddy. He texts his buddy Jack. He says, "Nothing like 106.7 during football season." And his buddy on an iPhone, used the 2 exclamation points. Like, yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Because we're awesome like that. And then he says, "I just learned they're giving out a box of waffle mix to everyone who goes Sunday. Because Jaden eats waffles before every game." And his buddy goes, "LMAO, that's unreal." Next text. Apparently it was a false report, shaking my head. But he sends me the screen grab. And he goes, "You guys made me look foolish. Sorry, bro." Yeah, we did.
Yep.
It's true. Blessed in the DMV asks, "So how do we get these waffles again?"
Again, I actually don't know the answer.
That's a really funny
And I'm sorry that I don't know.
I don't think he really wants to know. I think he's joning.
Oh.
I think it's a zing.
Well, if someone genuinely wants the waffles, I can't help you. I don't know what to do.
I got to be honest. I have been made to look like too much of a fool. I'm now out on the whole thing. I can't be the waffle guy anymore. I'm not going to be the liaison between the J. Daniels Instagram and the waffles. Something to do with his Instagram account. Go look there. That's as much as I can help.
I think that's fair.
I can tell you where the waffles will not be.
Let's start a list. Ready, go.
Northwest Stadium.
Great list.
There will be no waffles. They might have waffles available to you.
This is the tricky part.
The concession stand. I almost said confession stand.
Would that be weird?
A priest is sitting in.
Blessed be Father, for I have sinned. Here's your waffle, my son. What the hell?
It has been several months.
That's my last waffle. This is tough all around. Nobody wins here, right? If there's never been the promise of waffles, then I don't think anybody would be frustrated or sad or ticked off.
I don't think anybody is frustrated or sad.
Well,
I think everyone's going to be fine.
If you're promised waffles and you don't get any, you see what I'm saying? It's the promising.
What if you were never promised waffles?
If I'm just driving around, minding my business.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny, if I can say trusted afternoon drive gentleman here on 106.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I
trusted.
think we had a slogan for a long time, Grant and Danny on your side.
Yeah.
Investigative journalists.
So much is going to die in the dark. Grant and Danny. You know what I mean? That's kind of our thing. And we're telling you, how great is this? The PR folks should be congratulated.
That's
the marketing
worst
team
part is this is a win for everyone involved with the Harris ownership.
I use this, give them the pickle analogy all the time, and they're giving people a pickle.
This is why I love Mitch Rails.
When people,
you know what I mean? I bet you this is Mitch's idea.
Season ticket holders are looking for a reason to come back. People who are making the decision every week whether or not they want in or not, and now you're doing something for them. Fantastic.
This is what we've been saying.
Oh.
It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Somehow, a television show on Netflix with characters based on a 1980s movie has gone more than 6 seasons, and I've watched every episode. I don't know how this show does it, GP, but Cobra Kai remains light, fun entertainment. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's got the exact right tone of dun-dun-dun, kind of 80s over-the-top movie villain stuff where, Jason once again puts his hand through the earth and comes back and torments people. Oh, it's not a horror movie, but you know what I mean? It's that same thing where the unkillable, you can't get rid of him, and the bad guy's always around and somehow gets through stuff. And even though he's wanted by all the law enforcement, federal, state, local, whatever, he still just kind of emerges at a karate tournament and nobody's thinking, hey, I see this wanted felon here. Let me just call the police and have him cuffed and stuff, but whatever. It's teenagers doing karate, and somehow I have ripped through all 6 seasons again. This is not Oscar stuff. This is not an Emmy Award winner. This is not something that's special. You're not going to go, I can't wait till my kids are old enough if I could show them Breaking Bad, or I want them to sit down with me and watch The Wire or The Sopranos or one of these prestige television shows. I can't wait till my son is in his 20s and he can appreciate Mad Men. No, it's not that. It's bubblegum, it's fluff, but I'm telling you, I've watched every episode. I can't stop.
All right, if we're just going to make this double play about what we're watching, I started myself a program last night. What kind of show do I love?
There can't be too many episodes.
Yeah, well, I don't mean what are the requirements.
No, I'm going to get there.
What genre of show do I love?
I'm gonna give you all of it. There can't be too many episodes.
Yeah.
There can't be too many people talking about it. There's got to be just enough. I discovered this. I invented it. I deserve credit. But most of all, my guy, Grant Harrison Paulson, he wants one thing. Who done it?
Danny.
That's what he wants. He doesn't know.
Let's go.
He doesn't know who did it, and he wants to know.
This is my guy knows a thing or two about his guy.
Stop it.
So it's either Hard Knocks like access sports programming, or it's a whodunit. You don't know what I stubbed my toe into last night. Brand new on Netflix.
I don't know.
I got myself a little whodunit. I am steamed. Cranked out 2 episodes. I sat there and I said, do I want to get a little bit of abuse tomorrow morning from the wife for coming to bed super late and, sleeping in really
Catch a
late?
little flack, yeah.
I decided to go to bed. But as soon as I'm done at Nats Park and with Thursday Night Football tonight,
what are you going to do?
The Perfect Couple, A Life to Kill For. You know about this?
Is that the Lacey Peterson bit?
No. That's
another one?
I know who did that one. That one's pretty easy. I knew that one about 20
Allegedly
years
or
ago.
something. I don't know.
Oh, I think he's in prison.
I don't know who's where.
Okay. Oh, I can tell you where he is.
Okay.
He's in prison. Nicole Kidman.
Oh.
Liev Schreiber. Ever heard of him?
Is he narrating this or is he acting?
Some other gorgeous actresses who are incredibly talented.
Mm-hmm.
Eve Hewson and Megan Fahey among them. Not to be confused with former Baltimore Orioles mediocre infielder Brandon Fahey. This show is about a super rich family. The mom is a renowned author. They live in, it's like Cape Cod type deal, but just all of the nicest things. And I'm only a couple episodes in, but there's this big wedding party that got together. Somebody ends up dead, and we're trying to figure out who did it.
We're getting to the bottom of it.
You know what kind of show it is?
It's a whodunit.
It's a whodunit. Let's go.
It's getting decent scores
on
on the old, the usual outlets, right? Your Rottens and your IMDb's and whatever.
Can I get here's what I'll give you. I'm going to get a rapid reaction Danny Rouillet from the synopsis.
Go.
When one lavish wedding ends in disaster before it can even begin, with a body discovered in Nantucket Harbor just hours before the ceremony, everyone in the wedding party is suddenly a suspect. What do you think?
It's baiting the hook. I'm sitting, I'm gulping a little bit. I'm swimming around near the hook.
Now, my wife not gonna like this.
She's not gonna like it
because there's basic things she did, like violence, the idea of a death. Like she's just not in.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rouillets could enjoy this, though. I do.
I bet you.
It's like this. I think you're in a good spot with this. So go ahead and dangle this one in front of the wife. See what she thinks. Nicole Kidman is like this unlikable mom. There's a lot of moving parts, and we got ourselves a real mystery unfolding in front of us here. Exactly what I'm looking for.
It's your wheelhouse.
I think it's what Danny's looking for sometimes, more so than he even knows.
I like a whodunit, fine. Like, but you're obsessed. You love them.
It's great.
Like your TV show. Like if there was an actual TV show on like regular television, it's still cable. But you're going, oh, new First 48. Like I wouldn't do that. But you love that.
I do love a First 48.
Yeah.
Still to come on G&D in the hour ahead. I want to get back into Kingsbury's comments on how many times Jaden Daniels ran. Is that something we can expect? Plus, the Giants are bad on defense. Is Washington's offense going to be able to take advantage? You're listening to The Fan. Let's get you a blitz next. Our people have gotten in touch with Ben Standig. He will have to answer for what he's done. Right here on Grant and Danny in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
When you tell us we get waffles, we want waffles. There's no waffling on waffles.
There's no waffle.
The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny programs, the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you to draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Going to be a short blitz because the very, very pressing Wafflegate has to be addressed with Standig coming up here in just a few minutes. So let's get to it. Nate Davis, USA Today, to spin us around the National Football League. Nate, what'd you think of Aaron Rodgers in his first game in over a year and change with the New York Jets?
Rusty, I thought, for a guy who's apex game is kind of built around his precision passing. I mean, I think that was always has been Aaron Rodgers' best attribute. You can see on some of those passes that they probably weren't quite where he wanted them. I mean, he said as much after the game, particularly with Garrett Wilson. But hey, he got through it. He knocked that rust off. And as Robert Saleh said, I think Jets 0-1 with Rodgers are much better off than Jets 1-0 without him.
Big one tonight in the AFC East. How do you see it going?
Yeah, I think probably Miami, Danny. I mean, I think playing in South Florida Heat in September does the Bills no favors, and it hasn't there for a couple of years. Both teams have some injury issues. Buffalo I think doesn't have a top slot corner in Teron Johnson, and Dolphins obviously with some running back issues. But overall, I kind of like that matchup the way it goes. I think with Miami and Bill's still kind of feeling it out with this new look offense and defense really. So I'll give the edge to the defense on this one.
What did you make of the Packers and Jordan Love struggling the way they did with the Eagles? I was ready to kind of just dismiss that as a weird game, sloppy surface, international, odd travel. But then Love goes down and hasn't practiced, probably going to miss some time. And it just feels like it's a devastating start for Green Bay. Yeah, well,
Matt LaFleur did say yesterday, it sounds like, they haven't necessarily ruled out that he might play this weekend. I mean, that's probably more coach gamesmanship, given that we've kind of heard multiple weeks and he didn't practice, and it'd be a shocker if you saw him out there against the Colts. Of course, we see shockers like Christian McCaffrey and whatnot already this season, but I think it's a setback, Grant. It may be enough of a setback that ultimately this could maybe be the difference between competing for the NFC North and maybe being back in that wild card slot. But it is week one. Like you said, I think the travel adds to some wonkiness there. You're building in some big time free agents, which isn't necessarily usually what they do with Josh Jacobs, who's banged up, and Xavier McKinney. But also you've got a new philosophy on defense. So I think we've kind of learned that September and week one specifically is preseason for a lot of teams. So I wouldn't make too much out of this, particularly if Jordan Love's only out like let's say 2 or 3 games.
Nate, Cincinnati's got Kansas City this week, and even if they were playing well, that's still a tough matchup for anybody, right? That's the defending champs who seem primed to hit the ground running. Just based on week one, they very reasonably could be an 0-2 hole. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably very reasonably will be. I mean, I think probably the one saving grace is that Luana Rumo seems to do things. The Bengals defensive coordinator that seemed to specifically frustrate Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he kind of talked about what a bad matchup Luana Rumo can be for him at times, and we've seen the Bengals give the Chiefs collectively some really good games. So, I mean, Burrow had all that other stuff the last couple of years. But yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the personnel wise. I mean, T. Higgins is still banged up. Jamar Chase's issues continue. Whether or not those are translating to the field or not, I don't think it's a plus by any stretch. And didn't really see the run game out of them particularly given what we saw Joe Mixon do with the Texans. So some questions there in Cincinnati for sure. And with the Chiefs going into that game with 10 days off, hard to really like the Bengals' chances.
Nate, we always appreciate catching up, buddy. Thank you for hopping aboard.
All right. Have fun with Standig.
Yeah, we will. Don't you worry about that. Let's go to the local football outfit. Commanders with Cakes Allville. What's better than that? Our pal, Johnny Cakes. Cakesy, did you have any of the same concerns your guys G&D did about the Kingsbury offense coming out of week 1?
Are you referencing the lack of motion, that whole bit?
Lack of motion, lack of Terry McLaurin, lack of throwing the football forward in the air, any of those things?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is what you just hit on there, Grant, is it's just inexcusable that Terry McLaurin isn't involved until the second half. I'm less concerned about the lack of motion. I mean, that's just something that I think you have to deal with if, Kingsbury is running your offense. But, for your top wideout to not touch the ball until the second half, I mean, that's like Ron level of incompetence. I mean, not to heap more dirt on Ron. Actually, I don't mind doing it. He was a terrible coach and maybe even worse personnel guy. But yeah, that can't happen again. I would hope that the first ball that Jaden Daniels throws this weekend is to one Terry McLaurin. And hey, this is a crazy concept. Target your best wide receiver, maybe, I don't know, 10, 11, maybe even 12 times.
Whoa.
I know it's wild. It's a crazy concept.
That is crazy talk. So, as you know, Grant, this week, Cakes and I are sworn enemies. We're matching up in the Homies League. So we're going to lift the cone of silence and come to the table in truce, neutral. Then as soon as the interview is over, we will go back to being directly at war. Do you expect the defense this week, Flakesy, to get right against a terrible Giants offense that's made from sadness and broken dreams?
I don't know if they can get right, but if there's a team to do it against, it would be the New York Giants. I mean, Malik Neighbors just went on the injury report with a knee injury. He was limited in practice today. If you look at the advanced metrics last week against the Vikings, the only positive plays in the entire game were balls that were thrown to Malik Neighbors. So anytime that Daniel Jones went anywhere else with the ball, to Wan'Dale Robinson, or if he threw the ball to Devin Singletary, or if Devin Singletary rushed out of the backfield, all of those plays were negative. The only positive plays went to Malik Neighbors. So jobs 1, 2, and 3 for Joe Witt Jr. are to somehow limit Malik Neighbors from getting the ball, and hopefully this defense will look better than they did last week. I mean, last week they had to cover a Hall of Famer in Mike Evans. They had to cover a guy who's really good in the slot in Chris Godwin, and a rookie who should have had 2 touchdowns in McMillan. So that was just a really bad matchup. This one should be a little softer for the defense.
Cakes, we'll let you out on this one. What'd you like? Give us some positives, something you took away from the performance that you were encouraged by.
Well, clearly loved the electrifying runs of Jaden Daniels. Do you want to do it 16 times? Of course not. I'd love to see it 8 to 10 times and incorporate some more, as you guys like to say, forward passing of the football. I'm a big fan of that. I'd like to see more Austin Eckler. Austin Eckler looked great in the opener, I thought, but only 6 touches. Let's up that to about 10 or 12 touches. So there are some positives, and I hate to pile on the guy. A positive is that Forbes isn't playing because he's undergoing surgery. So that's another positive for the Commanders heading into Sunday.
Kixie, quick one. Any concern or irritation that 2 of the 3 second rounders basically either didn't play because of a nagging injury or weren't really involved in the game plan?
I'm not that concerned with it at this point. I mean, you want to see the young talent out on the field as much as possible. I'm gonna put that as a minor concern through 1 week. You know what I'm more concerned about, Danny? My matchup of quarterbacks in the Homies League against your quarterbacks, because I believe you're trotting out Jalen Hurts and Anthony Richardson, and I'm starting, Grant, listen to this nightmare, Justin Fields and Derek Carr. I mean, I'm going to get beat by 100 points.
Grant, will you please tell Mr. Orville thank you for coming on, and the cone of silence is back on.
Oh, okay. Danny says thank you for joining us, and don't talk to him again until after the game.
Thank you, boys, for having me. There will be no communication between me and one Danny Huhe until probably Monday.
Attaboy, Cakesy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, fellas.
That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We have tracked down our good pal Ben Standig, who's out in Ashburn today, to get to the bottom of this whole Waffle situation. Benjamin, how are you?
Yeah, feel a little concerned at the moment, but I am doing all right.
What are you concerned about?
Look, man, there's nothing worse for a reporter than when you're putting some news out there and getting it wrong. And,
it's not really news. I mean, if we're being honest, like, you didn't report, as I said earlier, it's not like they signed a guy that they didn't, or they traded someone, or they cut someone. A little confusion with the Waffles, but this is why it's funny on our end. So
Well, as somebody with the team just said to me, you know, there's going to be some 8-year-old showing up at the game now thinking they're getting some waffle mix, and you're gonna get them crying. I'm like, oh, great.
That will definitely happen inevitably. So hopefully you don't lose sleep about all the people, including myself and Darius, going to the game who are excited about the waffles. But no, what happened was, so Standing tweets out the waffle thing, which was basically you're going to get waffles if you come to the game. It's very random, like minor league baseball-esque, that you would give out a box of waffle mix. So I'm going, I haven't seen anyone else tweet this. I call up Standing, a little peel back the curtain, and he's busy and it's very quick and I'm in a break. And I'm like, is this a real thing or did other people get this? And he's like, oh, yeah. We got this out here right now. Like, it's a thing. And I'm like, all right, cool. So then we talk about it on air, Ben, and we do this whole segment about how the New Harris ownership group gets it. These guys are giving out presents.
This is genius. So innovative.
This is genius. These guys, they're giving their consumer a pickle. They really know how to get to their fans through their bellies and all this nonsense. Mitch Rails' idea, I guarantee it. He's just a man of the people. And only to find out they're actually not giving out waffles.
Yeah, look, this is reading 101. Actually, the key point is to read and comprehend. And I only did sort of one of those things. And it says that it's technically like I don't know if it's a raffle. I'm afraid to say what it is, but like, you go to Jaden Daniels IG, people will get picked and they'll win, and whatever. But I knew something was off when PR started texting me, hey, where'd you get this waffle story? I was like, wait a minute, what?
Oh no,
that was the tell.
Oh no,
you're like,
yeah, I was
from you guys. I thought, right?
Well, I knew it was like an outside thing. Like he clearly has a sponsorship with this week, I guess. So I knew it was from that, but you typically these things are orchestrated, coordinated, what have you. And so when I'm getting the message, hey, I haven't heard about this, I'm like, oh boy. And then I looked a little bit closer and was like, oh, I better fix this.
Scott has a question here. He says, ask Ben, is there a specific gate we need to exit from Northwest Stadium to get our free waffles on Sunday?
Yeah, I would say, I assume the W gate, right? I mean,
right. That would make the most sense. Right?
Whatever's closest to a local supermarket. Is that
the next angle was, and again, this is our own fault because you give us an inch, we're going to take a mile. So we started talking about how we should figure out what Luke McCaffrey's favorite breakfast food is. And maybe they could give out like pancake mix 2 weeks from now at the home game. We had this whole plan for breakfast all season long. It went off the rails a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll throw ourselves under the bus, but if you want to, you can come with us. I mean,
I definitely texted my wife, I want breakfast for dinner tonight.
However you want to do this.
Well, like my favorite part of this is actually there. My favorite part is it says Jaden Daniels likes not just one waffle for breakfast, but in all caps 2 waffles.
That is incredible.
I was like, if he said like he wanted like 5, I was like, okay, 2. That's not like that's like a pretty standard scenario. But
very
okay,
specific
sure, whatever.
amount, yeah.
But I also knew something was going on because my buddy John just texted me a few minutes ago. He's like, "Are you annoyed with Grant Danny right now?" I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "Well, they're like messing with you about this waffle thing." I was like, "Oh boy." So that's when I knew it was really going off the rails.
Never. It was always fun.
Yeah,
it's why.
Well, because we look. See, here's the thing, Ben. Nobody ran harder with it than us. We're like when Mark Sanchez handed off to Adrian Peterson, he went like 90 yards against the Eagles. We're sitting there going, whoever's responsible, give him a raise. Let's get him on the horn and compliment him. What a genius thing to do. Like we instead of like a footnote, we spent 10 minutes waxing poetic with each other about how important this was for fan outreach.
Changed.
Yeah. This look no further than how different everything is.
Sign of the times. Dan would have never done this. All those types of things.
All the research that we did to find out that nobody's ever given away waffles at a stadium before.
Yes. We had Darius on that hours and hours to find out it is
what an
unprecedented.
Innovative thing.
Look, we know that they've changed, they've upgraded some of their food options. I mean, who knows? Maybe by the time they're back for another home game, waffles is on the menu. You never know.
I actually think that, and you're first on the scene.
Yeah, lean into that.
Tailgate Ted just said, "Wait, what? I'm not getting waffles on Sunday."
No. Oh no.
My concern is the people that turned off their radio. So this one guy tweeted us a picture of a conversation he had. I mean, you just can't make this up. This dude Joe says, "At Grant H. Paulson, you've made me look foolish." Stating this was the actual text combo with his buddy, who's probably like at a big boy job. He goes, "Nothing like 106.7 during football season. Just learned they're giving out a box of waffle mix to us at the game on Sunday because Jaden eats waffles before every game. His buddy goes, LMAO, that's unreal. And he goes, apparently, it was a false report. Shaking my head.
Apparently, it's a false report.
Grant and Danny screwed us again.
Oh, God.
Anyway, no waffles, just to be clear. But there are waffles on his Instagram account, right? Isn't that a thing?
I believe that is you double check with your sources, but I believe tomorrow at some point in the morning there will be some sort of giveaway on Jaden Daniels' Instagram for waffle mix. Look, the box is creative. Sure, why not? Have fun. Go get some waffles.
I think by nature of how this whole thing unfolded, you're going to have to be all over it. Like you're going to have to report on this like it's a real thing.
Are you?
Do you know what I mean, Ben? Like
by nature, are you a waffle guy, Ben? Or are you more of a pancake French toast guy?
It's one of those deals. If I get the third pick, I'm good. I can go for any. If you made me pick, I'd probably go pancakes. But honestly, those are, it's like Charlie's Angels. Just give me whichever one. I'm probably good.
This is so funny. This guy just tweeted standing me and you, and he goes, "Can't wait for this little one's first ever Commanders game. He's especially looking forward to the free waffles." And it's the cutest kid I've ever seen with a onesie that says "Born into this" in burgundy and gold. Oh God, it's great.
I saw somebody tweeted. Danny tweeted about this, and they tweeted at him and me. They took my Twitter avatar where I'm standing next to Peyton Manning with my mic. They swapped out Peyton Manning for a Waffle House.
Yep.
They said they want this to be my avatar now. I might have to do it.
Just lean in.
I think you do it.
I think the reason it's great, and shtick aside, I mean, I'm not just pumping Ben's tires because he's on with us. As I said earlier, when we found out about the waffle situation at hand, we'll call it waffle situation. Like thorough, investigator, doesn't miss, batting average, batting 1,000 on football.
Dots the I's, cross the T's.
This is what he does. He is in his element in week 2. Waffles are waffles. We're not going to worry too much about waffles. But I did want to get you on just to figure out exactly what was going on because I knew you would have this for us. So to be clear, no waffles at the game or waffles at the game?
No. My understanding, there will be no waffles at the game. Hopefully, no math either. I'm not good at either of these things, apparently.
Oh my God, so good. All right, Ben. We will catch up very soon. I will see you at Northwest Stadium on Sunday.
Look forward to it. Have fun. See you guys.
He's a good egg. Ben Standing of The Athletic. Go follow him there and check out his work. You should already be following him on social media. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. That beats a Cliff Kingsbury conversation anytime. With all due respect to Cliff Kingsbury.
Respectfully.
Although we do have to hear what he said about 16 carries. We'll do that next. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan taking you up to 6:15, and that's pregame eventually. First pitch at 6:45. We'll get you Nats weather and starting lineups before we get out of here today on the Fan. Cliff Kingsbury met with reporters, discussed Jaden Daniels' debut. That's a debut that netted him the Rookie of the Week award in the National Football League. He's the first of 17 Rookie of the Week award winners for week 1 with the 88 rushing yards and the 2 rushing touchdowns. But we hadn't yet gotten into Kingsbury on the number of rushing attempts, so I want to do that here. He was talking on Cut 7, Darius, about Jaden Daniels running the ball 16 times. This was Kingsbury with reporters today.
There's a couple calls, where we thought we had premier looks that ended up hitting inside that you'd like to have back. If he walks in, then it looks really good. But a lot of those, he did a great job. I'm not sure how many actually got contacted and taken to the ground on, but he does a great job finding the soft spot, finding out of bounds. But we understand, like, he has to take care of himself, and we want him to continue to grow, and you can't do that if you're banged up and on the sideline.
So my translation there from Kingsbury is 16 attempts is not too many. That wasn't the problem. The problem is, are you taking hits? Are you in harm's way? And his point is, he mostly wasn't. He did a good job avoiding contact or getting to the sideline. He said there were a couple he wants back, which include the goal line runs at the end, I think, when he got walloped a couple times.
Yep.
Maybe one of those powers, if I had to guess, where they thought they had looks defensively where they were going to catch him with that draw. It was basically like direct snap. They pull a guard. They get him going with power, a draw look. And they played it really well, and they stuffed him at the line of scrimmage. He probably thought he'd fly through there into space and be able to fall forward.
They found some sort of design flaw. They'd be able to get something big.
But you and I went back through the 16 runs before the show today. One of them is considered a run on that pass on the first play of the game for minus 15 yards because it was backwards. It was a fumble, so it's a rush attempt. Another was the kneel down before the half. So really now we're down to 14 runs, of which 7 were true scrambles and 7, in quotes, were designs when you count the read option that he could have kept or could have handed off, which I don't know if that makes you feel a lot better, but still 14 instead of 16 is a truer way to talk about it. And then there were only 7 designed runs, so to speak. But he did not seem regretful of how many runs there were. I didn't think.
I didn't either. It's one of those things where I think of a basketball coach, right? Like, you got a really good player, a guy that can really score. And if he makes the shot, even if it's a difficult one for everybody else, you go like, we got to live with that. Like, he's got to shoot it. Versus if he misses it, we need better shots than that. Like, it's an after-the-fact coaching point. I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying this is human nature, right? Where it's a good shot if it goes in. It's a bad shot if it doesn't.
Do you agree with my logic, which I think is kind of what you were just alluding to, which I've been saying since you drafted him, which is you drafted Jaden Daniels.
Don't be surprised when he shows up.
Jaden Daniels is coming to DC. That's a good thing, by the way. Not a bad thing. But he's going to run. If you don't want this guy to run, if someone's going, man, he ran a lot, you shouldn't have drafted him if you're bothered by that. He should run. It's what he does brilliantly. It's what he does amazingly well. It is his elite trait. If you're a hitter in Major League Baseball and the thing you do really, really well is hit home runs and you're trying to bunt all the time, that's a poor use of your skill set. For me in radio, or you in radio or stand-up comedy, if you go away from your best bullet on the stage is probably impressions in Barkley. If you never use those, that would be silly. You don't go do a set or bring Danny Rouillet in and tell him, hey, don't do any impressions tonight.
Right.
Why have him?
That's happened before, by the way. But but seriously, it's a thing I'll tell you about during the break. But the point is obvious. I mean, to me, like, you're the player that's here, you're trying to work the faders. Fader number 1 is, making plays when nothing is there. Fader number 2 is just straight up runs. Fader number 3 is the passing game intermediate, short passing game. You're trying to work all these faders to get the biggest total number, to try to get the best balance, the best everything. So fader number 1 for week number 1 was when all hell breaks loose, run. Designed runs also. So like a third of the offense basically was Jaden Daniels running in terms of number of plays run and executed. And I think we'd all probably agree that may be a bit much. It's probably not sustainable just in terms of number of hits and impacts. And, you need something else. You can't just ask the rookie quarterback in his first month of football to be the hero on every single play every time. But that's the struggle. That's the balance we're trying to find, right? And that's why there's no one core singular it's not a recipe, right? If it was and you didn't follow it, you'd go, this guy's not following the recipe, fire him. There's no tried and true way to do this. The best way to develop a passer for a kid that's got this unbelievable skill set also, right? I mean, most of the time, if you throw the ball at Jaden Daniels, you are a first-round draft pick, and we'll see what happens. You're patting the ball in the pocket and you're doing this hitch and this read and this thing and this whatever. Well, you had in the fact that this guy ran for 1,000 yards and double-digit touchdowns and could do something that only a handful of people ever to play the game can do. That's a tough balance to figure out what's best. And you and I have disagreed about that. I think that's reasonable. But there's a process part of this that I feel like this coaching staff is sort of glossing over. Like Dan Quinn's like, his helmet falls off sometimes. And we'll teach him to slide. We'll get a national out there. They don't have the right level of concern for me. Maybe that's my issue because I lived through what we all live through here as fans of teams in this town. But to me, there needs to be a little bit more process concern. You might get hurt in the pocket. You might get hurt somewhere else. But there needs to be more of we're going to do the best practice, not just sort of joke about it and say, oh, shucks, he's a dog. I can't have that.
Yeah, I agree with that part a lot, for sure. Like, wholeheartedly and co-signed. Verbal retweet, whatever you want there. All I'm saying is I am hearing some rhetoric already from not only fans, but I just think media might be too strong, but people that are kind of around, that cover the team or whatever. And the idea is, man, you can't just have this guy running all over the place. And to that, I would say, why? Now, my caveat is, if you're throwing the ball successfully, you can't be running at the expense of passing. You cannot have games where all you've got is him scrambling and there is nothing in the passing game, partially because he's just taking the ball, pulling it down, running when there's something there through the air. But I guess I would say, A, everybody relax. It's been one game. And B, also, it's never going to be just he's not going to stand in the pocket and just throw all the time.
And he shouldn't.
Exactly. That's the point. Like, don't draft him if that's what you want. You drafted a dude who runs a 4.39 probably. You drafted one of the great athletes on planet Earth. Like, let him be Superman. Let him put the cape on. And I do feel that way about Jaden Daniels. Let's go to cut number 10. This is Cliff Kingsbury with reporters today on some of the design inside runs. Those were the powers where he went between the tackles and got stacked up. One of those where Vita Vea, the big 330-pound D tackle, falls on him from behind. Cliff Kingsbury was asked about those.
We thought we had premier looks, really liked the scheme, thought it would hit in a different way, and ended up forcing him inside. And they have a really good front and kind of collapsed it. And so second guessing it, would not have wanted him to get hit inside like that, but learning experience for all of us, and we got to be smarter. I got to be a better coach moving forward.
What you just addressed, which was wanting to hear more rhetoric that was anti-running as much as he did.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, that's not what we want to major in. Let's make sure that's not a weekly occurrence. I think this is maybe the comment that when you hear this will bother you, where he essentially compares him to Lamar Jackson as if to say, other guys are doing this too. Why do you guys care about Jaden? So let's listen to this one.
I mean, I don't I think the first game with the reigning MVP of the league had the same amount of rushes, right? I mean, I'm not saying he's the same guy, but your first game as a rookie, you're going to have some survival mode, fight or flight going on. And he got out, like I said, didn't get hit a ton, and made some big plays with his feet. So you got to walk that line. I've had a bunch of guys who could run and extend plays, and you walk that line of when to pull back and when not to. And I think as he plays, he'll get better comfort level, and I'll get a better feel for him, and we'll just progress together.
Which I think is totally fair and true. I guess my rebuttal to that one would be, well, wait a second. Is the goal Lamar Jackson, who is a running quarterback, right? Like, and maybe that's where we're headed. To me, what I liked about Jaden Daniels as a prospect, and obviously everyone knows I was a big Drake May mark, but when you watch Jaden Daniels, what gives me hope and excites me about him is I think he's a better thrower coming out than Lamar was. And what I'm hoping for is that he majors in that part of it, that the running is there when you need it, but not that it's what you major in, and it's not like the first thing about your game, which is how it's trended with Lamar in a lot of ways, where it doesn't matter what receivers are there through the years, they're basically useless. If we're going in that route, just let me know, and then let's go all the way in with that. Let's go get a 300-pound fullback like Patrick Ricard, and let's jumble everything up and and let him run off the edges and do all that. But to me, that's not really what they're aiming for. And especially 2 weeks in, shouldn't be the coaching point that, hey, Lamar runs 16 times, so it's okay if you do. Let's develop him to throw the football.
Yeah, like, do I get to do, well, for the sake of argument, Pat Mahomes threw it 50 times. He didn't. But, like, so let's do that. Like, that's, I guess I'm not ripping Cliff Kingsbury here. He's just answering a question. He's trying to offer explanation and provide some color, and he's got a lot of work to do, and he wants to get back to doing it. Talking to us is the last thing he probably is into. So I'm not really ripping him apart.
He
for
gives
this.
off I'm just here so I don't get fined vibe.
Yeah.
When he's at the mic.
Which is fine by me.
And he's got a silly deep voice.
Yes, he does. All those things are true. But this isn't me necessarily addressing him, but it's a window into comments because we've gotten that. That's come back our way when we've gone, hey, I'm a little concerned here. His helmet came off a couple times. It negated a touchdown on one play. And are we concerned at all? He's getting hit a lot? No problem, because we've lived through this and everyone's telling us that it's overblown. And then they point to Lamar Jackson. My response is always, the guy's been hurt a lot talking about Lamar Jackson. So I don't want to sign up for that. But the second part is, if we're doing that, if we're going to do Lamar, I don't have a better way to say it than that. If we're signing up for a Lamar Jackson type thing, then let's revisit what we did this offseason. Then let's build a team that way. Where's my Mark Andrews and my Isaiah Likely? Where's all of my, as you said, extra offensive linemen to go jumbo to, when we're running power this and power that all the time.
Big ass fullback.
Yeah. Where's my fullback? And, you would build the whole team differently if that's what you're doing. The whole point of him talking about Jaden Daniels was if Lamar's a 10 out of 10 as a runner, which I would say he is as a quarterback, it's him, Michael Vick, and maybe
I'd say Jaden is too, by the way.
Fields. I would say slightly less than that, like a 9.5, but still really good. One of the greats of all time in that regard. The whole point of Jaden Daniels to me wasn't that we're just doing that. The whole point was this is also a prolific thrower. Not quite to the Joe Burrow level coming out of LSU, but closer to that than Heath Schuler back in the day was an option quarterback at Tennessee. You know what I mean? Like, the whole point was we had this extra bit too, where he was prolific in the passing game. We want the best of both worlds. If we're just doing we can do a Justin Fields offense right now and win 8 games. Fine. But that's not what we signed up for. That's not what we wanted. That's not what we were supposed to be doing.
And it's too early to really go elbow deep into this conversation because it's only one game. And it could have just been the way the game played out. And it's not their design or their idea at all. When you add it, though, to those a comment where he goes, guys, the MVP of the league did the same thing this week, so it's okay. Not my favorite, but let's give it a few games before we really dive into, a discussion on whether or not maybe that's the vision and we just didn't know it. But my guess is they come out, they look way more traditional in how they throw the football. Daniels is way more patient in the pocket, doesn't leave as quickly. And they try to get the air game going against a horrific secondary this weekend. Will Brinson's going to join us to go around the NFL at 5 o'clock here on Grant and Danny. Is Washington going to take advantage of some of the Giants' issues? We'll get into that next right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program. We'll talk to Will Brinson of CBS coming up at 5, go around the NFL as we get ready for week 2 to kick off tonight. The Bills and the Dolphins from Miami on Thursday Night Football. Did I see the gold pants make their official return this weekend?
I've seen that. Yes, the team tweeted that out, and it was met with great excitement among many fans.
At risk of being slapped away like you're Dikembe Mutombo and I'm headed to the rim. I know you're not a fan of the uniform discussion, but the gold pants are, in a lot of ways, an olive branch to the fans that are upset about the new colors and the new look and the new gear. And this ownership group made that pretty clear when Josh Harris went to the podium and talked to reporters and took questions, something Dan Snyder didn't do for decades, just before the kickoff of the season at the last preseason game. And he said that going to those gold pants was an effort to just show that they are trying to do as much as they can to bridge the past to the current operation. And the fans that feel disenfranchised, hopefully see that they are trying to reach out to them. People want the name change. People want all kinds of different things. They'll make all their demands. But I think that's a nice step, if nothing else. It's a good attempt.
Is. And I'm not angry.
There's
I'm not
only
going to
so many things they can control.
Precisely. I'm not going to throw some temper tantrum and say I'm not watching them. I personally just see and hear Bruce Allen again, and I think of that era because he was doing that. He was like, what are we known as? The burgundy and gold pants. And he thought he was so proud of himself, and he'd walk around like he invented fire. And that drove me crazy. So the name I hear Dan talking to me, and the gold pants I see Bruce as his mouthpiece. Not everyone sees that. So again, I'm not like,
though the gold pants are pre-Bruce.
Totally. And I'm not knocking this one. I'm just simply saying, for me, I'm not really that interested in or into it. And also, you already mentioned it for uniform stuff anyway, unless this is what we wore in the 80s and 90s. Joe Gibbs said we wear white at home, or we're going to do that exact thing. Then I'm interested. If you don't do that, then it's for someone else. So I'm not upset.
I like the pants. I've always liked the pants. I think it's a good look. This is an aside and doesn't matter, but it is kind of funny to me. They're not gold. We call them gold. They're mustard yellow, basically. Now, they are essentially the colors of the uniform, and they've been part of the uniform for a long time. But gold to me is like what the 49ers wear, right? That metallic. You know what gold looks like when you see it.
Sure.
The Commanders fans are like that brighter, like yellow that we call gold.
Yeah.
Just a throwaway comment and nothing.
Not a Thurman.
But I've always found that interesting. Like, go back when I was on the beat, people were like, are they wearing their gold pants today? And I'd wait till Nick Sundberg would run out of the tunnel. I'd be like, it's gold pants today. And everyone's like, yeah, gold pants. When really it's like the mustard yellow pants. Doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying that.
It's like that. It's like the ballpark French's mustard yellow.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Gold feels different. Gold feels, you're right. 49ers is the best one. That red and gold iconic thing.
Absolutely. You know exactly what it is. That Garrison Hearst, like 49ers padded pant look.
Just
Washington maybe has worn those. You know when they wear gold, honestly, is when they wear the weird throwbacks from the Griffin Cousins era on homecoming day with like the brown helmet that was supposed to be leather. And like, I thought that was a fire kit, by the way. I used to love it. But they would have like the very basic burgundy jersey with actual kind of metallic gold, like 49ers like pants. That's the only time I really remember them wearing true gold. Otherwise, the burgundy and gold is more like USC yellow in a way.
Right. Arizona State yellow. Look out.
Arizona State plays. I got a QB that started a career there.
That's right.
And I drafted number 2 overall. The question at hand, though, and you said earlier you're worried about is, are they going to be able to take advantage of how bad the Giants are? If they do take advantage of something, do you think it would be Daniel Jones who's lit them up? Maybe a porous offensive line with their pass rush with Allen and Payne? Could it be on the other side of the ball for the Giants where their secondary's gross and maybe McLaurin goes 7 for a bill, or they get a number 2 receiver? Maybe that's Zacchaeus or De'Ami Brown. I don't even know who it would be. Who do I have confidence in if it's not Noah Brown, who we haven't seen yet, actually going and getting the football? Maybe it's McLaurin and Noah Brown who put up a combined 10 for 170 or something.
Yeah. Where are the big plays in the passing game going to come from? I think that's going to be our essential question week in and week out. For now, until something else changes, or one of them as it pertains to Daniels, this offense, him running is probably the other biggest one. But To me, it's got to be something short or intermediate that gets broken, AKA in this horizontal type deal. You think of Brian Robinson rumbling down the field, breaking tackles in space, running kind of a shallow crosser, but everyone else is out of there. So he's got a head full of steam, and now he's taking something short and getting something big out of it, right? Same thing with Austin Eckler, taking a check down for 22 yards on his first touch. I think that's where their big plays are going to come from for the indefinite future. Maybe you hit one like the first play of the second half, missing McLaurin by a yard or two, overthrowing it. Maybe you hit one of those at some point. But I think consistently, the short's going to have to become something that gets broken. And maybe that's the path this week against the Giants.
At 5:30, we should tackle the state of the secondary now that Emmanuel Forbes is out 4 to 6 weeks, having surgery today on his thumb. That story broke in our first hour. If you missed that, you can grab our reaction at thefandc.com. But we'll give you a detailed breakdown on what the corner and safety situation is going to look like as some shuffling is going to be done now with Forbes missing. Also, speaking of Noah Igbenogany going to help replace Forbes. Noah Brown is expected to make his debut. How impactful will he be? We'll get into that at 5:30 as well. Will Brinson joins us next to go around the NFL on Grant and Danny. The Grant and Danny Show is brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori & Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1/2 hour, we will get into the Noahs, Igbenogany and Brown, and their growing roles this weekend, who might be able to help the Commanders get off the schneid against the Giants in week 2. But right now on the BetQL guest hotline, we find our pal Will Brinson of CBS Sports to go around the NFL. Will, how was your week 1?
It was good, guys. It was good. Feel a rejuvenated sense of excitement for football this year. It feels like it's going to be a really good season. Very quickly, 2 things, one to plug and one thing to get off my chest. If you like to win money, check out the Early Edge pregame show leading up to all primetime games on our Sportsline YouTube channel. I'm hosting that every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday. And then 2, I'm matched up against my godson, Teddy Honeycutt, who's in the listening area for you guys in fantasy football this week. And I just want to let Teddy know publicly that he's going down. Yep. And I'm going to destroy him, and I'm going to break him and send him to 0-2 in the basement. See you, Teddy.
Teddy, it's curtains.
So I thought the shout out was going to be for your buddy Zeke. So I'll do that for number 3. Shout out to your friend Zeke. There you go.
It's Zeke's son. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, Zeke's son, Teddy.
Yeah.
Teddy's going to get worked this weekend.
Teddy's going to get put in the body bag, Wolfpack, NWO Wolfpack style.
He's going to get these hands. All right, couple of things you've been tweeting about that I am curious about. Starting with, I saw you had tweeted a little bit about the usage for the Falcons for Kirk Cousins. I just saw a video of Kirk, who was here in D.C. for many years, like dropping back.
It doesn't look good.
Under center, and you just can't convince me he's okay. I mean, he does not. He said today, like, the Achilles is fine. And we know this health versus actually healthy thing. Like, yes, he's not injured anymore, but he also isn't moving like he used to. What's your take after they had him in the pistol and the gun the entire game, which is obviously not his forte? He's a drop back, play action assassin. They didn't do that one time.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a major, major concern for this offense. And you look at, just the whole game plan. I think he was under center one time. So they're running out of pistol. You don't get the usage in the throws and the targets that you want for Kyle Pitts. He scored a touchdown, but sort of a busted coverage. You don't get much Drake London. It's all Ray McLeod and Cousins operating in the pistol, which is just, it's not going to fly for this offense. Ironically, of course, it came against Arthur Smith, the old OC who was so bad there in Atlanta for a few years, or the old head coach there. I think it's pretty obvious too. If you go back and watch the Falcons and the Steelers game, there's like Kirk is throwing with his arm, and you can get away with that a little bit if you're Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, but if you can't plant on your back leg because you're worried about your Achilles that you're coming back from as an elder quarterback, and you can't, you're worried about dropping back from under center and running those play actions, it severely limits your playbook. It severely limits your offense. And it does beg the question, if you want to put a tinfoil hat on, is this why the Falcons didn't play Michael Penix in their final preseason game? Because if Cousins isn't healthy and you paid him all that money, I realize that he's the starter and he's the incumbent. But if your offense is potentially better with Michael Penix, you should absolutely roll Penix out there and let Kirk Cousins get healthy. I know the dynamics don't work like that in the NFL, but you're right. They're out here force-feeding us videos of Cousins doing dropbacks, and it doesn't look natural. The whole thing is very concerning if you're a Falcons fan or have the Falcons over win total this year.
Both the Colts and the Packers lost in week 1, but different things are going on there, obviously, right? Green Bay, maybe without Jordan Love, there's this weird gamesmanship that maybe he plays, maybe he doesn't, I don't know. The Colts, I thought, were fairly impressive going toe-to-toe with Houston. Give me your thoughts on that matchup and where each team goes from here.
Yeah, very quick. What sports book are we sponsoring here? Or are we working with here? I don't want to.
Big FanDuel guy.
Okay, FanDuel. FanDuel doesn't have this odds up yet. I like FanDuel as well, but they don't have the odds up for Malik Willis passing yards yet. I've seen it in some other places.
Under's the answer.
Yeah, it's like 100. It's like one. It's like
Is it a whole number? Is it an integer?
It's 178.5. I got a 177.5, and I got that in, and the juice moved from 120 to 135 while I was betting it. So those are gonna come crashing down. I don't think there's any chance Jordan Love plays this week. That would be irresponsible by the Packers, and for the long term, they just paid this guy. So Malik Willis is out there. I think it's a little crazy to suggest sprained MCL, he's going to come back in 1 or 2 weeks, but I think that timeline will be adjusted based on the outcome against the Colts. They're 3-point dogs at home. They have, you have Matt LaFleur, who's a really good coach, and I think there's a chance he can, work some stuff up where they're running the clock down to absolute zero every time. You feed Josh Jacobs. You do a lot of Jaden Reed out of the backfield stuff, and you just minimize the number of times that the Colts are on the field. The Colts like to play fast, by the way, and then also minimize the number of times Malik Willis throws to hope your defense steals one for you. So I think that's probably the timeline there for the Colts. It'll be interesting to see the evolution of Anthony Richardson. Gus Bradley said they sold out to stop the pass, and so Joe Mixon just obliterated them in the run game. And Anthony Richardson was like the number 2 fantasy quarterback, but completed 9 passes. One of the best throws you'll ever see in your entire life, down 60 yards on a rope, falling backwards to Alec Pierce. I think his evolution as a passer is what intrigues me about them. I think they can win without that, but this game probably determines how quickly Jordan Love comes back.
Will Brinson on Grant and Danny. I'm going to start this question with the craziest stat I've seen so far this season from NFL on CBS that you retweeted. Aaron Rodgers has not thrown for 300 pass yards in a game since week 14, 2021. To put that into context, Andy Dalton has done it 3 times since with 3 different teams. He's done it with the Bears, Saints, and Panthers since Rodgers last did it. What did you make of the Jets? It's really early. It was 1 game. They're playing against a potential Super Bowl team, so I'm sure too much is being made out of them struggling. But I don't even mean to lead you in that way as much as, what were some of your takeaways from our first look at Rodgers and Hackett and Wilson together in New York?
No, I think on Rodgers specifically, there was that one drive where the camera caught him turning and smirking. He was like, yeah. When he ripped one into Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall's usage is through the roof. He looks like he's going to have a monster season as long as he stays healthy. I think he'll catch a ton of passes from Rodgers this year and run the ball well. They should beat up on bad teams. My biggest concern, and with Rodgers, I think if you take the Cousins thing and sort of extrapolate it by a couple of, because I think it was 8 weeks or something like that between their Achilles tears. Rodgers looks like he's about 8 weeks further along than Kirk Cousins, or at least had more time to regroup and to get healthy. You can sort of tell that. I think the bigger concern sneakily is that defense for the Jets. Hassan Reddick's not in there. They lose Bryce Hoff. You don't have as good a pass rush as you did. They got gashed by Jordan Mason, I think is a really good player. But if you Christian McCaffrey, you feel like you got to stop the run. I think a lot of teams can really just eat with their running backs against, and that's why I think Tennessee could win this week too, because they don't, they have Hopkins and Ridley, but you can just let these running backs and let these tight ends operate over the middle of the field, pound the football, and I'm just not sure the Jets are going to slow people down the way that they want, unless you can force people into a situation where you're throwing at those corners. So Rodgers probably a work in progress. Jets defense a bit of a red flag to me.
Everybody, Will Brinson with us here on G&D. So we always offer all the caveats, right? Well, it's week 1, fluky stuff happens. This isn't a gavel slam just because how the preseason has gone the last few years, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. Usual caveats apply. That said, is there any team that you've changed your opinion on after their week 1 showing? Because I got one in mind.
The Falcons kind of come to mind. Who are you?
Cleveland is mine.
Who do you have in mind?
I thought Cleveland would be frisky and competitive and tough, and they were none of those things.
No, I was down on Cleveland. Actually, Pittsburgh might be the team I changed my mind on. I was down on them. I think that, they're just going to be Mike Tomlin-esque and find a way to 9 wins once again. Cleveland, I was down on. I didn't believe in Watson and thought, if you look at Jim Schwartz's defenses for whatever reason, and I like Jim Schwartz a lot, but if you look at his defenses, typically speaking, he was just first year spike, where they play really well, and then the second year they can kind of fall off a little bit. They're also not very good on the road and great at home. They had a good good record in one-score games. Point differential screen, fall back to earth. You win, you make the playoffs and win 11 games with 5 different quarterbacks starting. I mean, there's just a lot of luck involved there. And I think this Watson thing, off field and on the field, is casting a shadow over that whole organization. I mean, it's like you make the Baker Mayfield's lighting up the Commanders down in Tampa. Sorry guys, but and then like Watson, you just have all this guaranteed money and you can't get out from under it unless you get some sort of like a Deus Ex Machina flying down from Roger Goodell that nullifies his contract, right? I mean, it just feels like just bad vibes around that entire organization.
All right, so rapid fire here. These are the toughest games for me to pick. I just want to get your thoughts on just straight up, right? Not worried about the spread necessarily this week. I have a sneaky feeling the Dolphins beat the Bills at home tonight. What do you think of that?
I like the Bills. I like the over better. I think it'll be a really, really fun game tonight.
All right, how about this one? Again, I think this is really hard to pick. We were just talking about the Browns. Cleveland at Jacksonville.
Jacksonville is just a better team right now, I think. And like Watson's good against the Jaguars, but I'm not buying it. His shoulder's toast, man.
Is there any chance New England at home can get to 2-0 and just shove it on Seattle defensively?
Yes. Good article in the Boston Herald today about how the Patriots have incorporated Mike McDonald style stuff into their defense. Sort of a thing that Bill Belichick wouldn't do. I think that defense is going to be a problem. Seattle's offensive line, a big problem.
All right. So you kind of like that upset a little bit. And then the last one would be, you were just talking about the Steelers. In Pittsburgh, I would take them to beat the Broncos going away. But Steelers, Broncos in Denver, running with Fields again. So there's not going to be a whole lot in the passing game there. Bo Nix is at home, not on the road. I kind of think Denver gets to 1-1, maybe. What do you think there?
Yeah, I got Denver. Sean Payton's not losing to a team with Russell Wilson on the roster. And Russ might put on shoulder pads and like an extra pair of shoulder pads and a helmet and do wind sprints the entire time warming up for the game. I think you see a much better version of Bo Nix. They'll move him around a bunch. And Denver gets a close one. In that one particularly, if you're getting 3 points with Denver, I think you have to go with it. The total's like 36.5.
Bit on the spot here, Will, but is there an 0-1 team where you kind of have circled where you're going, man, they are under a lot of pressure this week. Otherwise, ... Take it wherever you want.
I mean, I think maybe a little more micro into the roster of it, but I think you could say the New York Giants. This is a team. Malik Neighbors popped up in the injury report today. They looked just abysmal against Sam Darnold and the Vikings. So Darnold was great, don't get me wrong, but Saquon Barkley is incredible. Like, the Eagles, Danny Dimes stinks. It's probably all ownership's fault for ordering them to go in a certain direction. But now I believe the game's in New York, right? It's not in Washington, right?
No,
it's in DC.
It's here.
Oh, it's in DC. Okay. So you're not going to get the booze if it's that. Sorry, I'm kind of confused on that one. But yeah, Washington's defense doesn't look good. I think we agree with that. The offensive line's a problem. Jane Daniels is going to be fun as hell and probably run all over the place. But if you're New York, you go to 0-2, and the Cowboys look good another week. The Eagles look good another week. And, you lose with Commanders. I think the pressure gets real turned up on Daniel Jones. I mean, this might be a save your job game, and real turned up on Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, too.
Yeah, for sure. What do we know about T. Higgins' status for week 2? Not a great start to him trying to get a contract.
Okay, so I'm not saying this isn't like live. I don't want to be like conspiratorial here and like say something I shouldn't, but I honestly don't recall the exact moment when he got hurt in practice. It was just like all of a sudden he had a hamstring, but it was like he showed up in the injury report with a hamstring. I mean, I'm not saying he's not hurt. It's just Adam Schefter tweeted something about this or said something about this on ESPN or NFL Live earlier in the offseason, like way early in the offseason, like April. I was like, if T. Higgins isn't close to play, if he isn't completely healthy, watch, he won't go out there.
Oh, that's a good point. And he got into like a fight with an analyst. Now that I think about it, I don't remember which former player it was, but they were like yelling at each other a little bit. And
yeah, they're like, oh, it was Orlovsky maybe. Yeah, they're like, there's no way he's going to sit. And look, like the Bengals. So you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Higgins is like the first pick of the second round. Jamar Chase, a top 5 pick or top 10 pick, whatever it was. You paid Burrow all this money, and you don't want to pay his weapons. They franchise tag T. Higgins. It's clear they're doing the Jesse Bates thing where they draft his replacement in Jermaine Burton, and you let him go after making him play a franchise tag year. It seems to me like T. Higgins is sort of doing I don't think so, guys. And so if he's on the injury report at all on Wednesday or Thursday, I don't think you're going to see him on Sunday. And it sounds like there's been rumblings like week 3 might already be off the table.
Wow.
Are the Rams good?
Yes, but they just put 3 offensive linemen and Puka Nacua on IR, which is a big problem. They went out and revamped the offensive line to be a really good run team. I still think that they'll be fine. Defensively, they lose Aaron Donald. They're not going to be as good. Could see a shootout with Arizona. That's one where, to me, the Rams are an easy pick. Sean McVay's, I think 12-1 and 11-2-1, 12-1 straight up, 11-2-1 against the spread against Arizona since he got to LA, which is just wild. And like Matthew Stafford with Cooper Kupp, they still have some underrated guy. I think Colby Parkinson's really good. I think Whittington, the rookie's good. They have Ty Johnson. They have guys that can fill in. Demarcus Robinson. They can make it work on the other pieces with Stafford. The offensive line is the bigger concern for me because Stafford needs time back there. They need to be able to run block for Kyron Williams. It's not going to be an issue this week. Arizona has nothing up front in terms of the pass rush. But moving forward, that offensive line, if it deteriorates any further, you do worry about Stafford taking too many shots.
What'd you think of Jaden Daniels in week 1?
I thought that he was as advertised in the Cliff Kingsbury offense.
So you're not as we're very skeptical Kingsbury guys ourselves, but you're not necessarily
that was very skeptical. Like, I mean, like you see, I feel like I see 40 Cliff Kingsbury tweets a day, and it's, there's Terry McLaurin spending 90% of his time on one side. There's not a bunch of pre-snap motion. They're not running fast. You're trying to pound the ball. You don't have a great offensive line. And it really deteriorates into Jaden Daniels kind of running for his life. It's sort of like, when Cliff was running Arizona with Kyler, light, where it's like, all right, look, oh, no, let's run. And I just don't know. I think to really win games, there needs to be maybe a little more systematic approach, right? Where you sort of have a structure of an offense versus simply the playground. Like the playground stuff is fun, and I got him in fantasy, play him all over the place. I think he's a great talent. I think it's going to be fun to watch, but you do worry about that a little bit, especially in a city where the last time you had a number 2 overall pick that ran too much, things didn't end up well.
Well, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy the game tonight and this weekend.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
See you, pal.
Love talking to our guy, Will Brinson, on Grant and Danny. Does his work over at CBS. All right, the Noahs, Igbenogany on defense, Brown on offense, the roles they'll play on Sunday, 2 of the big keys for the Commanders against the Giants. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The news of the day was that Emmanuel Forbes is having surgery on his thumb. He's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks in Washington secondary. So they're going to have to make some moves back end of the roster, presumably, in the defensive backfield. But in the meantime, they've got some depth to tap into. Michael Davis, I was surprised to see, didn't play at all defensively in week 1. That's about to change. And Noah Igbenogany, who has become the next man up at cornerback, is going to start opposite Benjamin St-Juste. The only good news I'm going to give you is that the Giants don't really have receivers that are going to scare you a whole lot. And Malik Neighbors was actually limited in practice today. Had no issue on the practice injury report yesterday, but with a knee today was listed as limited. Something happened on the practice field yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, so seeing some reports now, Jordan Renan has basically said it's a tweak and it's thought of as minor, but still, it went from not a thing to, as you said, limited in practice today, something to monitor here as the week progresses.
Their receivers otherwise, Darius Slayton, former 5th-round pick, Wan'Dale Robinson, who's been around, was their most targeted receiver in week 1, Jalen Hyatt, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year as a speedster that they haven't used much, and then Gunnar Olszewski. He's the guy that used to play for the Patriots, who's like a punt returner type. I mean, there is nobody in that receiver room that should worry you at all other than Neighbors. But that doesn't change the fact it was a tough first week for St-Juste. He said they didn't communicate enough. And Igbenogany's more of a nickel corner that's now going to be playing outside. And he has not been a starter in this league over the last few years. He was a former 1st-round pick that teams have moved on from because they didn't want to continue to ask him to do the thing that Washington's about to ask him to do.
Yeah, so larger role for certain guys. I think I don't think you're losing a ton as you've alluded to correctly without Forbes being in there. But if there's the rare base defense, if that is even a thing in the year of our Lord 2024, we're only 2 cornerbacks on the field. Maybe it's Sanders still a little bit more often opposite Benjamin St-Juste. But you would think he's such an important role there in the slot that he would sort of maintain that at a minimum. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they shuffle it up. Again, it's such a transitional time in terms of the way secondaries are. It used to be, I've got a free safety and a strong safety. One guy was, Merton Hanks. The other guy was Sam Shade. It looked like a linebacker that got lost went to the wrong meeting.
I love Sam Shade.
Of course you do. Just laying wood on people.
What number did Sam Shade wear?
20?
No.
30?
No.
40.
I should say that I'm not positive, but I remember him as 29. Darius, can I get a PFR Sam Shade research analysis, please? I remember him as 29. That was my guy.
Well, I remember you couldn't see what his eyes looked like because that visor was dark. It was tinted. You know what I mean? Like, which way is he looking? You don't know. He's got a visor on.
His name was awesome, too,
yeah.
By the way. What do you got on Sam Shade?
I've got, for the Washington Redskins, number 29.
Let's go.
29. Good for you.
You sleep on numbers.
Yeah, I do. I only remember a couple. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So now it's different. Now everybody's the same and everybody rotates and everybody's kind of in and out. And sometimes Quan Martin's a safety, but sometimes he kind of walks up and he's in the box, but he's also a corner if they motion a certain way. More positionless, more amoeba means a little bit less like, who's the starting cornerback? Maybe your best player is another safety who could walk in and do some things.
Sure, and I'm not disagreeing, but you need to just have corners who can cover. And at some point,
well, you do need that too. I'm not saying you have zero corner.
No, but they kind of.
It's not like our fantasy draft. We went 0 running back until round 15.
It's St-Juste, and then what? I mean, at some point, you need a cornerback who you just put out there and let cover a wide receiver, and they don't really have that.
No,
at this point right now.
No, they don't.
But my question on Igbenogany would be: it feels like there's a pretty good chance the storyline's going to be that they got better without Forbes after this game. Maybe because they did, but specifically because it's not Evans and Godwin. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
Like, you played the Bucs with your secondary. It's a terrible matchup. You're going to get torched. Fast forward to this week. Now you're playing the Giants.
Would you look at that? They look better.
Much more fortuitous matchup. So you can prepare already for they didn't get beat nearly as much. Wow, weird. When Emmanuel Forbes isn't out there, Baker Manning didn't throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. You're playing Daniel Jones. You're playing a weaponless offense, largely, depending on what happens with Neighbors. But I think there's also some truth maybe to the fact that I just don't see Igbenogany being worse. And maybe he's also not effective, but they're not going to get worse at that position, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's also not as if they've got some star waiting in the wings that was just being blocked by some, veteran who's overpaid, right? Where you had to start him. There's no white knight. There's nobody riding through that door to be the crusader here. They're going to be average to below average, probably more realistic at that position all year. What are you going to do about it? Like coaching wise, right? How are you going to scheme it up so that the bleeding stops, so that you're even in some of these games? Because you can't just give up 37 points a week. That ain't going to fly. I don't care how good your offense is, right?
What about the other Noah Brown, the wide receiver, Cliff Kingsbury's offensive coordinator, trying to get balls to receivers, trying to make plays happen for this offense? What about Noah Brown and his involvement? Let's get to Kingsbury, Darius, from earlier today on Noah Brown and what the offensive coordinator said he might be able to provide for Washington. This was when he was meeting with the media this afternoon. This will be cut too from Cliff.
We'll see with Noah. He's coming off a little bit of an injury, so we're easing him back in. But he's had some big games, been a very talented player in this league. I'm excited to see what he can do.
I'm excited to see what he can do also. Now, again, he was such a late signee, right? Where even though he has some familiarity with some parts of system or offense or whatever, still a crash course, try to get up to speed with all the different nuances, even though there's probably not much to learn in terms of motion, am I right? But even still, all the terminology, it's like learning a brand new language. So it's probably unrealistic for him to be able to play in week number 1 and be able to know everything intuitively. So we'll see here for week number 2. Maybe it's an ease in.
Injury was?
I didn't know that, actually. I didn't know what the injury was.
Can we get a little more on that? I mean, they're not going to offer it, obviously. I don't. Was there a follow-up? Did he give any more detail? Listen to this again really quickly.
We'll see with Noah. He's coming off a little bit of an injury, so we're easing him back in. But he's had some big.
That tells me the reason he didn't play, maybe it was what they said. That, like you just said, he wasn't completely up to speed with the offense. But a little bit of an injury could be a tweak or a pull or something. I'm sure maybe that was a factor then. Right?
Yeah, you combine 1 and 2 and you get, okay, let's have him inactive for week number 1, but now we can unleash him full go later.
But what's to stop Noah Brown from being a guy this week that could go out and give him 5 for 60 or something like that?
I think a couple things would get in the way of that, but I know what you mean.
Like their passing game, the fact that they didn't throw to wide receivers, the fact that they're not very good. But I'm just saying, I don't think there's anybody standing between him and opportunities.
Well, that's
Brown
what it is to
ran
me.
cardio last week and didn't catch a pass. Olamide Zaccheaus, after the whole camp and preseason, being the featured guy that everybody loved, over and over again at the line of scrimmage, getting all the bubbles and the smokes and the screens. He had 2 targeted balls he couldn't haul in, and then he had the out route for 15 yards, his only catch of the game in garbage time. Like, those guys had a weak head start.
Yeah, Luke McCaffrey on 3 different screens, as you kind of alluded to.
And you could still have him, and then you'd have the biggest receiving core you've had here in years with McCaffrey in the slot and Noah Brown on the outside.
Yeah, to me, Noah Brown is here not to do some of the slot stuff, not to do some of the short stuff, but to give them some semblance of a deep option. Even if you're not going to hit him, the idea that you might, I think, is 90% of why he's here. Once a month, they'll take a shot, called up, dialed up, at the right time. Jaden, throw it as far as you can. Noah, run as straight and as fast as you can. I think the threat of him is probably more important than the actual player.
What did you find, Clary?
So Standig did say that he did miss some time this summer in Houston with a shoulder injury. So I don't know if that's
so
still
that might be what Cliff Kingsbury's talking about.
Potentially, yeah.
So he even came here, though, in his practice since then. So he's not necessarily saying it was a new injury or like anything that happened during practice here. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
If he's saying he's coming back, he's trying to get fully back up to speed.
And learn the offense. That's a nagging thing. No problem. Let's make him inactive week 1. But yeah, I don't know that his value is full route tree. He's better than the next guy. I think his replacement level in terms of, working from 20 yards and in, where he's exceptional is that being a big deep threat. Like, to me, he's a much better version of De'Ami Brown.
Well, that's my point. I mean, he doesn't have to be particularly good to be better than what they've got.
Right.
De'Ami Brown has never caught 15 balls in a season. He did it in 2 weeks at one point last year in a good offense in Houston. Why wouldn't he be able to just immediately slot in across from McLaurin in that formation? And, when they go 2 or 3 receivers, again, the size of McCaffrey in the slot with him on the outside, I kind of like. And then you have a physical, War Daddy type in Terry, even though he's not as big as those other guys.
But plays big.
And that gives you, I think, a different dimension on offense that you haven't really had from a passing standpoint. Now, there's a whole nother question, which you were kind of, I think alluding to facetiously or maybe seriously when you said, well, I'll tell you why he's not going to go 5 for 60 as the number 2 receiver, because Terry McLaurin can't do that as the number 1 receiver.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going 5 for 60. But your point, if the point is who's standing in the way of opportunity, nobody.
And that's what I meant.
Yeah, nobody.
What is to stop him from being the number 2 receiver on Sunday?
Absolutely nothing.
And then he should be. And then he should be the guy that gets, if he's healthy and he knows the offense.
Yeah, assuming he knows the offense.
Let's kick the tires.
Yeah, I'm lining him up opposite Terry McLaurin. Or maybe on the same side, God forbid, so that you have.
Well, I know where that's going to be. It'll be on the left.
It'll be on the left. If you're scoring at home, it'll be on the left. But I'll send Noah Brown deep, and I'll send Terry McLaurin somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Who helps more on Sunday? Well, it's obviously Igbenogany because he'll play more. So let's craft the question this way: who do you think makes more helpful plays on Sunday and does a better job, Igbenogany or the other Noah?
So I still think it's Igbenogany, but if you ask me again in 2 weeks, it'll be Noah Brown. I still think there's some learning curve that has to happen here. I think it's too much to expect. You just got on campus less than a month ago, and you got to know everything and be as good as these guys that have been living this since the springtime. I think that's a tall ask.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say Noah Brown. I'm going to say that the Giants do a let's take Terry McLaurin out of the equation thing, and someone
wouldn't
else,
you? I would, yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Of course, someone else has to beat us, which is to some extent, I think, what the Bucs did. They didn't really have to because, Kingsbury in the offense helped you take McLaurin out of the plan too. But nobody else stepped up. I think some of those balls to Zacchaeus early in the game, that comeback that was a little wide of him, maybe Brown with some catch radius hauls that in.
Mm-hmm.
There was another play later. There was like a comeback for a first down. 3 guys working on the left in a little stack. 1 to the right all by himself was Zacchaeus on a 3rd and 6, I think it was. He ran like a 7-yard stop route and had a guy draped on his back. Couldn't make the catch. With his size, I think if you use Brown in those situations, those are receptions just because he boxes defenders out. So I'll say he actually has a 4 or 5 catch day.
I hope you're right.
And is really helpful and helps get some things going. What are you guys expecting? 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines here on Grant and Danny. And is there a chance that the Emmanuel Forbes injury ends up not hurting them, despite losing last year's first-round pick and a corner that starts? An easy punching bag to say he hasn't been good, but there's a reason he's starting. It's not because he's worse than everybody else on the roster. What do you think of Igbenogany and Davis playing more at corner? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Taking you up to 6:15, a half hour from now on Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball coming up before we get out of here, and we'll hit all the headlines of the day at the top of the hour. Chris is in Hyattsville on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Chris, do you think Noah Igbenogany or Noah Brown makes more of an impact with the expanded role this weekend?
I don't know a damn thing about either of those guys. All I care about is Jaden Daniels. I think we're going to get our first signature win this weekend in the Jaden Daniels era. In fact, he's going to score so many touchdowns, they're going to consider renaming the touchdown to Jaden.
Giving out waffles when he gets into the end zone.
Maybe they should rename the mask guy from Major Tutty, Major Jaden.
Oh,
first win of the Jaden Daniels era has got to come this weekend. If it doesn't, whatever. But we're in for a really long season. They got to look a lot better. That's
my thing.
Must. My only demand is you cannot look like you did last weekend. But just so we're all on the same page, this is going to be a fun year, a competitive year. They're going to have a chance to go over 6.5 wins. That was the market number in Vegas with the odds makers. This is one you got to win.
I'm trying to say it, same thing, but a different way. If you'd like us to believe you anymore, when you try to sell something,
who are you talking to?
The organization in general.
Dairy Queen or somebody else?
The football gentleman, Local 53. Everyone from the sales guy who's not. It's not his fault if he's.
But you're saying they got to win or they got to play decent ball?
You got to play so much better.
I agree.
And it probably would result in a win against the team that's pretty terrible. Unless the Giants go, we can revisit it if they go 14-3 from here on out. I don't see it, but let's say they do. I think the Giants are going to suck if you don't show well. All the hype videos and all the Instagram posts. And next time you tweet out, hey, here's our schedule release, it's going to be nothing but trolls and goblins. The next time you're trying to convince people that this is different, it becomes harder to do so. This is a real important one. Just so people believe you, because everyone wants to buy in.
It's not a must-win game. I like the parlance of our buddy Ben Raby, who's a hockey guy. And he goes with the auto win. You auto win this game.
It's an auto win game, not to be confused with Ottawa.
Very different than Ottawa. But it's not a must win. It's an auto win. You're at home. You're playing a team that, if worst case, someone could say is every bit as good as you. Don't care. You haven't won. It's week 2. You're at home. You're debuting your rookie. It's sold out. You auto win this one against a bad Giants team. But if you don't, I need you to look good. That's the expectation. Let's go to Sean in D.C. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Can I give a word of advice to the last caller?
You may.
Check out the game last year, Cincinnati Bengals against the Houston Texans. Noah Brown had 178 yards. We will feature Noah Brown. He will become Washington's #1 target. Have a good day.
Number 1 target.
Terry McLaurin would like a word.
Well, here's how I could see it. Other teams go, not Terry, someone else. And then he beats him out by a couple of catches or a couple of looks or something like that.
Noah Brown did have that game he referenced in Cincy against the Bengals in a 30-27 win. The Houston offense was in a bad way. They had some injuries at wide receiver. Noah Brown's role was elevated, and he went out on 8 targets and grabbed 7 balls for 172 yards in that victory. But here's my problem with that.
Okay.
CJ Stroud walking through that door is Bobby Slowick, who's scheming him open in the Shanahan system, coming with him to the nation's capital. I like that he had the game, because I don't think De'Ami Brown's capable of that game with the Texans. I don't think Olamide Zaccheaus is capable of that game with the Texans. So that in and of itself is telling. He had 2 huge games in a row, by the way.
The week before, 6 for $153 and a tutty.
Exactly. 6 targets, 6 grabs, 150, scored. That was against Tampa. You just watch them. That's a pretty good secondary. The Texans, though, hung 39. No Stroud, no Slowick. It's a whole different deal. I saw somebody today kind of doing this thing where they were like, well, what about when this guy did this? And it was the same kind of deal where it's like, well, he did that with 3 MVPs around him and a different coaching staff. So I'm not sure if it's utterly relevant quite to what we're talking about here and now. But yeah, I mean, if the point is Noah Brown's got talent and has had huge games, he has some pelts on the wall in that regard. Fact. Can't deny that. But my confidence that he is that player is just not that high. The Texans probably don't let him walk if that was the case. Is he better than the guys they have other than McLaurin? Very possibly. That's more an indictment on them than an endorsement of him.
Agreed.
But it's also why I'm giving him a chance to go catch a handful of balls this week.
Yeah. I think if you gave this is I was trying to quantify things like this in a different way. If you gave an NFL receiver 100 targets in this offense, who would do the best? And you go down the list of Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, all the usual suspects. You go down for a little while, then you get to Terry McLaurin. You got to go down really, really far to get to anybody that Washington had that wasn't Noah Brown, where you take someone else, right? The same average 100 targets in this offense. And some of it would be fun to debate. But right now, Noah Brown is higher, to me at least, not having seen him play in burgundy and gold pants, not having seen him play yet. I'd put him higher on that hierarchy than any of the guys they had previously of who would do the most with the same 100 targets. So I think opportunity's there.
Here was the what I was thinking of. So it was actually Bob Papa on with B. Mitch and Finley, I think, today here on 106.7 The Fan. Bob Papa is the Giants play-by-play broadcaster, New York guy. And he said Dan Quinn is the defensive coordinator in Dallas, went 6-0 against the Giants. Cool. Is Micah Parsons coming with him? Do we get him or we don't? Like, with all due respect to Dan Quinn's numbers as the coordinator of the Cowboys against the Giants, I'm not sure how that's relevant to now with this bad group that he's got here. Did anyone watch Dallas's defense this past weekend without him? When they shoved it on the Browns? Number 2 in the NFL going into this week? He had some dudes on that defense that now Mike Zimmer has. And all of a sudden, Mike Zimmer's going to be a hot head coaching candidate when he turns his hat backwards because he's the awesome defensive coordinator in the NFL with the top 5 defense generating all the takeaways. So I'm not pretending like Dan Quinn doesn't have an idea of how to stop the Giants. He obviously does. But do you have the horses to execute the plan? I mean, that's what we need to figure out.
Yeah, Jack Del Rio had some pretty good defensive track records. And all of a sudden, he couldn't do it. I don't know. It's interesting to me. That's all. But yeah, I mean, benefit of the doubt still that there will be improvement. I don't know how much. I think that's where the fun debate will be.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We still got to get you ready for Nats baseball, which we will do before we get out of here. We'll get you your weather report and your lineups coming up in just a few minutes. Also, some of the breaking news from around the NFL and sports today when we hit the headlines in just a few on G&D. The big story in town, Emmanuel Forbes out 4 to 6 weeks, had his thumb operated on today. He will miss at least 1 month. You're listening to Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. Stretch run of Grant and Danny. We've got 15 more minutes with you on The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of the show is the law firm Kadori & Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you so that you can score a discount. kmlawyers.com. We'll get you a preview of Thursday Night Football in just a second. Last night, Shohei Ohtani joined the club. It's his club. He's the only guy in the
I was going
club.
to say, how many members? Still one.
It's him.
Yeah.
47 in homers, 47 stolen bases. He has not only a really good chance, but is now probably going to go 50-50, which nobody's ever done before because, again, no one's done any of the things that he's doing. Each time he has a homer and a steal, he's the first guy in that club. So now it's the all 47s club for Shohei Ohtani in year one with the Dodgers.
Torches one to right center field. He's carrying the bat, and it's a bullet out of here.
And it's home run number 47 for the Big Show. Oh, he lights up this crowd. It is a 2-1 score now.
One thing that I thought was hilarious about some of the coverage the last couple of days of what Ohtani's doing is a comment from David Ortiz, who's one of the great designated hitters ever. He said, MLB always had an excuse for not giving me the MVP, supposedly because I was designated hitter. I'm going to see what they do this year. I'm going to sit back and wait to see where they run besides Ohtani is MLB's darling. He's suggesting Ohtani's going to win MVP, which he is, because he's Major League Baseball's darling. Ohtani's the anti-David Ortiz. David Ortiz couldn't play in the field at all, and all he could do was hit. He also couldn't run the bases. He was just a big bopping masher. Ohtani has 50 stolen bases. Will soon. Will have 50 home runs and is rehabbing from his injury where he's one of the 10 best pitchers in the game. Just a stunning, unbelievable season and a really bad take from David Ortiz.
So he had years where he absolutely could have won the MVP.
Yeah, when another guy was great and also played in the field.
Totally. But even with that, if you're asking me would I have given it to him over Justin Morneau in 2006 upon retrospect, maybe I could. I could be talked into that. But that's neither here nor there. The implication of, well, I never won it, so the only reason Ohtani's winning it is some sort of like he's their darling or he sells a ticket or something like that. What? No. There have been guys that have, respectfully, that have hit 50 bombs and 130 plus RBIs like Ortiz did in the mid 2000s. And Ortiz is great. He's a damn Hall of Famer, for God's sakes, right? I mean, the iconic moments in Boston are his, right? He's the number one curse breaker. Superstar, should be in rarefied air, and he is. But the idea that because he didn't win the MVP, somehow it's this weird Ohtani conspiracy, just such a bizarre opinion to me from a guy that I generally respect an awful lot.
Well, he was told along the way, I'm sure, or at least acknowledged, it's hard for me to win because I only hit. And that's what, to him, DH meant. And I think that was held against him.
Mm-hmm.
Surely it was, that he was just a DH. But he was a DH because, quite literally, if he had to play in the field, he wouldn't have been a starter.
You're very bad at it.
It would not have worked. It would have been a disaster. He had a frying pan for a glove. Ohtani plays, at times, a premium defensive position when, he is, and he hasn't been here this year, but when he's been asked to play in the outfield, is an athlete who could run around if they needed to him in center. But he's a pitcher and a hitter. This year, he's just a hitter. He is just a DH, but he impacts the game on the base paths as much as anybody not named Ellie De La Cruz. He impacts the game offensively in a way that nobody else has other than Aaron Judge this year. I just thought it was a bad take, and it sounded like sour grapes from David Ortiz. Let's hit the headlines in our final few minutes. We'll start in the AFC of the NFL, where there is a game tonight between the Bills and the Dolphins. T. Higgins is confused by talk that he is faking an injury. Told ESPN on Thursday that he is, in fact, hurt. And anybody who thinks he's just now not playing because this is a continuation of a holdout is wrong. He said, quote, I just don't understand why fans think I'm faking an injury when for me to get an extension for a contract, the deadline is over. I just don't understand why they think I'm faking an injury. It doesn't make sense to me. He didn't practice. He said he wasn't going to play without a new contract. That probably has something to do with it. I personally don't think he is faking the injury, but I can understand where fans would be skeptical when a guy who was at odds and angry at the team is now pops up on an injury report and could be out for a few weeks, and no one really knows where the injury came from.
You're at odds with the team. You said as much. You're on record, I believe, as saying I'm not going to play without a new contract. and you don't have a new contract. That's where they're getting it from. Now, I don't for 1 second, unless there's a report I don't know about, believe that he's faking an injury. That is no way to get what you want. What you ultimately want is a long-term deal, whether it's there or somewhere else. You don't get that by faking an injury and not playing. That's going to what we like to call this in the industry, hurting your value. That is hurting your value. He needs to play and play good football and demonstrate that he still can. I believe he can, by the way. So yeah, that's not in his best interest to go out there or not go out there, as the case may be, and go my neck and my back. I can't go today, Skip. I don't buy that for a second.
On to Thursday night football. Bills-Dolphins. You heard me say earlier to our guest, Will Brinson, I'm sneaky picking Miami in this game.
Do you have a good feel
for
this game tonight?
No. I think Buffalo is better than Miami. I think it's early enough in the season that doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
I think the fact that it's an early game, meaning Thursday night football, like throw everything out. It's just now strange. And same kind of thing I said, honestly, with the international game for the Packers and the Eagles. These week 2, it's a half week after the season started. You're not in any kind of a flow. It's really strange. I know that they've dealt with some injuries with Jalen Waddle, and the Dolphins don't have Raheem Mostert tonight, so they're also banged up. But my big concern for Buffalo is, A, the heat. You're playing in Miami in September. Look at how much they cover, how often they win in those games, especially in the 1 o'clock. But obviously it'll be a night game, a little different, but it's still nasty and sweaty for a team that isn't going to deal with that a whole lot this season to the extent that they will tonight. The other thing is, they don't have 30 points in them right now, I don't think. I know they had to win a game with 34 when Josh Allen went nuts. In the second
Superman
half,
stuff, yeah.
But that was Arizona. It's a different thing, not a division game against a team that knows you, knows what you want to do. That was cross-conference, team you barely play. You're in the East, they're in the West kind of deal. I don't think they're going to score 30-plus on Miami. So unless they can hold the Dolphins' offense in check, I just don't see them keeping up. I pick them to beat Miami probably 90, 80% of the time. Tonight's just a weird night where I'm kind of sniffing the Dolphins.
So watching Buffalo against Arizona, I saw a lot of that game this past weekend. They were really kind of in the mud, sort of like stuck in neutral for a while, right? On offense, on defense, just sort of didn't look up to snuff. And Arizona got a lead on them and was probably the better team for most of the game. Then you said it, Josh Allen turned into Superman. And Buffalo hit that gear, and Arizona couldn't match it. So I'm going, okay, you can't get away with that against Miami, right? Well, Miami did the exact same thing against Jacksonville, where they're sleepwalking through, and it's only a fluke fumble that turned that game around. They shouldn't have won it either. I just don't. If Miami had been playing well, and I saw what I saw from Buffalo, this is a week 3 or 4, right? And Miami had already played well, got to a 3-1 start, and Buffalo had been kind of slogging their way through to 2-1 and had eked out a win, kind of playing the way that they have. I'd go, I got a good feeling about Miami. I really have no idea who's showing up tonight for both of these teams. I'm leaning Miami, but that's one of those, like, my voice is going up.
Well, I know this. If Miami loses this game and they're 1-1, the feeling tomorrow, fair or not, is just going to be that they're
we couldn't
good.
beat the bullies.
Yeah, they're good, but they're just not good enough. Like, the Bills are still a lot better. And I just think the Bills are there for the taking. It's kind of a if not when.
Yeah, now's the time, right?
If not now, when kind of deal where they don't know who their weapons are. They don't really have everything sorted out on offense. It's kind of a Josh Allen, James Cook mismatch where they're going to be running the ball and playing closer games. And I think that should theoretically play into Miami's hands. Although it is true that the Dolphins are injured a little bit more than they'd like to be too on offense. But you got Tyreek Hill, and when you got Tyreek Hill, you got a shot.
Absolutely.
That is a strike up the band, make it easy kind of guy.
See if he goes in motion tonight. I think he will.
Raheem Mostert, chest out. I believe I mentioned that. He will not be going tonight, so throw him onto the pile for Miami in terms of the injuries. All right, let's get you ready for Nats baseball. They are coming your way against the Miami Marlins over at Nationals Park at 6:45 this evening. Your Nats starting lineup and pitching matchup is presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mitchell Parker. Where we going to pitch, Miss Parker? Lead off playing shortstop. C.J. Abrams batting second in right field. Dylan Cruz batting third in left field. The James Wood. Quick pause. Abrams, Cruz, Wood. 1, 2, 3 in the order. Yes, please. Thank you very much, Davey Martinez.
That's the good stuff.
Back to your lineup. Your DH batting cleanup, Andres Chaparro. Batting fifth at third base, Jose Tena. Batting sixth doing the catching, Keber Ruiz. Batting seventh at second base, Luis Garcia. Batting eighth at first, that's Joey Gallo. Batting ninth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy. That is Jacob Young.
Mitchell Parker, the 24-year-old lefty, 6 hits, 4 runs, and 4 walks. Didn't get out of the 4th inning in his last start against the Pirates. Look at the splits for him. It has been a rough second half.
Yeah. We're out of steam a little bit, feels like, right?
Oh, yeah. Pre-All-Star break, 237 average against and a 3.9 ERA. Post-All-Star break, a 3.04 average against and a 5.56 earned run average.
Okay, so the pre was better than the post. Yeah.
Looked like a mid-rotation big league starter for a little while, and it's kind of cooled off in a big way. But he's been durable. He's a horse of sorts, and he's a guy that can go out any given outing and give you 6 innings, and they're hoping for that some length tonight for the Nationals. Let's get you your Nats weather report presented by Pepco. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco because storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist is Darius Dameron.
Temperatures are falling. It'll be 78 degrees by first pitch tonight. A little bit cloudy, but no worries. No precipitation in the area. It'll dip down into the high 60s by the end of the game. Should be a good night in Nats Park.
You and I will experience it in person as we get ready to head over to Nationals
neato,
Park
gang,
for some baseball. By the way, I had to fill out today the media awards given to the Nationals each baseball season. I didn't have to turn it back in today, but it was sent today, I guess I should say. The Player of the Year, the Pitcher of the Year, and the Good Guy of the Year for the Washington Nationals. Player of the Year was somewhat difficult for me, and I'm still workshopping it. I actually tweeted a poll just to get the pulse of the people at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. To me, to be the Nationals Player of the Year, you probably had to have been here for the vast majority of the season. So that excludes James Wood, who's going to end up playing about half a year. Certainly anybody who came up after him in early July. They've basically only got 4 guys who have been here all season because of the trades and all of the demotions and promotions.
Yep.
C.J. Abrams, who is the 5th National to ever have a 20-homer, 20-steal season, has 20 bolts and 28 stolen bases. Luis Garcia, who got his act together and had an excellent year compared to his past. Jacob Young, who's been one of the great defensive center fielders in baseball and has a team-high 31 steals. And then catcher Keibert Ruiz, who has actually been pretty solid in the second half of the season. If you look at the numbers,
that rotten start,
horrendous. And the numbers because of that are going to end up being really bad.
Yep.
But he is on a 28 homer, I think it is, pace, basically since the All-Star break. So he's been a lot better since then. But Abrams, Garcia, Young, Ruiz, those are the only guys essentially that have been here all year that you could even consider for Player of the Year. I think I'm going to go with Jacob Young, which I think is a minority opinion because Abrams with the home runs and the steals is flashier and Garcia has some better counting stats, certainly more power. Young's not a high OPS guy, 257 average, a lot of just base hits. But the 30 steals, I think, allow me to slot him in based on his premium defense. He's been immaculate in center field. And if you look at it right now, he's worth more wins. His WAR, B WAR, I would imagine, is F WAR as well. But his B WAR is the highest on the team, slightly ahead of C.J. Abrams, which means he's been the most valuable National. So even though I think he might not win it, that's the guy I'm going to vote for.
Yeah, that's not crazy, by the way. I mean, you look at Abrams overall, because the 2 months that he was just incredible, buoyed over his overall numbers, but almost identical slash line to last year in terms of batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS. Ultimately, not maybe as much growth as we thought.
For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Big thanks to Darius and Ryan behind the scenes for their production. As always, you want more on the Nats? We got an episode of Bust and Lose Baseball that is out for you. It's a terrific Nationals podcast. Speaking of the Nats, game time now.
Thank you for coming.